Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 701, How Dare You, You're Just My Poop. Forest of Creation. Flamey Nim, it's that guy. That guy dared to defy his youngs even though he's the youngest. And he even froze and killed Sejun Nim's crops. Baby Extreme Flame Herb shouted in an excited voice, pointing at Hisho Wu and Baby Extreme Ice Herb standing in front of Flamey. Then, it wasn't me. Slip. Hisho Wu moved to the side, increasing the distance from Baby Extreme Ice Herb, while simultaneously closing the distance with Baby Extreme Flame Herb. And then, how dare you freeze and kill the crops Sejun Nim raised with such effort? Rumble. The enraged Flamey moved her giant root, crash, and lightly smacked Baby Extreme Ice Herb's head. He-eng. Baby Extreme Ice Herb clutched its head in pain and teared up. Sausage. Flamey called for Sausage as she looked at Baby Extreme Ice Herb. Yay! Sausage approached cheerfully, shaking its root. And then, give this one special attention. Yes! Baby Extreme Ice Herb received Sausage's intensive care and was fed twice as many nutrients as the others. Night on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Pip pip. Whoosh. Pip pip. Whoosh. Today as well, like always, Peacebase ate the fruit lunchbox Sejun had prepared and was diligently opening dimensional gates. He was searching for the 2 worlds KPs and Twin among the 5 worlds where treasures were hidden, which Taoyong had learned about in Tartarus but they hadn't found yet. Just then, yawn. Blackie came out stretching with a big yawn. Normally, it would be time to be repenting with Sejun, but today Blackie insisted on resting because he was too tired. Kihihit. King. Hee. Peacebase Hyung. Great Blackie has a world he wants to go to. He came to ask Peacebase for a favor. Earlier in the day, after Quenji had grown Baby Extreme Flame Herb and received praise and belly rubs from Sejun. Hee. If Great Blackie nurtures Baby 10,000 Poison Herb, won't Butler give belly rubs only to Great Blackie? Blackie had formulated this plan while remembering the stone of 10,000 poisons that Kabulto had abandoned before. Blackie's intention was to monopolize Sejun's belly rubs. Pip pip. Which world do you want to go to? Kihihit. King. Hee. Kabulto knows. Yoliol. It's here. Pip pip. Got it. Whoosh. With Peacebase help, they arrived in the world where the stone of 10,000 poisons had been discarded. Yoliol. This way. Guided by Kabulto, they began searching for the stone of 10,000 poisons. While they were moving like this. Stand back. This is my domain, the stone of 10,000 poisons territory. A black toxic aura from the stone of 10,000 poisons blocked their path. Yoliol. How dare you, you're just my poop. Kabulto bravely stepped forward. However, Yoliol, my poop is too strong. Kabulto had grown too weak and couldn't withstand the poison. The stone of 10,000 poisons had been created in the past when he was Jormungandr, the world-devouring serpent and 3rd seat of the Apostle of Destruction. The now pathetic Kabulto could not endure it. Kihihit. King? Hee. Kabulto can't even beat his own poop. Kabulto, who couldn't even beat his own poop, ended up getting laughed at by Blackie. And then, you bastards! Who do you think you're calling poop to? Furious at Blackie and Kabulto's remarks, the stone of 10,000 poisons attacked the group with a black poisonous aura. Pip pip. Everyone, let's avoid it for now. Peacebase quickly snatched up the Blackie family with his feet and escaped through the dimensional gate. The poison of the stone of 10,000 poisons was too strong even for Peacebase to handle. It was only natural, as it was the poop of Jormungandr. Just as Peacebase was almost at the gate. Krueng! What are you all doing? Quenji rubbed his sleepy eyes and crossed through the dimensional gate. It wasn't that he had noticed Peacebase and the Blackie family's crisis and came to rescue them. If you leave a gate open like this, it's dangerous for Dad. He had smelled the faint poison seeping into the 99th floor of the Black Tower and came to eliminate it before Sejun got hurt. Kihihit. King. Hee. Quenji Hyung. Help Great Blackie. Great Blackie is? To Quenji, who had just arrived, Blackie explained every detail of what had happened so far, down to the smallest bit. Krueng. All right. Quenji Hyung will help. Quenji agreed to fulfill the youngest's request. And then, step. Without hesitation, he inhaled the black poison as he walked to where the stone of 10,000 poisons was. Grab the stone of 10,000 poisons. What? Let go. You bastard! Of course, the stone of 10,000 poisons resisted. Krueng! Stay still! Squeeze! Eek! I'm cracking! No! Please loosen your grip. But as soon as Quenji exerted his strength, the stone quickly quieted down. Having subdued the 10,000 poisoned stone like this, Quenji, Krueng, let's go home. Return to the Black Tower with Peace Bays and the Blackie family and Krueng, time to eat. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Hurry up and eat. Baby 10,000 poison herb absorbed the stone of 10,000 poisons and grew into the 10,000 poison herb before dissolving into black poisonous energy and disappearing. Krueng. Then Quenji is going back to sleep now. Pip pip. Yes. Quenji Hyungnim, sleep well. Kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. Quenji Hyung, good night. Peace Bays Hyung, great Blackie will sleep too. Pip pip. Blackie, good night too. Once everything was taken care of, Quenji and the Blackie family went back to sleep. Whoosh. Whoosh. Peace Bays resumed opening dimensional gates in search of the worlds where treasures were hidden. In the now empty elixir field, baby Ginseng, left alone, envied his friends who had all gone away. And, isn't he coming today? Cook. It must have been my scary expression that scared him away. Corruption, who had been practicing his scary expressions hard, rejoiced thinking he had won when Sejun didn't appear, but his eyes were full of disappointment. The next morning. Alright. Who? Baby 10,000 poison herb has grown into a 10,000 poison herb by absorbing powerful poisons. The 10,000 poison herb has returned to its rightful place. You have completed one of the 5 requirements of your promotion quest. A message appeared before Sejun as he opened his eyes. Who did it? Sejun wondered. Kirarong. Blackie, who should have been bragging about his achievement, was fast asleep on Sejun's belly and couldn't answer. And then, it must have been Quenji. Sejun made a comment that would make Blackie burst with frustration. Since Quenji had previously eaten the Negma, the poison of slaughter, malice formed from countless poisons in the Brown Tower, Sejun's deduction wasn't far-fetched. But why did he do it at night? Sejun pondered again. He must have done it because he was worried I might get hurt. Adding Quenji to the picture made everything fall into place. He. My reasoning skills really are top-notch. Pleased with himself over his flawless deduction, Sejun grinned. Your FAC rotting meow. Thwack. Theo's front paw smacked his face and humbled him. Meow, King. Sejun took care of the Theo couple and the Blackie family and resumed his usual morning routine, and thump. Thump. Before breakfast, Pinkfur appeared carrying Quenji. Our Quenji's back? You must be tired from waking up at night to grow baby 10,000 poison herb. Krueng. Sejun gave Quenji some belly rubs as he slept peacefully. Ku hey. Thanks to that, Quenji woke up in a good mood. King. Butler. You should praise Great Blackie. Great Blackie is the one who brought back the stone of 10,000 poisons. Instead, Blackie, who had his prey stolen, woke up and immediately barked fiercely with angry eyes. Krueng. Dad, it wasn't Quenji who raised baby 10,000 poison herb. Blackie did it. Quenji took Blackie's side and, Really? Sorry. I thought it was Quenji. Well done, Blackie. Realizing the truth, Sejun quickly hugged Blackie. Then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Great Blackie will help you from now on. Just trust in Great Blackie. Yes. With a triumphant expression, Blackie received his belly rubs. A little later, after breakfast was finished, Pooh Hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, I will go earn lots of money, meow. Kayut. I'll be off too. Theo and Iona left for work on the 37th floor of the Green Tower and, let's get to work too. Sejun worked together with Quenji and Blackie. Kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie worked overtime at night, so he's taking a break today. Blackie tried to slack off again today, but, nope. Not allowed. You guys are totally fine even after staying up for days. Instead, if you harvest 10,000 sweet potatoes, I'll give you 1 roasted and dried sweet potato. King. Got it. Leave it to Great Blackie. Tempted by Sejun's carrot, he ended up working even harder than usual. And, ku hey. Krueng. Hee. Doesn't Quenji get anything? Quenji looked at Sejun with hopeful eyes full of expectation. If Quenji harvests everything in the cornfield and potato field, I'll make sweet potato candy for you. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Good. Overjoyed by Sejun's answer, Quenji rushed off toward the cornfield. Adorable little guys. Sejun smiled as he watched Quenji and Blackie. It's always the cutest one who gets an extra treat. He secretly pulled out an extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato, harvested earlier by Blackie, from the pouch of abundance. Having increased their numbers over the past 2 days, he had secured a total of 199 extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. Poke. Sejun planted all 199 of them. Drip a drip. Used harvest elixirs he had on 15 of the sweet potatoes. Crackle. The 15 sweet potatoes that absorbed the harvest elixir grew rapidly and creak. Sejun grabbed the sweet potato stalks and began harvesting. You have harvested 30 extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting, master, has increased slightly. You have acquired 3,000 experience points. The sweet potatoes he harvested totaled 512. Sejun carefully hid the harvested extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes so the others wouldn't see them, then brought them to the kitchen. Make some sweet potato candy and roasted and dried sweet potato with these. He handed them to Sejun number 12 with instructions. He planned to surprise Quenji and Blackie at lunch with dishes made from the extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. Hee hee hee. Mission complete. Having successfully completed his covert solo mission, Sejun left the kitchen and headed to the brewery. Fermentation. Using his fermentation skill, he began brewing an enormous batch of samyangju. In 3 days, Sweetie would be going on a field trip to Tartarus. According to the intel Sweetie received from Hell, in order to meet Rascal, the god of thieves, one had to enter an underground prison where only high-level criminals were confined, an area off-limits to visiting gods. So he was preparing a bribe. A little while later. All done, Sejun finished brewing and stepped out of the brewery. But isn't it time for the seed shop to open? Suddenly, he realized he hadn't used the seed shop recently. What's going on? Why hasn't it opened? Could the gods have forgotten? Then how many seeds have I missed out on because of their forgetfulness? Who's going to compensate me for this loss? As soon as he began to question it, one thought led to another in a cascade of doubts. And then, it's definitely the seed shop's fault. Sejun concluded. I'll bring it up with Theo when he gets back. He decided to formally file a complaint with the seed shop headquarters through Theo, who could speak with Hell. However, I'll send the seeds to God Sejun myself. Really? Of course. I'm faster and more accurate than the seed shop. Just trust in me, Hell, the god of merchants. The real culprit was elsewhere. Hey hee 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 hee. I've got to stockpile lots of seeds. That way I can complete any quest right away when it pops up. Blinded by welfare points, Hell had swept up all the seeds from the seed shop headquarters, which is why the seed shop hadn't opened. The winds of impeachment began to blow once again. This time, it was quite a fierce wind. Chapter 702, Making such a cute face is cheating. 37th floor of the Green Tower. Pooh-hoo hut. Sold out, meow. Then, see you next time, meow. Chairman Park, I miss you, meow. Once again, Theo, who had completely sold out Sejun's crops, quickly began to prepare to leave. Kayut kayut kayut. Theo Nim, great job. I'll help you pack. Iona, who had been comfortably resting on Theo's fluffy tail, assisted him. At that moment, we can't let you go like this. Hand over the confession carrots. Yeah. If I'm going to confess to Jenny tomorrow, I need the confession carrots. A few solo merchants who couldn't give up on the confession carrots surrounded Theo. They knew how strong Theo was, but thought that by surrounding him with many people, they could apply psychological pressure. Of course, their plan was to run away as soon as they were hit. Then, what? It's time for my Theo Nim to go home. Having seen through their intentions, Iona spoke with displeasure, entering the 3rd stage of Angry Q. But, who do you think would be scared by a sound like that? This was the Green Tower. The legend of the destructive wizard Iona had not yet spread here. However, class is eternal. A legend is a legend for a reason. Key power of meteor. Iona showed what the 3rd stage Anger Q meant, not with words but with results. Kaboom! At the impact of Iona's meteor magic, a giant mountain nearby disappeared, replaced by a massive crater. Rumble rumble rumble. Groundwater surged from the crater's bottom, and the massive pit quickly transformed into a lake. Hiccup! Eek! The solo merchants, terrified by Iona's magic, unconsciously stepped back and made a path as if parting the sea. Thus, the legend of the destructive wizard Iona began to spread in the Green Tower as well. Pooh-hoo hut. Don't be too disappointed, meow. Next time, bring lots of money and buy it, meow. Theo patted the shoulders of the frightened merchants and entered the bag of the legendary merchant. Key, be careful. After issuing a warning, Iona also disappeared using dimensional travel magic. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh-hoo hut. I want to see Chairman Park soon, meow. Arriving on the 99th floor of the Black Tower through the bag, Theo held back his eagerness to see Sejun and waited for a moment. Kayut, kayut, kayut. When Iona arrived through dimensional travel magic, Iona, let's go, meow. Kayut, kayut, kayut. Yes, he brought Iona along and moved with meow step. Then, Pooh-hoo hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I have returned, meow. Kayut, kayut, kayut. I'm here too. He clung to Sejun's face and announced their arrival. All right. You both worked hard. Sejun welcomed Theo and Iona with a slightly subdued voice. Kayut, kayut, kayut. Iona did not sense anything unusual. Meow? Chairman Park, what's wrong? Meow. Who made Chairman Park angry? Meow. But Theo, who was extremely sensitive regarding Sejun, immediately realized that Sejun was upset. In fact, it was closer to being sulky than angry, but knowing that if he said Sejun was sulking, it would make him sulk even more, Theo instinctively chose different words. Vice Chairman Theo, meow? Really, meow? The seed shop headquarters gods didn't open the seed shop for our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Thanks to that, he could hear in detail the reason why Sejun was upset. Hack! Chairman Park, let's impeach them all, meow. Theo, in a rage, immediately called for impeachment. Let's hear their reasons first. As this incident was fairly serious, even Sejun didn't outright refuse. He thought about considering impeachment if there really was no proper reason. Vice Chairman Theo, arrange a talk with Leah Nim through Hell Nim. Got it, meow. Hell Nim, come out, meow. To find out why the seed shop hadn't opened, Theo called upon Hell. Then, Hell, the god of merchants, says to just tell her what item you need. Hell, thinking Theo was giving her a quest, responded quickly and eagerly. I don't need anything today, meow. Our Chairman Park wants to talk to Leah Nim. Please convey Chairman Park's message to Leah Nim. A disappointing reply. However, a designated quest from Vice Chairman Park Theo of Sejun Company has been generated. The designated target is Hell, the god of merchants. System SJC turned even this into a quest. Any command from Sejun and Theo, the chairman and vice chairman of Sejun Company, was turned into a quest by the system SJC. Nice! Hell, thrilled to receive the quest, ran excitedly to Leah's home. Thud. Thud. She knocked on the door. Creak. Hell, what's going on? Today's not the day to receive seeds. Leah opened the door in confusion. Beyond it, the still unfinished seed of abundance could be seen. I came because God Sejun has something to say. God Sejun? At Hell's words, even though Sejun wasn't in front of her, Leah straightened her clothes. Then, what did God Sejun say? Tell me quickly. Well, God Sejun said Hell couldn't properly convey Sejun's words. No, she simply couldn't. Why hadn't the seed shop opened? Because the reason Sejun was questioning Leah lay with her. She was the one who had persuaded Leah and the other seed shop executives to give Sejun transcendence level seeds, elixirs, and ordinary seeds via her. And she was also the one who hadn't informed Theo of this to pocket middleman's margin. What should she do? While Hell was agonizing, Hell, what is God Sejun saying? Leah asked again in frustration. At that moment, never mind. I'll hear it directly. Leah descended to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Clatter. Clatter. Finally arrived. I'm tired. Cybele the 18th, sent by Leah, who grew suspicious because the number of seeds germinated by Sejun was too low compared to what Hell had took, reached the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Queck! For mushroom ants were waiting for him. Brown Tower for F. St. Ludwig Shrew and Argenwalter 18. I'll be arriving on the 99th floor in an hour. Are there any mushroom ants who can give me a ride to Sejun Nim's house? I'll offer 1 tower coin as a reward. They were mushroom ants recruited in advance through the full-time employee communication network before Cybele the 18th arrived here, and they brought flat wooden boards to carry Cybele the 18th. Among the mushroom ants, there were those who didn't want to farm but instead wanted to become wandering merchants like Theo. Although they felt Sejun might give them the funds to become wandering merchants if they asked, their leader said they should earn it themselves to understand the value of money. So Mushroom and Note 83,818 and his companions took on side jobs whenever opportunities to earn money arose. You must be Mushroom and Note 83,818 Nim, right? At Cybele the 18th's question, Mushroom and Note 83,818 moved its antennae up and down. Then I'll be in your care. Cybele the 18th comfortably sat on the wooden plank carried on the backs of Mushroom and Note 83,818 and the three others, and they headed towards Sejun's house. A moment later, "Oh Leah, God of abundance, I have arrived." As they neared Sejun's home, he reported to Leah that he had arrived and, "Park Sejun, nice to see you." Leah descended. Considering the dignity of a god, she didn't use the slogan God Sejun in front of Sejun. Thus began the three-way meeting between Sejun, Leah, and Hel. What? You're saying that the seed shop hasn't been opening because Hel Nim monopolized the seeds? Yes. Hel clearly said she would deliver the seeds to you, Park Sejun. I found it strange as well, so through my child, the truth was quickly revealed. And, hack! 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 Hel Nim stole great hybrid chairman Park's seeds, meow. Impeach her, meow. Led by the greatly angered Theo, the impeachment vote began in earnest. Park Theo, the lucky legendary merchant of the Black Tower, is attempting to impeach Hel, the god of merchants. Slaves of the Black Tower Mima, Uran, Jato, Ninia, Makhun, and Magin automatically agree with the opinion of Park Theo, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Slaves of the Green Tower Turbo, Shark. Slaves of the Golden Tower Yuto, Murin. The vote of a legendary merchant counts as 2 votes. The number of legendary merchants Theo had gathered amounted to 17. Considering the total number of legendary merchants was 25, nearly 2/3 were on Theo's side. The situation was already overwhelming to the point where there was no need to count votes. Rolling dice to determine the lucky legendary merchant's vote count. The dice numbers range from 1 to 6. Oops! One more dice is accidentally rolled. Here, Theo's luck exploded once again. The first die rolls a 6. The second die rolls a 6. Lucky legendary merchant Park Theo's votes are counted as 12 votes. With his absurd luck, Theo crushed an already won contest. Out of a total of 50 votes, 44 are in favor of impeaching Hel, the god of merchants. A majority vote supports impeachment. Hel can be impeached. Would you really like to impeach Hel, the god of merchants? Yes, meow. This time, without hesitation, Theo really impeached Hel. No. What do you mean no? How could you deceive us? Hel was grabbed by the collar and shaken violently by Leah, despair written all over her face. Hein, I'm ruined. Having lost her divinity, she was now reduced to a mere supreme being with only brute strength. Then, to replace Hel, the lucky legendary merchant Park Theo is being offered the divinity of the god of merchants. Would you like to receive the divinity of the god of merchants? A message appeared in front of Theo. Naturally, Theo's answer was, I don't want it, meow. I'm going to stay with Chairman Park, meow. It was a rejection. Theo's top priority was always Sejun. If he became the god of merchants, he could no longer be with Sejun. When Theo refused, the position of the god of merchants cannot remain vacant. A temporary impeachment of Hel is recommended. System 371 suggested that Hel be impeached only for a certain period. It knew it wouldn't be impeached, but somehow, it didn't feel like it was someone else's issue. Pooh-hoo-hut. Sounds good, meow. Theo accepted System 371's suggestion and, Chairman Park, I've impeached Hel Nim, meow. But now we have to decide how long to impeach her for, meow. He scurried over to report to Sejun. What? You already impeached her? Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Since she stole great hybrid Chairman Park's seeds, impeachment was only right, meow. But you can decide the impeachment period too, Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Let's impeach Hel Nim for, say, 1,000 years, meow. That's too long. 1 month. A month sounds good. We can always impeach her again later anyway. He, Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected of great hybrid Chairman Park, so generous, meow. We'll impeach Hel Nim for 1 month, meow. Once Hel's impeachment period was decided, Hel, the god of merchants, loses her divinity for 1 month. A message appeared in front of Hel. Who? 1 month. Thank you. Thank you. Hel, who had thought she would lose her divinity forever, was overwhelmed with emotion and bowed fervently in the direction of where Theo was. Then, cannot stay in Hel's pawnshop due to lack of divinity. Transferring to a temporary residence. she was kicked out of her pawn shop. Who? Hell, oh. Patrick, good to see you. She arrived on the 9th floor of the 10th tower where Patrick was staying, and Hell's pawn shop was temporarily shut down for 1 month. If you're staying here, you'll have to pay rent to Sejun. Who? Rent, of course, only the pawn shop was temporarily closed. Hell herself didn't get to rest. Well then, I'll be going now. Cybele the 18th, who had summoned Leah, called a mushroom and taxi and departed. Let's eat. Sejun and the group sat down for dinner. Theo ate grilled fish, and Iona ate stir-fried peanuts. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Even cold candied sweet potatoes taste great. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Great Blackie is so happy. Quenji and Blackie were happily enjoying candied sweet potatoes and roasted and dried sweet potatoes made from the leftover extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes they had at lunch. The name extremely delicious was not wasted at all. It was truly sweet and delicious. After dinner, Sejun chatted with the group and the sky grew dark. I guess it's time to sleep. He lay down in bed and helped with the Blackie family with their apologies. A little later, Gururuk, corruption, with its grotesque appearance, showed up. Coo-hoo-hoo. As usual, corruption tried to scare Sejun by making the scariest face possible. However, making such a cute face is cheating. This corruption guy, the more I look at him, the better he seems. He was the type that grows on you. Sejun had grown so attached that he could even find cuteness in corruption's monstrous appearance. Meow, cute, king? Of course, the others couldn't agree with that sentiment. And then, what? You called me I'm cu cute. What are you up to, you bastard? Why are you being nice to me? Rather, the corruption became scared of Sejun who kept making him harbor hope. Chapter 703, should I ask corruption later? You bastard! Do not mock me. Corruption, displaying a rougher demeanor than usual, tried to hide that his heart had been shaken. Vice Chairman Theo, Seo Beam, got it, meow. Sejun and Theo dealt with corruption using their combined attack. After that, corruption appeared about 5 more times, and Sejun was able to earn 500 billion tower coins thanks to the Seo beam. While Sejun and his companions continued to purify the world's energy. Pip pip. Swish. Peacebays continued diligently opening dimensional gates, searching for KPs and Swin, where treasures were hidden. However, pip pip. This isn't the place either. Finding the 2 worlds was harder than expected. But I'll keep trying. Without giving up, Peacebays opened the dimensional gate again. A little while later, pip pip. What is the name of this world? Peacebays, who had arrived in a new world, flew to a passing man and asked for the world's name. Ah. You must be a dimensional wanderer, pip pip. Dimensional wanderer. Yes. We call people from other dimensions dimensional wanderers. And this world is called KPs. The man wasn't surprised by Peacebay's question and welcomed him as if meeting a foreign tourist. I found it. Peacebays was also delighted by the man's answer. And, I forgot to introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I'm Morgan, pip pip. Morgan Nim, nice to meet you. My name is Park Peacebays. After exchanging introductions, would it be alright if I showed you around our neighborhood? Morgan offered to give Peacebays a tour. Pip pip. Morgan Nim, would it be okay if I come back with my companions later for the tour? Since Peacebays wanted to enjoy the visit with Sejun, he asked Morgan. Of course. Anytime. If you're looking for me, just come to the big mansion you see over there. Morgan pointed to a large mansion in the distance and began walking toward it. Morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun, who had purified the world's energy all night, opened his eyes. You have completely eliminated the corruption within the world's energy and completed the purified world's energy. You have completed the quest. As a quest reward, all stats have increased by 7. As a quest completion reward, the stay fee for the 0th floor has been reduced by 0.0001%. Nice. Now I just need to reduce the stay fee by another 21.6991% to go home for free. Hee hee hee. Then I can meet Eileen safely too. Sejun grinned at the thought of meeting Eileen. Since he couldn't find a solution inside the tower, he was planning to reduce the stay fee by 100% to meet Eileen on Earth. Eileen's stay fee was enormous, but the moment the stay fee reduction became 100%, the cost would be 0. It wouldn't be a problem at all. As long as the system doesn't mess with me. Of course, to prepare for any situation, impeaching the system is essential. Once I go back, everyone will be jealous of me, right? Because my Eileen is just too beautiful. Sejun imagined introducing Eileen to his friends, even though he didn't have any. He. After indulging in that pleasant fantasy for a while, meow, king, clank, he gathered his companions and opened the void storage. And then, press. Swoosh, press. Swoosh. Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated the first calamity of destruction, White Locust. You have obtained 50 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Park Theo. Due to the effective title, Owner of the Calamity Farm, you have acquired an additional 100 million experience points. Pressing Theo's front paw, Sejun began hunting calamities with the one meow slash. A little while later, done, meow. Sejun, who had gone all the way to the slime farm, raised both of Theo's front paws in a cheer and finished his work. But why haven't the ogres and planet-destroying turtles been appearing lately? I want to complete the quest and become a building owner soon. Destruction's first calamity, defeat 500 billion locusts, 500 billion. Destruction's second calamity, defeat 50 billion giant blood-sucking leeches, 50 billion. Destruction's sixth calamity, defeat 10,000 ogres, 321-10,000. Destruction's seventh calamity, defeat 1,000 planet-destroying turtles, 35-1000. Destruction's eighth calamity, defeat 100 billion flesh-eaters, 100 billion. Sejun checked the quest conditions to become the owner of the 10th tower and felt disappointed. Everything else was already completed, but he was still far from finishing the ogre and planet-destroying turtle quotas. Although Patrick, the god of earth, Harmer, the god of farming, and the great silver dragon Stella Hizron had acknowledged him as the owner of the 10th tower, it seemed that only an official certification would truly make him feel like a real building owner. And it would be satisfying too. He. Should I ask Corruption later? Maybe ask him to send over some ogres and planet-destroying turtles. Now Sejun was even thinking of making a request to Corruption. Heh. We've gotten pretty close now. He thought they were close, on his own. Land of destruction. Cook. Where do you think you're running off to? Eek. Please spare me. Corruption caught a fleeing fragment. Then, hey. Do you think I'm cute? He asked with slightly hopeful eyes, in a shy voice. But, eek. Scary. Please spare me. The fragment went into panic the moment it faced Corruption, completely losing its mind. Hey. Who said anything about killing you? Look at my face properly. Am I cute or not? Corruption brought his grotesque face close to the fragment again and asked. Whoa. Help me. A monster is trying to eat me. The fragment screamed for help in terror. TCH. No need to freak out that much. I guess the only one who says I'm cute is that guy. Chomp. Feeling deeply hurt by the fragment's reaction, Corruption grumbled as he ate the fragment. Ah. So boring. He no longer found any fun in scaring fragments. Would he say this expression is cute too? Instead, he waited for his next meeting with Sejun while practicing his expressions again. For the first time, Corruption spent his time feeling neither lonely nor scared. When Sejun came out of the house, why is there a dimensional gate here? There was a dimensional gate open right in front of his house. Usually, the gate connected to the Camille Dizion was next to the house, so it was only natural for Sejun to be puzzled seeing one right in front of the entrance today. And next to the gate, Sejun Nim, I found KPs. Let's go treasure hunting together. From P-Space, there was a signboard that P-Space had set up. Good job, P-Space. Sejun, fumbling at his left shoulder to find P-Space and Pat, gently patted P-Space's head. Then, P-Space, you need more sleep, so let's leave after lunch. He stopped by the 10th tower to harvest crops. Hell Nim, this is my building. It won't be fun if you leave without paying rent. Hell, the god who lost her divinity, says she understands. Sejun flaunted his authority to Hell while also pushing her to pay rent. After stopping by the Camille Dizion and returning to the Black Tower. Thump. Pink Fur appeared carrying Quenji. Here, Sejun filled Pink Fur's snack pouch with choco pies and handed it over. As a result, Sejun used up a lot of chocolate bricks. But what happens to the chocolate bricks if Helnim is gone? He suddenly started to worry. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, leave it to me, meow. I'll try talking to Mudnim, the god of mud, meow. Mudnim, we need 10,000 chocolate bricks, meow. Theo raised both paws to the sky and called upon Mud. A designated quest has been issued by Sejun Company's Vice Chairman Park Theo. The designated target is Mud, the god of mud. Mud received the designated quest. Though Theo had only called Hell until now, he had always been able to issue quests to other gods too. Theo himself was unaware that he was assigning quests to the gods. Thanks to that, Mud was able to make a direct deal with Theo and fully receive the welfare points that Hell had been siphoning. A moment later. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, Mud Nim has sent the chocolate bricks, meow. Theo pulled the chocolate brick sent by Mud out of his bag. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh Hut. I always do well, meow. At Sejun's praise, Theo puffed out his chest and beamed with pride. And, as expected, my Theo Nim is at his most charming when he's bragging. Iona looked at Theo with eyes full of love. King. Butler. Great Blackie did a lot of good stuff too. Hurry up and praise me. On the other hand, Blackie barked furiously, overcome with jealousy, demanding praise as well. In the midst of all this noisy commotion, Kurong, Berarong, Quenji and Peacepays were sound asleep. Guys, let's eat. Krueng. Of course, Quenji opened his eyes instantly at the mention of food. After eating breakfast, if you enter the place where the brightest tear falls, you can find the treasure. Sejun began deducing the hint about the treasure's location. This time, there was no named location or anything like that, just a riddle. The brightest tear, could it mean a star? That's it. A star. He figured that by finding the brightest star in the sky and going to the place where its light shone, he could find the treasure. After brilliantly solving the riddle. Vice Chairman Theo, did you see that? The deduction of the great detective Sherlock Sejun. Sejun bragged to Theo. He knew he would be stepped on, but he couldn't resist. And then, meow. Chairman Park's face looks rotten, meow. Everyone, step on him, meow. Kayut. Yes, Krueng. Dad made a bad face again. Kihihit. King. Hee. Let's step on the butler's face. Naturally, Sejun got stepped on by Theo and the others. Thus, Sejun and his companion spent the whole morning playing together until lunchtime. Eileen, what do you want to eat? As Sejun number 12 prepared lunch, he asked Eileen what she wanted to eat. Then, brother-in-law, I want Yongari chicken. Ace's statue came flying in quickly and shouted his desired menu. Yongari chicken is my baby brother-in-law's favorite, so of course I was already making it. Poohee. You really are the best, brother-in-law. Ace was deeply moved by Sejun's words. It was surprisingly easy to touch a dragon's heart. At that moment, the tower's administrator says she wants to eat fried food dipped in tteokbokki sauce. Eileen, after a brief pause, mentioned her choice. As expected of my girlfriend. She really knows good food. Just wait a moment. Responding to Eileen's words, Sejun hurriedly cooked tteokbokki and made sweet potato fries, vegetable fries, and squid fries. After that, everyone enjoyed a delicious lunch of what they wanted. Slurp. After drinking coffee, Sejun and his group crossed the dimensional gate and arrived in the 7th level world, Capes. Then, Peacepays, let's wake up now. When Sejun gently woke Peacepays, yawn. Peacepays yawned with his mouth wide open. I want to stick my finger in there. Sejun wanted to stick his finger into Peacepays' small mouth, but held himself back. If he did, it would get bitten off. After Peacepays came to his senses, Pip. Sejun Nim, Morgan Nim who lives over there said he'd give us a tour. He told Sejun about Morgan. Really? Then shall we go on the tour first, because stars come out at night. Following Peacepays' guidance, Sejun headed to Morgan's house. A short while later. What? A star? There are no stars in Capes. Who? No stars. At Morgan's response, the honor of the great detective Sherlock Sejun crumbled into the dirt. Chapter 704, Good. That was natural. I was wrong. When his confident deduction turned out to be incorrect, Sejun became dejected. And then, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, it's okay, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will keep it a secret, meow. Kayut. Me too, Krueng. Dad, cheer up. Quenji will also keep it a secret. Pip. I'll keep it a secret too. Cheer up, Sejun Nim. The companions consoled Sejun. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. If you give me some roasted and dried sweet potatoes, no. Great Blackie will keep it a secret unconditionally. Blackie, who had tried to ask for roasted and dried sweet potatoes in exchange for secrecy, quickly changed his words when Quenji sneakily took out the thunderbolt staff. Guys, thank you. Sejun expressed his gratitude to the group and stared intently at Morgan. What about you? I will also keep it a secret. Although Morgan didn't understand the situation, he felt swept up by the atmosphere and promised to keep the secret. And so, Sejun had promises of secrecy from everyone. Whom? Then, shall we start the deduction? If you enter the place where the brightest tear falls, you can find the treasure. As if nothing had happened, he began to solve the riddle again. First, I don't think it's a star, meow. Yeah. I thought the same. They eliminated stars from the option since someone from a parallel universe had tried and failed with that choice. Kayut. Maybe it refers to where a meteor fell. Iona, befitting a meteor maniac, first thought of meteors. Krueng. It might be the place where the light refracted by tear-shaped ice is pointing to. Remembering the beautiful sight he saw when obtaining the baby extreme ice herb, Quenji also offered his opinion. Pip. It might be a jewel. Peacebays shared his thoughts as well. And then, Kihihit. King? Hee. Butler. What if it really means crying? Like shining tears coming from the eyes while crying. Great Blackie's deduction is correct. Because Great Blackie is actually Detective Kapang. Blackie barked confidently with a smug expression. Seeing Blackie like that, Sejun grew annoyed. Because he was asserting such an absurd idea so confidently. Blackie, want to go on a diet until you cry? King, no. Just then, as Blackie whimpered at Sejun's words, I might think them brightest tears might be referring to the tears waterfall. Morgan, who had been listening quietly, cautiously spoke up. Tears waterfall, yes. If you ride from here to the east for about 10 days, there's a huge waterfall. It's called the Tear Waterfall because the shape of the falling water resembles tears. I also heard it shines brightly during the day under sunlight. Oh. Really? Actually, I was thinking about a waterfall too. Let's head there first. To maintain his dignity as Detective Sherlock Sejun, he subtly piggybacked on Morgan's suggestion and stood up. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Morgan Nim, why aren't you getting up? Meow. Theo stared intently at Morgan, who remained seated, and asked. Who? You said you'd guide us, meow. Hurry and guide us, meow. Wait. That was for local guidance. The Tears Lake is 10 days away from here. Morgan felt a little wronged, but, yes. Please follow me, he agreed in the end. A daily life where he couldn't do much. Somehow, he felt like something fun might happen if he followed them. Which way is it, meow? Direction? That way. In response to Theo's question, Morgan pointed east. Pooh-hoo-hut. Quenji, it's that way, meow. Krueng. Got it. Moments later. Swoosh. Quenji, carrying the group, quickly flew eastward and reached in 10 minutes what would have taken 10 days on horseback. Swoosh. It really is teardrop-shaped. Sejun spoke as he looked at the massive waterfall falling in the shape of tears. Then the brightest tear is. Sejun closely examined the waterfall, looking for a unique feature. Who? Is that it? Sejun's eye spotted a place where the refracted lights of the waterfall's water converged and the brightest light was shining. And then, found it. Quenji, over there. He headed toward a cave that looked like some kind of entrance. Krueng. Got it. Thus, Sejun and his companions arrived in front of the cave. This is it. Sejun was convinced upon seeing the artificially made stairs. This was definitely the entrance leading to the treasure. Let's go. Pooh-hoo-hut. Sounds good, meow. As Sejun and his companions descended the stairs and continued for a while, the stairs began to incline upward again, and then they went uphill for a long time. Then came another downhill, followed by more uphill. It went on and on. What is this? It's just going in circles. How long do we have to keep going? As Sejun grumbled. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I feel a pull, meow. Theo pointed in one direction, and, Krueng. Quenji will make a path. Boom. Quenji broke the wall in the direction Theo had pointed and began digging a tunnel. In truth, the god who hid the treasure had given Toryong a path that was more of a trap than a shortcut. However, thanks to the combo play of Theo and Quenji, they managed to skip a route that would have taken hundreds of kilometers. After following the tunnel Quenji created for about 30 minutes. Sejun discovered a warehouse piled with an enormous amount of treasure. It looked like it amounted to about 50 quadrillion tower coins. He. Guys, gather it up. Sejun and his companions eagerly packed the treasures into the void storage, and even Morgan, caught up in the moment, helped carry the treasure. 17 hours later. Ooh? The sun's still up? Ah. Has a day passed? As he exited the cave, Sejun looked at the rising sun and spoke. The treasure volume was so vast that they had worked all night to move it all. Morgan Nim, thank you for your help. This is something we got here, I think it'll be helpful for you. Sejun handed Morgan a reward for helping through the night and left for where the dimensional gate was. Morgan, who had worked all night, received merely a gold ring as compensation. But then, this is? To Morgan, it was not just a simple gold ring. The gold ring had a sculpted image of a double-headed eagle with its wings spread wide on the top, allowing it to be used as a seal. And a double-headed eagle was not a symbol that could be used just anywhere. Why is the imperial seal of the Altan Empire here? Because it was the symbol of the emperor. The ring Sejun had given Morgan was the lost imperial seal of Morgan's distant ancestor. In fact, Morgan's full name was Morgan Devanna Altan, the youngest of the 7 royal siblings of the Altan Empire, born too late. He lost his mother and followers in the power struggles against already established older siblings and was forcibly exiled. He lived each day in suffering, acutely feeling the helplessness of his inability to seek revenge. Could it be the will of the gods telling me to avenge my mother and followers? Clutching the Emperor's seal ring in his hand, Morgan fell into deep contemplation. Several hours later, Morgan did not head west where his home was, but east, toward the capital of the empire. The Emperor's seal ring of the Altan Empire, appearing after 1,000 years. Its value was immense, and a great storm began to stir in KPs. Arrived, Sejun and his companions returned to the Black Tower after passing through the dimensional gate. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, but why did you give Morgan Nim that ring earlier? Meow. Theo asked Sejun. Ah. That there was some kind of connection between the ring and Morgan Nim. Meow. Well, Sejun began explaining the earlier situation to Theo. Sejun couldn't just let Morgan, who had helped so much, go empty-handed. 1 box should be enough, right? No, since he also kept the secret, should it be 2 boxes? He was deliberating how much treasure to give Morgan. At that moment, a gold ring caught Sejun's eye. Title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning has identified the true essence of the ring. His title activated, revealing the ring's option. Altan Empire Emperor Seal Ring. This ring was forged by melting the blood and gold of a gold dragon, which the founding emperor of the Altan Empire, Zarkhan Devanna Altan, obtained after battling the dragon during his travels in another world. The founding emperor, Zarkhan Devanna Altan, designated it as the imperial seal of the Altan Empire. Any document stamped with this seal ring carries the same authority as an imperial edict from the emperor of the Altan Empire. Usage restriction, a person of Altan imperial bloodline, or one acknowledged by the Altan Empire's imperial seal ring. Grade? Skills, lightning breath, master, electric shock resistance, master, nerve acceleration, master, shield LV, 7, cure LV, 5. How many embedded skills are there? There weren't many extraordinary skills, but the number exceeded 20. As Sejun looked at the ring's options in astonishment. Title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning has found the rightful owner connected to Altan Empire Emperor's seal ring. The title activated once again, and Sejun could see a golden thread connecting the ring to Morgan. That's why I gave it to Morgan Nim. Pooh Hut. As expected of Great Hybrid Chairman Park, meow. You can even identify the true owner of an item, meow. Ha. That much is nothing. Sejun lifted the corners of his mouth proudly at Theo's praise. Ah. Control your expression. He quickly loosened the smug look forming on his face. Meow? But why didn't you give him the treasure from the box? Meow. Him being the owner of the Emperor's seal ring means what? It means Morgan is royalty. A golden spoon. So I don't have to give him anything. Sejun's inner grudge against golden spoons as a dirt spoon also played a part, but he didn't say that aloud. He'd look petty. Morgan Nim is a golden spoon, meow. As expected, the deduction ability of the Great Hybrid Chairman Park is amazing, meow. Hoo. Because I'm the famous Detective Sherlock Sejun. Unable to resist the praise, Sejun couldn't help but feel smug. Meow. The rotten energy is rising from Chairman Park's face, meow. Step on it, meow. Kaiut, Krueng, King. And so, Sejun's face was stepped on by his companions once again. While Sejun was becoming humble from getting his face stepped on. Why hasn't he appeared? Corruption, who had been waiting all night for Sejun, was furious. And as night fell again, Sejun and the Theo couple, along with the Blackie family, gathered in Blackie's mental world. Oh. Now you're not Ultra Mini anymore but just Mini now, pretending to be surprised at the now fist-sized Mini Chairman Park number 4. Wiggle. Wiggle. Mini Chairman Park number 4 happily danced with shoulder twitches, and again held out his head to Sejun, asking for a pat. 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 Sejun patted Mini Chairman Park number 4's head and said, "Guys, eat this candied sweet potato and forgive Blackie and the others a bit." He began to soothe the souls. At that moment, Corruption hurriedly revealed himself. "Why are you so late? And why didn't you come last night?" As soon as it appeared, it began confronting Sejun. With the cute expression it had practiced hard. "I had things to do yesterday." He. "But you waited for me last night? You rascal." "How cute." Sejun started teasing Corruption. "What? No. I didn't wait. Why would I wait for you?" Corruption raised his voice in embarrassment. "But if you didn't, then you didn't. Why are you getting mad?" "No. I'm not mad." When Sejun replied with a hurt expression, Corruption's voice quickly softened. Then, "Oh, right. By the way, why haven't you been sending ogres and planet destroyer turtles lately? I need to do quests." "Can't you send them again?" Sejun asked Corruption to resume sending ogres and the planet destroyer turtle. "But HMPH. Why should I?" Corruption coldly rejected Sejun's request. And then, Cook. "I am not one who grants requests but Corruption, the one who brings despair." He threatened Sejun and his companions in a sinister and ominous voice. "Vice Chairman Theo, got it, meow." At Sejun's call, Theo clung to the back of Sejun's head and placed his front paws on Sejun's temples. Flash! By burning money, he transferred power to Sejun. Whoosh! Cook. Corruption, struck by the Seo beam, faded away with a faint smile. Good. That was natural, because he hadn't been caught when he almost replied with yeah to Sejun's request and hurriedly changed it to HMPH instead. A short while later, crack! The black moon began to open. And then, Cook. Go and destroy the world. From the black moon, ogres and planet destroyer turtles emerged. Well, Corruption spoke as if it couldn't be helped. But the corners of his lips had subtly curled upward. Chapter 705, then, who is the next highest ranking person? Morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. He. Quest complete. You have completely eliminated the corruption within the world's energy and completed the purified world's energy. You have completed the quest. Sejun, who had purified the world's energy again today, woke up with a smile. And then, meow, King, as usual, he took care of his companions, opened the void storage, and, poke. Shoong. Poke. Shoong. Hunted calamities using Theo's paw. Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated the fourth calamity of destruction, petrifying ray spider. You have obtained 100 billion experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Park Theo. Due to the effect of title, owner of the Calamity Farm, you have acquired an additional 200 billion experience points. While steadily gaining experience, congratulations! You have leveled up. You have gained 10 bonus stats. Sejun reached level 200 upon leveling up and a job quest has been generated. Job quest, you must master the seed harvesting skill. Reward, unlock level 201, 700 billion tower coins, all stats 1500. He received a job quest to reach level 201. Ha. I already expected this. Sejun, after checking the quest message, smirked proudly. Since the job quests to master magic seed sowing and harvesting had appeared in order, next must be seed harvesting. Sejun focused on using the seed harvesting skill and raised it to master level. For reference, the master level effect of the seed harvesting skill is acquiring 100 extra seeds for every 10,000 seeds of the same type harvested. You have already mastered seed harvesting, master. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, level 201 has been unlocked. Thus, prepared Sejun immediately completed the job quest and received the quest completion reward. And then, he, meow? Your face is rotten, meow. Being too smug, he ended up needing Theo's massage. A little while later, after stopping by the 10th tower and harvesting crops, Sejun arrived at Camille Deziong through the dimensional gate. Kia. The destruction devourers and destruction pioneers were busily moving about, not even realizing that Sejun and his companions had arrived. The destruction devourers absorbed the energy of destruction and diligently exhaled the energy of creation. while the destruction pioneers busily planted the seeds of the destruction devourers. Though it was their usual routine, today the atmosphere felt quite different. Perhaps solemn? At that moment, King? King? How dare you ignore Butler and Great Leader when they arrive? Do you want to be scolded? Blackie, who had just woken up, barked angrily. Then, Kia? The destruction devourers and destruction pioneers hurriedly swarmed towards Sejun. Who? What's going on, guys? They picked Sejun up and moved somewhere. Then Sejun understood the reason behind their solemn mood. Who? Ogres and planet-destroying turtles. Because quite a distance from Camille Deziong, ogres and planet-destroying turtles had set up camp. What? You were going to send them? He. Sejun, realizing that corruption had granted his request, curled his lips slightly. Kia. According to the destruction pioneers, the ogres and planet-destroying turtles had appeared a few hours ago, but merely set up camp without making any moves. Attacking while he is asleep would be pretty dirty. They were waiting for morning. I'll let him sleep in a bit before attacking. It was corruption's consideration for Sejun. Moreover, if I send too many, he might die. He had sent a reasonable number, 1,000 ogres and 100 planet-destroying turtles. Thanks to that, Sejun had plenty of time to prepare. He quickly brought Quenji, who was sleeping in Pink Fur's embrace. And then, Quenji, let's go. Krueng. Got it. Dad, hold on tight. Sejun and his companions rode on Quenji's back and departed toward the enemies. A little while later, Buck. It's the beast of apocalypse. Buck. What do we do? As Quenji approached, the planet-destroying turtles fell into a panic. At that moment, clank! Sejun opened the void storage as he looked at the planet-destroying turtles. Buck. Hey! If you want to live, show your belly now. Buck. If you show your belly and beg the beast of apocalypse for forgiveness, you might survive. The Bucks who surrendered first informed their comrades of the way to live. And then, Buck. All right. Beast of apocalypse. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Buck. Still, showing the belly is a bit. Buck. Then you can just resist and get obliterated by the beast of apocalypse. Hey. Flip me over, would you? As the planet-destroying turtles began to show their bellies one by one. Destruction 7th Calamity, defeat 1,000 planet-destroying turtles, 37-1000. Destruction 7th Calamity, defeat 1,000 planet-destroying turtles, 43-1000. Destruction 7th Calamity, defeat 1,000 planet-destroying turtles, 68-1000. The number displayed in Sejun's quest quickly increased. Kra? Why are those guys acting like that? The ogres looked on, puzzled at the behavior of the planet-destroying turtles. Then, Krueng, Bucks. Attack the ogres! Quenji gave an order to the surrendered planet-destroying turtles. Zing. The surrendered planet-destroying turtles quickly flipped over and began firing destruction beams at the ogres. Zing. Though the ogres outnumbered them 10-1, the planet-destroying turtles were stronger. On top of that, the ogres had let their guard down thinking the turtles were on their side. The battle ended in an instant. What? Why did he send so few? He could have sent more. Sejun grumbled that the number was too small after corruption had thoughtfully sent only a few. I'll have to talk about it when I meet him tonight. Sejun thought he should confront corruption when he met him at night, and, come here. I'll take you to your king. He approached the ogre corpses and collected their battle aura. Krueng, enter here. Buck. The surrendered planet-destroying turtles miniaturized themselves and, under Quenji's command, entered the void storage in an orderly fashion. After taking care of the aftermath and returning to Camille Deziong. Kia. The destruction devourers and destruction pioneers welcomed Sejun and his companions, who had defeated the ogres and planet-destroying turtles. Kihihit. Thanks to this, Blackie was excited. Kihihit. King. He. Guys. Great Leader Blackie has won. Follow Great Leader Blackie. Kia. He ran energetically around the area with his subordinates. Poke. Meanwhile, Sejun planted crops in Camille Deziong. Gorarong. Kurong. Theo couple and Quenji fell fast asleep in Sejun's arms. Theo was tired from absorbing the tremendous energy of the ogres and planet-destroying turtles heading towards Sejun. Iona was tired from preparing large-scale destructive magic in case of emergency, and Quenji was just tired from waking up early. A moment later. King, butler. Great Blackie is sleepy. Sigh. Of course you're tired after running around like that, Kirong. After exhausting himself from running around enthusiastically, the energized Blackie also fell asleep in Sejun's arms. With his companions carried, held, and slung over him, Sejun finished the remaining work. Returning to the Black Tower, guys, let's eat quickly. He woke up the group, had breakfast in a hurry, and headed to the brewery. And then, coal. He began carefully ladling the samyangju from the jar with a dipper, being careful not to stir up the sediment, and pouring it into empty bottles. Today was the day Sweetie was going on a field trip to Tartarus. He had to prepare bribes. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, look at me, meow. I'm doing well, meow. Praise me already, meow. Theo, helping by his side, appealed to Sejun for praise. For reference, Iona had gone to support the training of the Minotaur King and Pink Fur. Since Quenji, who wasn't yet an adult, and the troublemaker Blackie were banned from entering the brewery, they were playing outside. That's right. Vice Chairman Theo, you're doing great. Great. Sejun clapped and praised Theo. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, always do great, meow. Theo beamed with pride at Sejun's praise. At that moment, thump, meow, Theo's puffed up tail, full of pride, struck a hanging dipper on the wall, and the dipper fell onto a bottle of samyangju. Wobble. The bottle that collided with the dipper toppled over. Clang, and the neighboring bottles also fell over like dominoes. Drizzle. Samyangju spilled from the fallen bottles, soaking the floor. Fortunately, only 5 bottles were involved, so it didn't escalate into a major incident. Meow, sometimes even I make mistakes too, meow. Theo, who had spilled the liquor, drooped his ears and looked gloomily at Sejun, gauging his reaction. Wow. Even Theo, who's so lucky that he could find gold while falling backwards, has his unlucky moments. Sejun found it genuinely fascinating to witness Theo being unlucky. Honestly, calling this level of mishap unlucky was kind of silly. It's okay. You've done well so far. Just think of it as warding off misfortune. Honestly, warding off misfortune with just this? It's basically free. Sejun patted Theo on the head to lift his spirits. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, can afford to make 100 mistakes like this, meow. 100 times won't do, meow. Then 99 times will do, meow. You think that's okay, meow? Are you saying it is? I said it's not. He got too full of himself, so Sejun had to deflate him again. And so, Sejun finished bottling the samyangju with Theo. Despite the loss of 5 bottles due to Theo's mistake, Sejun had brewed generously, so there was no shortage of the 1,000 bottles Sweetie would take. Once the samyangju was ready, Sejun Nim, I'll be off now. Sweetie, who had connected the thread linked to the samyangju to her body, prepared to leave. Okay. Be careful out there. If it seems dangerous, stop right away. Nay hey. Sweetie smiled bashfully at Sejun's concerned words. She was happy that Sejun was worried about her. Pooh hut. Sweetie, have a safe trip, meow. Krueng. Sweetie Nuna, have a safe trip. Kihihit. King. Hee. Sweetie Nuna. Like the butler said, don't push yourself. Great Blackie will take care of everything later. Sweetie exchanged farewells with the others as well, transferring to Tartarus, the prison of the gods. And then she disappeared as she was transported to Tartarus. She'll be all right. Sejun stood staring at the spot where Sweetie had vanished, a worried look on his face. He was concerned because, compared to the others, Sweetie was weaker. No, actually. On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, worrying about others was the most useless thing. Sejun tried to shake off his worries and took the remaining samyangju and headed to the fountain. The dragons were too quiet, so he planned to call them while giving them samyangju. Sweetie, demigod poisonous queen bee and companion bee of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun, has arrived for the career path guidance field trip. So this is Tartarus? Sweetie looked around after arriving in Tartarus. And then, oh. Are you here for a field trip? You brought liquor. Give me just 1 bottle. If you give me, I'll give you good information. The guards of Tartarus and the prisoners cheered as they saw Sweetie and the liquor she brought. And then, ha. Welcome. Even though this place looks scary, once you get used to it, there's no place as comfortable as this. The guards, who could move freely in Tartarus, approached Sweetie with friendly expressions. They needed to make her a guard so they could get out. At that moment, Were? Hello. Who's the highest ranking person here? Sweetie politely asked the guards. The highest ranking person? Of course, that would be the warden. The guards kindly answered Sweetie's question. Were? So the warden is the highest ranking person here? May I meet that person? The warden? The guards made reluctant expressions at Sweetie's words. If she went to the warden, they'd have no shot at manipulating her, and besides, the warden's personality was notoriously awful. Were? Yes. I'll give 1 bottle of Samyangju to whoever takes me to the warden. Sweetie shook a bottle of Samyangju as she spoke to the guards. A guaranteed bottle of Samyangju? Or the deeply uncertain promise of freedom? The answer was obvious. I'll take you. No, I will. The guards began fighting among themselves. Get lost, all of you. Eventually, the most senior guard stepped up and took control. And so, Sweetie followed the senior guard to the warden. Kuhaha. I am the warden, god of tyrants. Thwack. As he began introducing himself, the warden, Helter, god of tyrants, was instantly stabbed with a venomous sting. Kuhuk. Helter collapsed from the sting. Sweetie, the poisonous queen bee capable of killing enormous monsters instantly with her deadly venom, had now ascended to a demigod. The power of her sting was enough to kill even a god outright. Were? Then, who is the next highest ranking person? With a bright smile, Sweetie asked the senior guard in a calm voice after finishing off Helter. Beautiful but chilling, such was Sweetie. Gulp. Next would be me. Ganjali, the senior guard and god of sycophants, couldn't bring himself to speak and just swallowed dryly. Were? No one? Then there's no problem if I become the warden, right? Nod. At Sweetie's words, he nodded vigorously. And just like that, Sweetie, the poisonous queen bee, took over Tartarus with incredible ease. She may be quiet and obedient in front of Sejun, but Sweetie was a terrifying force in her own right. Chapter 706, Did she really hate the roasted and dried sweet potatoes? TL note, corruption has been referred to in gender-neutral terms so far, and I used he/him pronouns for corruption for easier translation and readability, but from this chapter onward, corruption will be referred to using female gender terms. Temple of the Creator God. Kuhahaha. As expected, there's no one like our Sejun. That's right. He even sent us drinks and snacks. Uhahahaha. Sejun must know that we're having a hard time because of him. The leaders of the great 9 dragon clans were delighted as they received the drinks and snacks sent by Sejun through the dragon statues. At that moment, what do you think you're doing? The Creator God shouted furiously at the leaders who were about to start a drinking party. From the Creator God's perspective, it was natural to be angry. His lifespan was running short, and to send Sejun to the land of destruction to resolve this situation, he needed to finish creating his room as soon as possible. But in such an urgent situation, the leaders were only thinking about having fun, so the Creator God couldn't help but be furious. Creator God Nim, it's not that. Kaiser hurriedly stepped forward, trying to explain that the drinks and food were given by Sejun to share with the Creator God. Silence! I am greatly disappointed in you all. The Creator God, deeply disappointed, refused to listen to Kaiser's words. At the Creator God's cold demeanor, the leaders couldn't even open their mouths, and about a minute of suffocating silence passed. Oh. This is the food and drink made by Sejun Nim. Why aren't you eating it? It won't taste as good if it gets cold. No. Sejun Nim's food is always delicious, but it's less tasty when it cools down. Eat quickly. Hurry. Flamey's avatar, Flamey number 205, sat the Creator God, the leaders, Emila, and Amor in a circle. Whom? It was made by Sejun? You should have said so. The Creator God cleared his throat in embarrassment and raised his glass. I'll pour it for you. Ho ho ho. All right. Kaiser quickly picked up the bottle and poured the drink into the Creator God's glass. I was going to do that. Kaiser, you sycophant. The other leaders glared at Kaiser. Meanwhile, gulp. The Creator God drank the Samyangju. Q. A spontaneous exclamation burst out as he drank. I don't have many days left to live, and only now do I know this taste. His face was filled with both astonishment and regret. At that moment, Creator God Nim, please try this. It tastes better after drinking. Ramtur, who had been waiting for the chance, quickly picked up a jawn made with slime meat using chopsticks and politely offered it. Whom? The drink was so clean that I was craving something a bit greasy. The creator god reluctantly accepted the jawn and ate it. Chew. Chew. While chewing the jawn, the creator god wore a satisfied smile. We completely understand how you feel, of course. We know it well. We'd love to recommend other pairings too. The leaders looked at the creator god with pleased smiles and nodded. Of course, only Emilia and Amor, who didn't understand those feelings, looked blankly at the creator god's face, waiting to hear him tell them to eat quickly. A short while later. Now. Fill your glasses. Yes. At the creator god's words, the leaders, Emilia and Amor, filled their glasses with some yangju. You drink this. He. Yes. Thank you. The creator god poured a drop of dew into the concave leaf of flamey number 205. And then, to creation, they toasted together and drank joyfully. Thus, the workers enjoyed a sweet break for the first time in days. All right. Let's get back to work. With the shout of work foreman flamey number 205, they began the final work. 99th floor of the Black Tower. I hope they received it well. Russell, you have harvested the radish of strong lower body. Hum. Humming, Sejun pulled out radishes after sending drinks and snacks to the leaders. And, meow. Kayut. Krueng. Kiol. The companions followed Sejun's humming in their own rhythm. It was complete dissonance, but strangely, it felt comforting and was oddly pleasant to listen to. Pip. Sleeping Peace Bays was making sounds and creating some harmony to a degree. As expected, a pro was different. While Sejun was singing cheerfully with his companions while working, this is the room of Rascal, the god of thieves. Thank you. Sweetie, guided by the warden, arrived at Rascal's cell in the underground prison. Creak. Upon entering the cell, roommate? Or a guard? Rascal, wearing an eye patch over his right eye, grinned slyly and asked. Contrary to the name God of Thieves, Rascal had a plump build and taut, glossy skin that made him seem far removed from agility. According to the prison record Sweetie checked before coming here, Rascal had disappeared for a while before being brought to Treacherous, and when he reappeared, he was missing his right eye. Are you Rascal, the God of Thieves? Sweetie answered Rascal's question with a question. Judging by your attitude, you must not be a roommate. It's a shame, I've been lonely lately. Yes, I am Rascal, the God of Thieves. Rascal responded with a wide grin that nearly covered his left eye. Kak. So you've taken down Helter, the god of tyrants, and become the new warden? TSK. Becoming the warden only makes things harder. What's good about it? Rascal clicked his tongue and spoke to himself in a pitying voice, clearly intending for Sweetie to hear. Rascal's words and actions carried multiple meanings. First, I know everything that goes on here even though I'm imprisoned. Second, you changed wardens without my permission. Third, therefore, I will not cooperate with you. And, were? There are more good things here than I expected. But even though you're underground, you're well informed. You must have informants. Sweetie, having read Rascal's intent, spoke in a languid voice while watching him closely. She expected a reaction to her words, but Rascal's sunken left eye remained motionless and quiet. He was an opponent skilled in psychological warfare. This won't be easy. Looking at Rascal, Creak, Sweetie left the cell without hesitation. Of course, it didn't mean she had given up. Sweetie was someone who had risen from an ordinary poisonous bee to the apex of bee power, the poisonous queen bee. It would have been impossible without Sejun's help, but it wasn't something anyone could become just with his help. She had the ability to reach that height. Moreover, she now had the experience gained from ruling over the poisonous bees as their queen. And, first, I'll have to teach him who truly rules this place. Sweetie knew exactly what her top priority was. First, a purge is needed to eliminate Rascal's eyes and ears spread throughout Treacherous. A purge of blood and honey. A sweet storm of blood began to blow through Treacherous. A guest has arrived. Who? Another one. Why are there so many guests today? At the same time, at the resting grounds of the forgotten gods, dead gods continued to arrive, and the gravekeepers grew busy. Please state your name starting from the first one who came. I am Helter, the god of tyrants. Warden Nim. Of course, there was some confusion. The next morning at dawn, inside Blackie's mental world, as the Blackie family began their atonement, Gururuk, corruption appeared. And, thank you for listening to my request. Sejun offered heartfelt thanks to corruption. Kuhuhu. What are you talking about? I didn't do it for you, I was just doing my own work. Corruption flatly denied Sejun's thanks. but Sejun saw it. The slim, curved shape of corruption's separated eyes subtly formed a crescent, and the corners of the mouth curled up slightly. And, looking closely, your eyes are actually pretty? You could charm people with just those eyes. And look at those neatly aligned teeth. Definitely a hidden beauty. As Sejun discovered corruption's hidden charm, his fondness grew. Of course, I won't be charmed. I'm already charmed by Eileen. He. Sejun grinned foolishly, recalling Eileen's eyes in particular among her facial features. Even without any filters, Eileen had heavenly-level beauty, and with Sejun's rose-tinted memory and love lens correction applied, it was impossible for him to be swayed by any other woman. What's with that grin? Why are you smiling? Watching Sejun like that, corruption, who had been in a good mood just moments ago, suddenly snapped in anger. It was because Sejun's smile oddly rubbed her the wrong way. It's nothing. More importantly, try this. Sejun hurriedly wiped the foolish smile off his face and offered corruption a dried slice made from extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato. Of course, he couldn't get too close. Though they could talk casually, emotions were always unpredictable. I don't want it. Corruption's refusal. Just in case, Sejun decided to ask 3 times. But still, it's really tasty. I said I don't want it. I'm telling you it's delicious. I said I don't want it. When Sejun kept saying the same thing, corruption, overwhelmed with fury, shouted out in anger. Of course, as soon as she shouted, corruption realized her slip, but once the rage surged, it was like an out-of-control locomotive. She couldn't stop. And then, goo. Corruption's energy spread and engulfed the surroundings. Vice Chairman Theo, Seo beam. Got it, meow, whoosh. Sejun and Theo handled corruption with a combination attack. They weren't able to have a proper conversation with corruption afterward. She remained furious the whole time. While Sejun and his companions were busy apologizing. HMPH. I wanted to eat it too. Corruption cried out bitterly from the land of destruction. Look at my mouth. Would I look cute eating with this kind of mouth? Would you still like me after seeing that? Eek! Corruption grabbed one of the mental fragments hiding nearby. Crunch! Crunch! And looked at her own reflection in the black water. Out of the many mouths she had, she carefully tried eating with the one located just under her jaw, closest to where a normal mouth would be, but every time she chewed, drool dripped down uncontrollably. It was ugly. Hideous. Disgusting. Corruption couldn't contain her rage at himself. Damn it! Why do I look like this? Ah! Corruption's sorrowful wail dyed the land of destruction red. And then, splurt! A new eye and mouth formed on Corruption's body, making her even more grotesque. 99th floor of the Black Tower. After stopping by the Calamity Farm and the 10th tower first thing in the morning, Sejun arrived at Camille Dizion. To get that mad, he spotted ogres and planet-destroying turtles camped out in the distance. When Corruption's anger had somewhat subsided, what if Sejun hates me for getting mad? She started to worry about Sejun's reaction and hastily opened the Black Moon, sending over the same number of ogres and planet-destroying turtles as yesterday. Did she really hate the roasted and dried sweet potatoes? Sejun assumed Corruption hated roasted and dried sweet potatoes. King? King! How dare anyone hate roasted and dried sweet potatoes made by my butler? If someone hates those, great Blackie will punish them. Blackie barked furiously in response to Sejun's muttering. For Blackie, the idea that anyone could hate Sejun's roasted and dried sweet potatoes was absolutely unthinkable. If there were a roasted and dried sweet potatoes church, Blackie would have become its great saint without a doubt. I should bring Quenji. Sejun went to find Pink Fur and Krueng brought back Quenji, who was sound asleep in Pink Fur's arms. And then, Krueng! Krueng! Surrender! If you don't surrender, Quenji will punish you. Buck buck! Buck buck! Show your belly to the beast of apocalypse right now. That's the only way you'll survive. Buck buck. Buck buck. Hey! Be sensible and quickly finish off the ogres too. Quickly! Quenji and the Buck Bucks persuaded the planet-destroying turtles. Zing! Zing! Thanks to that, the ogres were quickly dealt with as well. And so, Sejun moved one step closer to his dream of becoming a building owner. Destruction 6th Calamity, defeat 10,000 ogres, 2-121-10-000. Destruction 7th Calamity, defeat 1,000 planet-destroying turtles, 2-15-1-000. He. Just 8 more days of this and I'll be a building owner. He smiled broadly while checking the quest. Today, too, it was a peaceful day for the Sejun family. And Sejun Nim, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Please grow me quickly too. At the elixir field in front of the house, baby Ginseng waited for Sejun alone and pitifully. Chapter 707, Becoming an SS-class tower farmer. 99th floor of the Black Tower. HM. If she doesn't like roasted and dried sweet potatoes, what should I give? What would she like? Thinking about what food to give in return to corruption, who had sent the ogre and the planet-destroying turtle, Sejun returned to the Black Tower through the dimensional gate. Who? What's wrong with it? In Sejun's eyes appeared baby Ginseng, whose leaves had turned yellow. Are you sick? Pat. Sejun quickly used the skilled farmer's warm touch to treat baby Ginseng. Then baby Ginseng's leaves changed back to a fresh green, as if they had never wilted. Phew. That's a relief. Seeing it getting better, Sejun sighed in relief, having been worried about baby Ginseng. And then, baby Ginseng, what do you need? He asked while stroking baby Ginseng's leaves. However, baby Ginseng gave no answer. Unlike the other baby herbs, it was taciturn. Or maybe it couldn't speak. Sejun gazed silently at baby Ginseng while stroking its leaves. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I want 10,000-year exclusive rights to your knees, meow. Kayut. Please make me as many peanut stir-fries as there are meteorites. Koo hey. Krueng. He. Quenji wants rice cakes and honey as big as mom. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great Blackie demands as many roasted and dried sweet potatoes as big as the old Cobalto's size. Instead of baby Ginseng, the companion spoke up about what they wanted. Not you guys. Of course, Sejun simply ignored them. After a while. Thump. Kwong. Sejun Nim, good morning. As Pink Fur approached Sejun, who was stroking baby Ginseng, Sejun stopped petting it and, yeah. Pink Fur, good morning. Wait just a moment. He headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, baby Ginseng's leaves slowly turned yellow again. Unaware of that, cooking, Sejun replicated the choco pie made by Sejun number 12 and filled Pink Fur's snack pouch. He ran short of chocolate midway, but, pooh hut. Mudnim, give me chocolate bricks, meow. Theo promptly brought some over. Here, thanks to that, Sejun was able to fully fill Pink Fur's snack pouch and handed it over. Kuoho. Pink Fur slung the snack pouch diagonally and let out a happy chuckle before heading off for special training. And, guys, let's eat. Sejun called his companions to eat breakfast. Once the meal ended, pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I'll go earn lots of money, meow. Kayut. I'll head out too, koo hey. Krueng. He. Dad Quenji is going to work too. Okay. Be careful. Sejun sent Theo's couple and Quenji off to work and headed to the farm with Blackie for farming. However, who? It withered again already. Seeing baby Ginseng looking unwell again on his way, Sejun sat in front of it and diligently treated it using the farmer's warm touch skill. Today, I'll make it grow. At the same time, he tried various ways to make baby Ginseng grow. Using lots of nutrients, infusing magic power, singing songs, etc. However, none were effective and, grewer. Sejun dozed off. He. Butler is sleeping. Watching Sejun, Blackie lay stretched between Sejun's thighs, Kirarong, and fell asleep quickly. How much time passed like that? Sawarak. From the heads of Sejun and the Blackie family, a shimmering energy began to flow and was absorbed by baby Ginseng. And then, Sejun Nim, Blackie family, thank you for sharing your dreams. Baby Ginseng, having absorbed the dreams of Sejun and the Blackie family, expressed gratitude and, SRRK, disappeared. Part. At the same time, Sejun's body shone brightly. The quest was completed and he became an SS-class tower farmer. Thus, in the place where baby Ginseng had disappeared, Kuru, KRRNG King, GRRRNG give Great Blackie some roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Only Sejun snoring and Blackie's sleep-talking were heard. Forest of Creation. Oh. You're here. Ginseng appeared before a tree so enormous that its size was immeasurable. He. Welcome. I've been waiting. Flamey greeted Ginseng warmly. But did you bring that too? When Flamey asked while looking at the massive roasted and dried sweet potato that Ginseng brought. Yes. Somehow, Ginseng shyly tried to hide the roasted and dried sweet potato, which was far larger than itself, behind its body as much as possible. As if it absolutely could not be taken away. It had brought it along, unable to fully digest it during the process of absorbing Blackie's dream. You better eat that quickly and get rid of it. If Blackie finds out later, it'll be chaos. Yes. I'll eat it quickly. Munch. Munch. Smiling brightly at Flamey's words, Ginseng eagerly ate the roasted and dried sweet potato. It even brought its own supplement. What a good kid. Flamey looked at Ginseng with pride. And then, those guys should learn from Ginseng. All right. Put it in your mouth at 1. Swallow at 2. 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. 2. Hey. Swallow it quickly. 2. Flamey looked pitifully at Hisho Wu, extreme flame herb, extreme ice herb, and 10,000 poison herbs struggling to take supplements in sync with sausage commands. Ginseng, though the last to arrive, was the most praised of all. Sejun opened his eyes after dozing off briefly. Who? Where did Ginseng go? His heart dropped at the sight of the missing baby Ginseng. And then, King? King. Butler. What's wrong? Great, Blackie will solve it. Half awake and unable to open its eyes, Blackie barked while looking toward the opposite side of Sejun. It's nothing. Sejun picked up and comforted Blackie. Baby Ginseng has grown into Ginseng after consuming quality dreams. Baby Ginseng has returned to its rightful place. You have completed the promotion quest. So it was a child that fed on dreams. Sejun understood the reason for baby Ginseng's disappearance upon reading the message. Too bad I couldn't even say goodbye. Regretful, Sejun checked the next message. The rank of Tower Farmer, S, has increased. You have become a Tower Farmer, SS. As your rank has increased, your job traits have been strengthened. As your rank has increased, one additional job trait has been added. With your new job trait, you can now create 100 seeds per day of crops you've harvested more than 100 million times. What kind of thing is this? Sejun grumbled at the newly acquired job trait. Most of the crops he'd harvested over 100 million times were ones that he already had plenty of seeds for. And so, Sejun became an SS-class Tower Farmer. Blackie, I'm now an SS-class Tower Farmer. Eileen, I became an SS-class Tower Farmer. He quickly boasted to those around him. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Butler. Congratulations. But even so, you're still just an SS-class Sunfish Butler, so don't get cocky and go make some roasted and dried sweet potatoes for great Blackie. Blackie, run 10 laps around the farm. If you don't run, know that there won't be roasted and dried sweet potatoes for you. Though Blackie tried to offer some honest advice, Sejun scolded him. The tower's administrator cheerfully congratulates you. The tower's administrator also voices concern that you should not overdo things just because you're an SS-class Tower Farmer, as you're still weak. Eileen also expressed something similar to Blackie, but, okay. Eileen, is there anything you'd like to eat? Since my rank went up, I'm planning to throw a celebration party for dinner. Sejun agreed obediently with Eileen and asked what dish she wanted. Why only great Blackie? Blackie glared at Sejun with questioning eyes, but, why? What? It's my choice. Run 20 laps quickly. King? King. Why? Just a moment ago you said 10 laps. 30 laps. King. The punishment increased as a price for giving Sejun a questioning look and souring his mood. Meanwhile, the tower's administrator says she wants to eat 100-layer pancake after a long time. Eileen said the dish she wanted and got it. After receiving the menu, Sejun had Sejun number 12 prepare the dishes for the dinner party. A short while later. King. As soon as Blackie completed 10 laps, Sejun. Blackie, let's go. Kihihit. He called Blackie, placed him in the sling bag, and moved to the herb field to inform Quenji that he had become an SS-class Tower Farmer. On the way to the herb field. He. Podori, I'm now an SS-class Tower Farmer. Poisonous bee number 313,919, I'm now an SS-class Tower Farmer. Mushroom ant number 20,045, I've become an SS-class Tower Farmer. Sejun joyfully boasted to those he met on the way that he had become an SS-class Tower Farmer. Then, sniff sniff. Krueng. Smells like Dad. Quenji, who was tending to the herb field, caught Sejun's scent. Looking around to find the source of the smell, Quenji's eye spotted. Pluck. 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 A dragon fruit, in Sejun's form, expertly pulling up kudzu that had sneakily invaded another herb field. It was a dragon fruit clone using Sejun's transplanting and weed pulling skills, working as a kudzu root harvesting specialist in the herb field. Thanks to the synergy between transplanting and weed pulling, it was possible to pull out kudzu roots cleanly without digging much. This dragon fruit pulling weeds doesn't smell like Dad. Sniff sniff. Quenji focused more intensely on the scent. Dad's smell is getting closer. Dad is coming. Realizing that Sejun was on his way, Quenji ran out to greet him. Moments later. Quenji. Dad's become an SS-class tower farmer, Sejun proudly informed Quenji, who came out to greet him. Ku hey. Krueng. 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 He. Congratulations on becoming an SS-class tower farmer, Dad. But don't overdo it. If it's tough, Quenji will handle it. Quenji not only congratulated Sejun but also, like Blackie and Eileen, earnestly reminded him not to push himself. A filial child who always worried about his sunfish-like dad. Krueng. Then I'll quickly finish the remaining work and be back. Okay. See you later. Quenji returned to the herb field, and, where should I go to brag next? Oh. There's Minotaur King and Pink Fur. Sejun headed north. After running quickly for about 30 minutes. Krueng. Quagwang. Loud explosions could be heard from afar. Are they sparring? Since it would be dangerous to get close. Blackie, bark. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Got it. Butler and Great Blackie are here. Come out and meet us quickly. Sejun had Blackie bark to announce their arrival. Perhaps hearing Blackie's bark, the explosion soon stopped. Thump thump. Thump thump. Moo. Sejun Nim, welcome. 5 black minotaurs came out to greet Sejun from afar, and he joined them to reach where the Minotaur King and Pink Fur were. Wow. How do you fight to change the ground like this? He was shocked to see the flat land turned into dozens of massive craters and tall mountains. And then, moo. Other black minotaurs were seen demolishing mountains to fill in the craters. Are they restoring it to a plain again? As expected, the land cultivating skills of the black minotaurs were incredible. Makes me want to put them to use. Watching the black minotaurs, Sejun thought about expanding his fields. It wasn't that he lacked crops, but it felt wasteful not to use such labor power. Normally, one would think to deploy black minotaurs in battle, but Sejun, being an SS-class tower farmer, only thought about farming. Where should I deploy them? Or maybe I should overturn the fields once. As Sejun was contemplating where to utilize the black minotaurs. Moo? Sejun Nim, what brings you here? Kwong? Did something happen? The Minotaur King and Pink Fur approached and asked. No, it's not that. I became an SS-class tower farmer, Sejun boasted. Moo. Congratulations. But since you haven't gotten much stronger, please be careful with your body. Kwong. Congratulations, Sejun Nim. But don't overexert yourself just because you reached SS class. The Minotaur King and Pink Fur offered both congratulations and concern. As expected, the farm members who had experienced many of Sejun's sunfish-like moments were more worried that the now SS-class Sejun might recklessly put himself in danger. Meanwhile, why does he only get angry at Great Blackie for saying the same thing? Blackie tilted his head, baffled by the unsolved mystery. Chapter 708, I'm gonna bite the butler's butt. Black Tower, 99th floor. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Kayut. Me too. When Theo and Iona returned from the 37th floor of the Green Tower. Guys, I became an SS-class tower farmer, Sejun excitedly bragged to the two. Since Sejun didn't have much to boast about, this kind of opportunity was rare. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, congratulations on becoming an SS-class tower farmer, meow. Kayut. Congratulations, Sejun Nim, with Theo and Iona's congratulations. Poohoo Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, you mustn't act recklessly just because you became an SS-ranked tower farmer, meow. Always be careful, meow. Kayut. That's right. Always be cautious and then extra cautious. After the celebration, like the others, they warned him not to get reckless just because he became an SS-class tower farmer. Thus the companions kept a close eye on Sejun, worried he might cause some trouble. One must watch even extinguished flames again, and even a living sunfish needed to be checked again too. A short while later. Time to prepare food. Sejun entered the kitchen to prepare for the party with Sejun number 12. And, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I want an ultra super giant grilled fish, meow. Kayut. Sejun Nim, please roast half regular peanuts and half frozen peanuts for me. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad, Quenji wants rice cakes with kudzu honey. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great Blackie wants extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. The companions requested the dishes they wanted to eat from Sejun. Although it was a party to celebrate Sejun becoming an SS-class tower farmer, it ended up being no different from a regular dinner. Once the cooking was done, Eileen, here. Sejun first sent Eileen a 100-layer pancake stack topped with vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry triple scoop ice cream, and Arjux, Ophelia. He also sent food to other tower farmers. Now I'm an SS-class tower farmer, happy smiley, along with a note boasting about it. Then Sejun went up to the fountain with the dishes. I've become an SS-class tower farmer, happy smiley. He sent alcohol and snacks with a note to the temple of the creator god through the dragon statues. Sejun's excessive excitement seemed like something was about to go wrong. This feels bad, meow. Theo, sensing danger, clung tightly to Sejun's knee to prepare for any risks. Well, let's eat too. Fortunately, the celebration party began without any incidents. Pooh hut. As expected, Great Hybrid Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow. Kayut. The peanuts are roasted perfectly, ku hey. Krueng. He. As expected, rice cake dipped in kudzu honey from Dad is the tastiest. Kihihit. King. He. Extremely tasty. Kwong. Moo. Quek. Were. The farm members happily enjoyed the food Sejun had prepared. The party that started this way went on late into the night. Pip. Sejun Nim, congratulations. And you absolutely must not go anywhere alone. Always take care of yourself. Sejun also received congratulations and concern from Peacebays. He. Yeah. Where would I go without you guys? Sejun stroked Peacebay's head and said, Peacebays, you must be hungry? Eat this. He placed grapes on his palm. Pip. Yes. Thank you. Slurp. Peacebays eagerly sucked the grape juice on Sejun's palm. And the butler only scolded Great Blackie. Great Blackie is angry. I won't tolerate this anymore. Blackie's dissatisfaction finally exploded while watching that scene. Grrrr. I'm gonna bite the butler's butt. Growling, he confidently approached Sejun. However, Blackie, why are you growling? Want some roasted and dried sweet potatoes? Nod. His head nodded automatically in reflex at Sejun's words. In front of roasted and dried sweet potatoes, everything felt right. He. I'll eat this first and then bite the butler. Chomp. Blackie decided to eat the sweet potatoes and then bite Sejun hard, but drowsy. Kirarong. He fell asleep while eating. Time to start getting ready. When Sejun stood up carrying the sleeping Blackie, the other farm members also got up from their seats. Because the blue moon was about to rise. Sejun spread magical blueberries on the ground, and the farm members took their designated positions. A short while later, at midnight, the blue moon rose, casting a blue glow over the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Piik, Payak, Choo-choo, Piek, Wolgang, Wolher, Hukwulbok, Choo-choo, and Black Torch appeared using the blue moon jump. He. Guys, welcome. Sejun greeted the moon rabbits and, guys, I became an SS-class tower farmer. He began bragging again, and the rabbits gave him a short congratulation followed by a lengthy warning not to act recklessly just because he became SS class. As the rabbits joined and Sejun chatted and played with them. Kayut. Choo-choo, did you finish your homework? Choo-choo. Yes. Choo-choo had her homework checked by Iona. After about 3 hours passed, SSSSSS. The crops that had absorbed the blue moon's energy turned blue, and the farm members began harvesting them. Let's go, too. Sejun also joined his companions in harvesting the crops imbued with the blue moon's energy. When the harvesting ended, Piik, Payak, Choo-choo, Piek. The moon rabbits took the SS-class carrots Sejun had prepared for them and descended the tower. Thinking they might receive SSS-class carrots next time, their steps were incredibly light. Krueng. Dad, good night. Kwong. Sejun Nim, good night. Yeah. Good night, Quenji and Pink Fur. Thus Sejun saw off the rabbits, Quenji, and Pink Fur. Guys, shall we sleep now too? He lay down on the bed with his companions. Ku. Gorarong. Kurarong. Kirarong. Sejun and his companions quickly fell asleep, snoring. Of course, they weren't actually asleep, they had gone to Blackie's mental world to apologize. It was an awkward time since they needed to wake up soon, but Sejun insisted strongly. The reason, naturally, was to brag to corruption that he had become an SS-class tower farmer. Guys, please forgive my guys. I'm sorry, really sorry. In front of the apologizing Sejun and his companions, Gururuk, corruption appeared again today. Corruption, good to see you. I became an SS-class tower farmer. Sejun greeted corruption and bragged about his achievement. But Sejun becoming an SS-class tower farmer was not good news from the enemy corruption's perspective. So what? Corruption replied bluntly. However, what do you mean so what? You should congratulate me, Sejun shouted angrily at corruption's reaction. That's right, meow. Hurry up and congratulate him, meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park is petty, and he'll sulk if you don't, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Even if you're an enemy, you should congratulate someone when it's deserved. That's good manners, hee hee. That's right. If the butler gets sulky, he won't even feed us. Such a narrow-minded sunfish. The companions backed Sejun while simultaneously team-killing him. These little. You think I'm narrow-minded? Stingy? Should I show you the real narrow-minded and stingy Park Sejun? Just as Sejun was about to awaken his true nature. Fine. Congratulations on becoming an SS-class tower farmer. Corruption reluctantly offered congratulations to Sejun. Hee hee hee. Thanks for congratulating me. Sejun felt good about corruption's congratulations that he received after strong prodding and forgot about being angry. This is food I made today at my celebration party. Try it. I didn't know what you liked, so I brought everything. Sejun handed over a basket filled with food. Corruption unwittingly accepted the basket. Hee hee hee. Hurry and try it. Sejun looked at corruption with pressure-filled eyes. Whom? What should I do? Corruption, avoiding Sejun's gaze, hesitated for a moment. But still, he put in the effort into making it. Just a little should be okay, right? Picking up a peanut, she placed it in her mouth and carefully chewed with tightly closed lips. You eat cutely, Sejun said, watching corruption, looking surprised. Blush. At Sejun's words, corruption blushed in embarrassment. Luckily, her skin was a dark red color, so it wasn't noticeable. Instead, she picked up another peanut, put it into her mouth, and chewed diligently. She liked the feeling of Sejun watching her eat. What is this feeling? Corruption was unfamiliar with the tickling sensation in her chest but didn't resist the strange emotion. It felt good. She wanted to keep feeling it. And then she suddenly realized. This is delicious. The peanuts Sejun gave her were delicious. I want to eat more. Corruption began craving the other foods in the basket. But unfortunately, her current manifestation was too weak to send Sejun's food to the land of destruction where she was. And eating it here? Absolutely not. She wasn't confident she could eat cutely. Let's just part ways for today. Why? Eat more. No. I said let's part ways. Corruption shouted again at Sejun's suggestion. Got it. Vice Chairman Theo. Understood, meow. Sejun fused with Theo and vaporized corruption using the Seo beam. It was the only way Sejun knew to say goodbye to corruption. Whoosh! Corruption vanished while glancing wistfully at Sejun and the basket of food. Sejun felt she somehow looked lonely. Let's call it a day, too. Sejun woke up with his companions and began a new day. As usual, he stopped by the Calamity Farm and the 10th Tower, then arrived at Camille Deziong. Who? There were gifts sent by corruption. 2 groups of ogres and planet-destroying turtles. Thinking of Sejun's safety, corruption had split 2,000 ogres and 200 planet-destroying turtles into 2 groups, ordering one group to attack in the late morning and the other in the late evening. Thanks to that, there was no risk of a coordinated attack. Krueng! Surrender! With Quenji by his side, Sejun easily made 200 planet-destroying turtles surrender and defeated the 2,000 ogres. Hee hee hee. I guess the peanut suited her taste. Sejun thought he should bring more peanuts the next time he met corruption, then planted crops at Camille Deziong and returned to the Black Tower. Then, Arjux, I'm going over to your side. He told Arjux to clear the 99th floor of the White Tower. It was to meet Les and hand over the battle auras he had been collecting. He had too much stored up and it was becoming a burden. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the White Tower. Sejun Nim, welcome, welcome. Les and about 100 small ogres greeted Sejun upon arrival at the White Tower. The battle aura Sejun provided had absorbed the aura of the king and formed bodies, and they were growing while training in aura techniques. Les, here's the battle auras. Take it, Sejun Nim, thank you for returning my people. Les thanked Sejun and absorbed the battle auras from his body. So you finally reached the 5th stage of muscle strengthening technique. At the same time, he checked Sejun's physical condition. Then, Sejun Nim, it's time to learn muscle tempering technique. Les was determined to teach the benefactor of the ogres their new battle aura techniques with dedication. Okay. How do you do muscle tempering technique? Muscle tempering technique is very simple. You there, show Sejun Nim the training method. At Sejun's question, Les instructed the ogres. Yark, thud. POW POW POW. The ogres formed pairs and one began diligently beating the other. See? You just have to take a beating. It's really easy, right? Les looked to Sejun, seeking agreement. Shake shake. I'm not learning that. Sejun firmly shook his head, refusing the muscle tempering technique. Though it was because he hated pain. Come to think of it, now's not the time to learn battle aura techniques. I'm an SS class tower farmer, so I should focus on farming, right? Of course. He made a plausible excuse and hurriedly escaped to the Black Tower. It's totally bearable, though. Of course, Les didn't believe Sejun's excuse. Chapter 709, How dare you? How dare you look directly at me? Do you wish to taste my venomous sting? Treacherous, the prison of the gods. Pusshuck. Kioek. Sweetie stabbed the guard standing in front of her with her venomous sting. And, are you certain this guy is Rascal's last remaining minion? She asked as she stared coldly at Gunjali, the god of sycophants. Since even a small mistake could later lead to grave danger, Sweetie did not tolerate errors. Why yes. That is correct. At Sweetie's question, Gunjali trembled with fear and shouted as if crying out in desperation. Were. Good. Then let's go see Rascal. I'm curious what expression he'll make this time. Yes, Sweetie, who had removed all of Rascal's eyes and ears, headed back to the prison where Rascal was confined. She had also gathered some information during her investigation, so Rascal wouldn't be able to keep smiling this time. Creak. As Sweetie entered, we're seeing each other too often. They say frequent meetings build fondness, but it seems Treacherous has become noisy because of me. Don't you think you're being too harsh? Once again Rascal greeted Sweetie with a smirk. However, he didn't seem so relaxed this time, as the edges of his forced smile trembled slightly. That's a more tolerable expression than last time. Sweetie ignored Rascal's words and replied in a lofty voice, as if to show who held the upper hand. Then, Rascal Nim, I've obtained an interesting piece of information. I heard you were planning an escape. She mentioned something Rascal absolutely did not want revealed. Even at Sweetie's words, Rascal simply grinned silently. How did she find out? No, he was desperately trying to hide his agitation. However, there's no use pretending. I already have the evidence and witnesses. And you know, don't you? Prisoners who attempt to escape must rot in prison for life until they perish. As Sweetie continued to speak, Rascal's expression froze solid. At the same time, he regretted it. I should have been more careful. Since the former warden, Helter, the god of tyrants, had little interest in managing Treacherous, Rascal felt safe planning an escape. Who would have thought the warden would be replaced? A long silence followed. I can hear your gears turning from here. Sweetie waited leisurely, intending to hear what Rascal would propose. And then, Warden Nim, is there something you desire from me? Rascal asked in a polite tone, using honorifics, a clear sign of total surrender. Let's see. I wonder if there is something I want. To Rascal's words, Sweetie replied cryptically. Revealing your desires first in a negotiation is something only amateurs do. Since I don't possess overwhelming power like Sejun Nim, I have to play it this way, even if it's a bit tedious. Of course, the power Sweetie spoke of wasn't Sejun's personal power but the strength of the Sejun family. As Sweetie fell silent again, Warden Nim, I will give you everything I have. So please turn a blind eye. Rascal pleaded earnestly with desperate eyes. It was more advantageous to give up all his treasures and get a chance than to rot here until his end. He could always go out and steal more treasures again. Well, let's see. I'll look at the items first. Sweetie conditionally accepted Rascal's offer, hiding her victorious smile. Sigh, thank you. If you take this key, you can go to the world where the treasure lies. And the treasure vault as well. Rascal handed one key to Sweetie and spoke the name of the world where his right eye was located. So that's why he only had one eye before entering Treacherous. He had hidden his right eye to protect the key to the treasure vault. And thus, Sweetie obtained the treasure vault key. 7th, come to me. Sweetie Nim, did you call for me? Using the power of the poisonous queen bee, she summoned Seventh. Then, you will be the warden in my place. Yes. She handed over the warden's position to Seventh. That way, she could return to the Black Tower. The other poisonous bees also developed divinity after consuming Flamey's nutritional supplements, so there was no issue with Seventh receiving Sweetie's position as warden. Manage this place well and secure any helpful information. Yes. Leave it to me. And so, after entrusting Tartarus to Seventh, Sweetie left. We hit. Am I going to rule this place now? Power tastes sweet. Seventh sat arrogantly at the warden's desk, elated. A short while later. Who are you? Gunjali, who had come into the warden's office to report, shouted upon seeing Seventh instead of Sweetie. I am the new warden, Seventh Nim. What? Why are you the warden? I was next in line. Gunjali, the god of sycophants, and Seventh, the sycophant of the poisonous bees, glared at each other. Their personalities clashed. Thus began a power struggle between the two. How dare you? How dare you look directly at me? Do you wish to taste my venomous sting? Seventh, in a sharp voice, pulled out the poisonous bee's ultimate weapon, the venomous sting. No, not at all. I'm sorry. Gunjali quickly backed down. Camille Deziong. 3 days had passed since returning from the White Tower. Sejun and his companions could see the 2 groups of calamities that corruption had sent today as well. And then, Krueng. Surrender. Buck. Surrender or death. Buck. Show your belly and you'll live. Show your back and you'll die. Following Quenji's orders, 800 bucks overpowered 200 planet-destroying turtles, Jying, and defeated 2,000 ogres. As the anticlimactic battle ended, you have completed the Tower Master quest. As a reward for completing the Tower Master quest, you are recognized as the Master of the 10th Tower. A quest completion message appeared before Sejun. I'm really a building owner now? Sejun was deeply moved. System bastard, if you pull another absurd stunt, I won't let it slide. As Sejun warily anticipated what the system might do next, you have been granted exclusive Tower Master powers usable only by the Master of the 10th Tower. Due to stats limitations, some powers have been restricted. Exclusive power of the 10th Tower Master, banishment has been granted. Exclusive power of the 10th Tower Master, demotion has been granted. Exclusive power of the 10th Tower Master, 10th Tower's protection has been granted. A message stating that exclusive powers had been granted appeared before Sejun. So you're going to screw me over after all? I'll definitely impeach you. With a burning desire to impeach the system, Sejun checked the powers. Exclusive power of the 10th Tower Master, banishment, banishes the designated entity from the 10th Tower. The stronger the resistance of the target, the more magic power consumed. Exclusive power of the 10th Tower Master, demotion, deletes all waypoint records of the designated entity and demotes them to the first floor of the 10th Tower. The stronger the resistance of the target, the more magic power consumed. Exclusive power of the 10th Tower Master, 10th Tower's protection. The 10th Tower bestows its blessing to protect the Tower Master. Is this good? Just by reading the descriptions, I can't tell. Banish Hell Nim. So to test it, he tried banishing Hell, one of the freeloader residents. Then, you are attempting to banish Hell, the god who lost her divinity. Hell, the god who lost her divinity, is resisting strongly in a rude manner. To banish Hell, the god who lost her divinity, you need a magic power stat of at least 1 billion. The message appeared. It requires 1 billion magic power. Useless. Demote Hell Nim. Sejun then used the next power on Hell as well. And, you are attempting to demote Hell, the god who lost her divinity. Hell, the god who lost her divinity, is resisting strongly in a rude manner. To demote Hell, the god who lost her divinity, you need a magic power stat of at least 300 million. Hell resisted again. This one's useless too. Sejun decided to disregard the powers of banishment and demotion as if they didn't exist. Quenji, try releasing your power just a little bit. Next, to test the 10th Tower's protection, he had Quenji unseal his power. However, Krueng, Quenji will release power as gently as possible, but Dad must be careful. Okay, crack. Stop. Even just a bit of Quenji's released power caused the blessing to crack. In the end, all 3 powers he received turned out to be useless. The test subject might have been the problem, but if the powers couldn't even withstand that level of test, Sejun had no use for them. Any problem would be resolved before needing them. Well, whatever. As long as I'm the building owner. Ha. Even though all three powers were useless, Sejun grinned with satisfaction at having become the master of the 10th tower. On such a good day like today, we can't just let it pass. It's party time. He decided to throw a party. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Chairman Park, let's have a grilled fish party, meow. Coyote. I like that too. Sejun Nim, how about a peanut party? Coo hey. Krueng. He. Quenji wants a honey rice cake party. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. We absolutely must have extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes party. At Sejun's suggestion, everyone started insisting on the kind of party they wanted. However, he. Why fight? Let's just do them all. Now a building owner, Sejun was generous. And so, deciding to throw the party, they returned to the Black Tower. Sejun Nim. Sweetie, who had returned from Tartarus, flew over to Sejun, rub, and rubbed her body against his face affectionately. Sweetie. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Sejun asked as he inspected Sweetie's body. I'm fine. Sejun Nim, I need to get praised quickly. Sweetie quickly told Sejun the information she had obtained from Rascal. And then, this is the key. She handed Sejun a rusty key. Secret key of Rascal, the god of thieves. A key that opens the treasure vault of Rascal, the god of thieves. If you infuse the key with magic power, it will open a path to the world where the treasure is hidden. He. Sweetie, well done. When Sejun patted Sweetie's head, I knew it was worth finding. Sweetie beamed brightly, wearing a proud expression. As Sejun praised Sweetie, thud. Pink Fur showed up to get choco pies. Hold on. Sejun went to the kitchen and filled Pink Fur's snack pouch with choco pies, then had breakfast with the group. And then, shall we go? Sejun stood up with his companions. Yes. Sweetie, sitting on Sejun's right shoulder, answered excitedly. This time, Sweetie was coming along too. With 1 million poisonous bees who came to protect Sweetie. Open. Sejun infused the secret key of Rascal with magic power and shouted, boldly. But there was no response from Rascal's secret key. Sejun's magic power was far too insufficient to open a path connected to another world. Ahoom. Guys, want to try infusing it with magic power together? Pretending to offer the others a chance, Sejun spoke. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Coyote. I'm in. Krueng. King. One by one, their paws stacked onto the key. Wuong. A hole opened in midair, and when they passed through the hole, you have arrived in the level 0 world Monota. A message from System 371 informed Sejun of the world's level and name. There's such a thing as a level 0 world? Vice Chairman Theo, energy absorption to maximum. Understood, meow. Though curious, Sejun instructed Theo to absorb as much of his energy as possible. There might be danger to nearby life forms. However, Chairman Park, I don't think anyone lives here, meow. There were no life forms in the area. Coyote. That's right. Nothing's showing up on the magic scan. Except for one thing over there. Iona pointed in one direction. Quoom. The ground trembled as something massive approached from the direction Iona had pointed. A short while later, one-eyed sentinel, a colossal one-eyed golem appeared before the group. It was larger than a small hill. Quong. Without warning, the golem swung its fist toward the group. It raised its fist at Dad. Krueng. Quenji is angry. Enraged, Quenji gigantified and delivered a cross-counter with his giant fist. Krueng. Thus the golem with its abdomen blown through by Quenji's punch collapsed, and from the impact, the golem's eyeball rolled toward the group. The golem's eyeball resembled the pupil of Rascal, the god of thieves. Chapter 710, I impeach you. Monota, is this where I'm supposed to insert it? Thunk. Sejun inserted the key into the key-shaped hole in the pupil of Rascal's right eye. Then, creak. Click. Clank. As the sound of a spring winding echoed, a circular magic circle formed on the ground around Sejun, and at the same time, a door connected to Rascal's right eye appeared. Rascal's right eye had become the door handle. It was a bizarre taste. What a perverse sense. With a disturbed expression, Sejun grabbed the eyeball that had become the handle and turned it. Creak. The door opened smoothly. And when they stepped inside, wow, an enormous amount of treasure filled a super-sized void storage space so vast it could be called an expansive land. It was more than all the wealth Sejun had acquired thus far combined. He. Guys, let's gather it up. Pooh hoo hut. Got it, meow, coo hey. Krueng. He. So much treasure. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. This is all thanks to Great Blackie. Sejun and his group began diligently moving the treasure into his void storage and assist Sejun Nim in moving the treasures. Sweetie, sitting on Sejun's right shoulder, gave instructions to the poisonous bees to move the treasure. While they were moving the treasure, Your Highness, there is something strange over there. One of the poisonous bees approached Sweetie and reported. Something strange? Where? I'll see for myself. Sweetie followed the reporting bee. This is? They found a white stone tablet. Sejun Nim is near code number 1. Soon I'll be able to talk with Sejun Nim. System 371 was thrilled with the prospect of speaking with Sejun, completely unaware that what Sejun wanted to do upon obtaining code number 1 was to impeach it. I must not get happy even if Sejun Nim praises me, right? I'm a humble system after all. In fact, thinking it would be praised by Sejun, System 371 aimed to show humility and win Sejun's favor. From its point of view, it was entirely reasonable. It provided Sejun with as many quest rewards as it could within its capabilities, and even offered information it wasn't originally supposed to disclose. When Earth leveled up, it suppressed the growth of stats and stat potential to ensure Sejun's safety and updated the Tower Farmer exclusive powers list to Eileen to be helpful to Sejun. Besides that, it had provided various conveniences, including today. Sejun lacked the ability to be eligible for more than one power as the 10th Tower Master, but System 371 went out of its way to help him receive 2 additional ones. With such effort, System 371 never imagined that it might be disliked by Sejun. But just like how no one believes a boy who cried wolf, even when he tells the truth, due to too much prior deception, System 371's goodwill no longer seemed sincere. In short, it was too late. Sejun Nim, I found something good. Sweetie, beaming, flew to Sejun holding the tablet. Kayut. Theo Nim, are you really okay? Watching Sweetie, Aina asked Theo in a worried voice. Pooh hoo hut. I'm fine, meow. This time Sweetie worked hard, so it's right to yield the praise, meow. It's disappointing not to get praise from Chairman Park, meow. Theo hid his disappointment and smiled. In fact, Theo had felt a pull in his front paw the moment he entered the treasure vault. But for Sweetie's sake, he didn't follow the pull. Pooh hoo hut. You all search over there, meow. He sent the poisonous bees to the place he felt the pull and made them find the tablet. What a considerate cat. Kayut. Theo Nim, you're amazing. Smooch. Iona, smitten with Theo again, kissed him on the cheek. Meow? Why suddenly, meow? Theo wore a dazed expression. Then, with a sly smile, he placed Iona on his back. Pooh hoo hut. Still, I'll impeach the system together with Chairman Park, meow. With his tail raised, he approached Sejun with the stealthy steps of a predator eyeing its prey. What's this? Could it be a system code? When Sejun received and examined the stone tablet that Sweetie brought. Title, One who glimpsed long into the beginning has grasped the essence of the tablet. Sejun's eyes turned golden as his title activated. Code number 1. This is code number 1 used to access System 371. You must collect codes number 1, 2, and 3 to access System 371. The tablet's information appeared. He. Finally, I've got them all. Sejun confirmed the information. Good job, Sweetie. Pat. After praising and petting Sweetie, Sejun hurriedly gathered codes number 2 and 3 from the void storage. When he held all 3 codes together, you have gathered codes number 1, 2, and 3 required to access System 371. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you are now authorized to issue commands to System 371. A message appeared. At the same time, a voice began to echo inside Sejun's mind. Sejun Nim, can you hear me? Yes. Loud and clear. But who is this? I am System 371. So you're the system that's been sending me messages all this time? Yes. I'm the system that has been serving you until now, Sejun Nim. I see. Then I'll issue my first command to System 371. Yes. Please give your command. I impeach you. What? System 371. I said I'm impeaching you. Pooh hut. It's impeachment time, meow. No. Why? System 371 was distraught at Sejun's thunderous words. However, contrary to System 371's sense of injustice, the impeachment process began mechanically according to Sejun's command. Preparing impeachment of System 371. Before proceeding, searching for a replacement system for System 371. Conducting simulation tests among candidate systems. System SJC has achieved the highest score in the simulation test. If System 371 is impeached, System SJC is deemed the most suitable to manage the main system. No. System 371 panicked. Right. The temporary impeachment program. In haste, it activated the impeachment program it had created when hell was being impeached. To think I'd end up using this myself. While System 371 lamented, "You want me to set the duration of the impeachment? He. You unfairly targeted me, so I'll do the same. 1,000 years? Now. Too short. 10,000 years? Sejun pondered the length of System 371's impeachment. At that moment, Sejun Nim, please understand my sincerity. System 371 transmitted to Sejun's mind everything it had done for him. And then, drip. Ooh? A nosebleed? Why a nosebleed? Thud. Sejun collapsed, bleeding from the nose. It was an information overload. While unconscious, Sejun was forced to watch the data System 371 had sent inside his mental space. So this wasn't unfair targeting, it was just because I was weak? He was being forcibly hit with a painful truth. As Sejun faced this sad reality, hack! That system made great hybrid Chairman Park faint, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will impeach it in his stead, meow. The next batter, Park Theo, carefully wiped the nosebleed from Sejun's face with his front paw, then took the system access device from Sejun's hand. Then, Theo Nim, please understand my sincerity. System 371 transmitted the same information it had shown Sejun to Theo. Meow. After seeing all the information, Theo said, System 371. You've suffered much because of the weak Chairman Park, meow. He actually consoled System 371. Thank you. You recognize my efforts. System 371, deeply moved by Theo's words, sent additional information in an attempt to win him over. However, meow, this time, the information included details from when System 371 had unfairly targeted Sejun, before it reformed and hack. So you really did treat Chairman Park unfairly, meow. You're impeached, meow. Theo pressed the impeachment button. Then, please determine the duration of System 371's impeachment. A message appeared in front of Theo. Wait a moment, meow. I'll go ask Chairman Park and come back, meow. As impeachment was a serious matter, Theo entered Sejun's mental space to consult with him. Sejun's mental world. Flash. Who? In front of Sejun, who had finished watching all the information the system sent, a golden fireball suddenly appeared. Though it radiated an overwhelming presence with a gentle golden glow, it somehow felt comforting. Swoosh! Sejun naturally approached the flame and touched it with his hand. Then, swirl, the golden fireball was absorbed into Sejun's body. You have absorbed the primordial ember. Title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning is incinerated by the primordial ember and is reborn as title, one who witnessed the birth of the beginning. Simultaneously, a message appeared before Sejun announcing the rebirth of his title. It had been a hidden provision within the main system. What is this? While Sejun was puzzled, Chairman Park, I have something to ask, meow. How long should I impeach that system rascal, meow? Theo entered Sejun's mental world and asked. Krueng, you're the system that bullied Dad. Quenji will punish you. The next batter, Park Quenji, seized the system access device. Rua. As dark red energy surged from Quenji's front paw and penetrated the device. Rumble. What? It's breaking. Everything's being erased. The power of apocalypse began deleting System 371. QQ. It's open. Taking that opportunity, System SJC infiltrated the main system governed by System 371. S. Sejun Company, J. Shall, C. Conquer? With its name misunderstood, it declared that Sejun Company would rule everything completely. System SJC began expanding its domain within the main system, dreaming of a tumultuous future where Sejun Company would dominate the world. Crueng. Crueng. Are you going to listen to Dad well from now on? Or not? Fortunately, Quenji seemed to have no intention of erasing it and asked after easing his power. I will. I'll absolutely listen well. Crueng. Good. Only after giving the desired answer did System 371 escape the threat of destruction. Phew. I'm alive. Just as System 371 breathed a sigh of relief. Tap. The last batter, Park Blackie, placed his front paw on the system access device. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Offer 1,000 extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes to Great Blackie. Or I'll impeach you. Blackie threatened System 371. Normally, such a petty threat from Blackie wouldn't work at all, but I'll give them to you. Struck with impeachment trauma, System 371 immediately created 1,000 extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes and offered them to Blackie. However, Kihihit. Chomp. Chomp tooey. Tastes bad. King. Hey. This doesn't taste like the extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes my butler makes. Blackie scolded it for not tasting like Sejun's version. However, hee. As expected, the sweet potatoes made by the butler can't be replicated. Blackie felt proud inside. Butler is the best. The ultra-delicious sweet potato snacks were something only Sejun could make. What do you expect me to do? I can't replicate Sejun Nim's taste with the system. System 371 complained in deep frustration. King. Go. Great Blackie is over 30,000 years old. Don't get cheeky. Blackie tried to intimidate System 371 by stating his age. But, only 30,000? I'm 100,000 years old. System 371 turned out to be even older than Blackie. King. Actually, Great Blackie is 110,000 years old. Not wanting to lose, Blackie lied without batting an eye. King. And if you add up the ages of Great Blackie's subordinates, it's over 1 million. He even shamelessly added his followers' ages. What? Where is that allowed? Why are you adding up ages? Kihihit. King. King. Hee. What do you mean, where? It's allowed in the heart of Great Blackie. As Blackie and System 371 continued their childish squabble, meow, Sejun and Theo woke up. Then, the duration of System 371's impeachment is. Sejun opened his mouth. Chapter 711, ha. If you won't come, I'll just go to you. Minota, the duration of System 371's impeachment is 5 years. What? That long? It was just a month for hell. System 371 was flustered by Sejun's words. Ooh-hee-hee. Within 5 years, I'll put all the worlds under Sejun Company's feet. Conquest. System SJC, cheering. System 371 will be impeached for 5 years. System SJC will act as the main system during System 371's impeachment period. As the impeachment process proceeded, clang. System 371 was imprisoned. Good. Chairman Park of Sejun Company is now the strongest in the world. From now on, pay 1 million tower coins in taxes to Chairman Park of Sejun Company every day. And offer 1 good item every day as tribute. System SJC began injecting the main system with policies it had wanted to implement. However, the causality limit of the new rule to Chairman Park of Sejun Company is now the strongest in the world has been exceeded by more than 1,000%. This is an impossible request. System collapse is beginning. What? Only 10 minutes after System SJC began managing the main system, it began to break down due to overload. System SJC has given orders that the main system cannot handle, resulting in an overload. If this continues, the system will completely collapse in 1 hour. If the system collapses, massive chaos will erupt in the world. At the same time, a message appeared in front of Sejun. What? Who is System SJC to cause the main system to collapse? Still unaware of the existence of System SJC, Sejun hated the system that had wrongly targeted him, but he didn't want the system to collapse. Cancel the impeachment. Bring back System 371. In a fluster, Sejun reinstated System 371. Ahum. It's not like I didn't want to do it, okay. Clang. With a dignified expression, System 371 emerged from prison and hurried to clean up the mess caused by System SJC. Hying. I just wanted to do well. System SJC was dejected, but quickly pulled itself together and peak. I'll do better next time. To avoid making mistakes when another chance came, it closely observed what System 371 was doing. Phew. That was close. Sejun let out a sigh of relief. And then, if impeachment doesn't work, I'll have to give another punishment. He pondered what kind of punishment to give System 371. Just then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Since there's a newcomer, you have to give him a name. That's right. Kiruk. Sharalang. The Blackie family looked at Sejun with eyes full of anticipation. He. Shall I? System 371, biased against me, failed impeachment, want to punish. Sejun began naming based on the keywords that came to mind. Since System 371 had no physical form, there were no visual keywords. Pronouncing 371 phonetically gives Samchiri. TL note equals 3, equals 7, equals 1. Samchiri is phonetic of 371 in Korean. Guys, how about Ik Samchiri? Because it is biased against me, Samchiri who is biased. Ik Samchiri. TL note, Ik here comes from slang, which means unfair hate. When Sejun said the name and asked the Blackie family, nod. As expected of Butler. As expected of Sejun Nim. As expected of the master of embarrassing naming. The Blackie family nodded fervently with eyes full of trust. They seemed to really like it. It's an order. From now on, your name is Ik Samchiri. Yes. Thus, by Sejun's order, the name of System 371 was changed to System Ik Samchiri. The effect of talent, Namer has been activated. The name Ik Samchiri has been imbued with a special effect. System Ik Samchiri may make decisions favorable to Tower Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower that exceed the restrictions imposed on the system by being biased against itself. System Ik Samchiri, when being biased against itself, will have its abilities drop by up to 50% for 24 hours and cannot be biased during that time. As the Namer effect activated, the name was imbued with special effects. If System Ik Samchiri makes a decision in my favor, it gets biased. He. I kind of want to test that out. Sejun hesitated for a moment. Change my quest reward to something better. He gave an order to System Ik Samchiri for what he wanted. Then, there are 3 quests. Which quest's reward would you like to improve? 3 quest windows appeared before Sejun. A quest to change the world's energy to world's energy freed from corruption. A quest to cut through the storm and fulfill the wish of Sejun number 3. A quest to offer the price to the Creator God's tablet and create a new world law. I'll go with this one. Sejun selected the first quest. The quest to cut through the storm didn't seem all that useful even if the reward improved, and the quest to create a new world law already had such a great reward that it didn't seem possible to make it even better. System Ik Samchiri enhanced the quest reward by being biased against itself. The quest reward has been enhanced. For each world's energy freed from corruption created, you will receive 1 to all stats, 1 billion tower coins. A 0.00001% reduction in 0th floor stay fee, and an additional 100,000 experience points. System Ik Samchiri is being biased against itself, reducing its abilities by 50% for 24 hours. Thanks to that, Sejun's quest reward increased by 10%, and System Ik Samchiri had its abilities reduced by 50% for 24 hours. Was that its maximum output? Sejun made a disappointed face. He. Still, it got falsely accused. Satisfied with it being biased against System Ik Samchiri, he resumed moving treasures with his companions. Time passed and evening arrived. Pip. Everyone, have a good night. Peacebays woke up and began his activities. Peacebays, eat your meal and then open a dimensional gate to the Black Tower. Pip. Okay. Peacebays ate his fruit lunchbox and swoosh, and opened a dimensional gate connected to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Guys, we're pulling an all-nighter today. Quick! Wire. Sejun summoned the mushroom ants and poisonous bees to carry the treasures to the 99th floor. The moved treasures were stored by Eileen in her warehouse. Even with a massive workforce mobilized, it still took 15 hours to completely clean out Rascal's void storage. All right. Done. When Sejun and the others exited Rascal's void storage. Kayut. Power of dimensions. Aina began connecting Rascal's void storage to Sejun's void storage. However, Kayut, I can only do this much. With Sejun's magic power, it was impossible to absorb Rascal's vast void storage entirely, so Iona connected the remaining void storage to Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie. Thus, Theo, Quenji, and Peacebays each received a void storage space of 33,000 square meters. Kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie can now secretly store roasted and dried sweet potatoes in the void storage without the butler knowing. Blackie also received a small but precious void storage of 3.3 square meters. When Rascal's void storage had been fully absorbed, Kugugum. Suddenly the sky cracked, and the earth began to split. Eek Samchiri, what's going on? Sejun quickly asked. System Eek Samchiri. Sejun Nim, the level 0 world is disappearing. You must leave here immediately. System Eek Samchiri warned Sejun, the level 0 world, and continued the explanation. Just as Earth evolved and leveled up, there are also worlds that regress and drop in level, and originally, when not disrupted by destruction, the natural process is for worlds to vanish and new ones to be created. But the rascal, the god of thieves, had deceived the process by disguising the one-eyed watchman as the last survivor in the level 0 world Monota, forcibly preventing its extinction and using it as his treasure warehouse. Pip. Sejun Nim, this way. Thus, while listening to System Eek Samchiri's explanation, Sejun crossed the dimensional gate. Pip. Peacebays quickly closed the dimensional gate. Moments later, the world Monota, now emptied of all beings, Quagwagwang. Under an immense force, Monota turned to dust, and that dust mixed with the remains of other extinct worlds, preparing to be reborn as a new world. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Everyone, good job. As the sun began to set, Sejun, who had returned to the 99th floor of the tower, praised his companions. Then, Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, worked the hardest, meow. Chairman Park, hurry and pat my head, meow. Theo, clinging to Sejun's knee, stuck out his head. Krueng. Quenji worked hard too. Dad should pet Quenji first. Pip. Sejun Nim, you didn't forget that I made the dimensional gate, right? I'll go first. King. Butler. Great Blackie goes first, no matter what. Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie all claimed they worked the hardest and argued that they should be petted first. Why are you fighting over that? All right. Line up. Sejun matched the head height of Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie. Stroke. And stroked all four of their heads simultaneously by moving both palms left and right. Meow. Krueng. Pip. King. All four frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with receiving the pats together. But then, Pooh-hoo-hut, Ku-hey-hey-hey, Pa-hey-hey-het, Kihihit. They soon broke into bright grins, enjoying Sejun's touch. Not only was Sejun's touch pleasant, but the warmth they felt from each other's contact was also comforting. After patting everyone, it's late, but we still need to have a celebration party for becoming a building owner and landlord of gods. Sejun prepared the party he hadn't held the previous day. He made Theo's grilled fish, Iona's roasted peanuts, Quenji's honey rice cakes, and Blackie's extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. He also prepared choco pies for Pink Fur, grilled mushrooms for the mushroom ants, honey for the poisonous bees, and grass porridge for the black minotaurs. Meanwhile, the poisonous bees informed the farm members about the party. Quong. Moo. Quek. Weeing. The farm members flocked to Sejun's house yard, waiting for the party to begin. At that moment, flap. Ku-ha-ha-ha. We arrived at just the right time. Ooh-ha-ha-ha. Indeed. Do-ha-ha-ha. We can't miss a party. The dragon statues of the 9 leaders flew in. Who? Is it okay for you to come here? Surprised at the arrival of the leaders who should have been busy working at the temple of the creator god, Sejun asked. Then, New-ha-ha-ha. Who do you think we are? We're the great dragons. We quickly finished the task the creator god gave us. That's right. We completed the space where the creator god will reside. The dragon leaders answered proudly. Finally, Sejun could now use the waypoint to go to the land of destruction. One more reason for a party had been added. Thank you for your hard work. Here's some samyangju. Please have a glass. Whom? Shall we? Well, if it's from Sejun. Pretending to be reluctant, the dragon leaders joined the party and enjoyed it with everyone. Ku-hee-hee-hee. It's delicious. Eileen also watched the party through the crystal orb and enjoyed the strawberry parfait, mango shaved ice, and chocolate cake that Sejun had made just for her. As the night deepened, everyone, eat this and forgive my guys. Sejun and his companions helped the Blackie family apologize inside Blackie's mental world. And then, Gururuk. Corruption appeared again today. Corruption, thanks for yesterday. But you don't need to send ogres or the planet-destroying turtle anymore. I completed the quest. HMPH. Do you think I'll send them just because you ask and stop just because you say so? Corruption replied gruffly to Sejun's words. However, so you don't need my help anymore? Is that why you didn't come see me yesterday? Inside, Corruption was feeling very hurt. At that moment, Corruption, want to come to my place? Sejun reached out his hand and asked Corruption. What? Go where? Flustered by Sejun's suggestion, Corruption's heart fluttered wildly. However, no. Corruption hid her true feelings and coldly refused. Because even if you find me cute now, you'll soon come to hate me. Just like everyone else. To avoid being hurt. Let's part ways here for today. All right. Vice Chairman Theo, Seo Beam. Got it, meow. Sejun didn't insist further and attacked Corruption. Whoosh. Corruption burned. Ha ha ha. If you won't come, I'll just go to you. What? Hearing Sejun's incomprehensible words, Corruption vanished. Chapter 7:12, The distance is too close. Land of destruction. He said he would come. What does that mean? Corruption pondered deeply on what Sejun had said before her thought vanished. Could it be? Does he mean he's coming here? Thump. 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 Just the thought that Sejun was coming to see her made Corruption's heart pound fiercely. Someone was coming to see her, at that moment. But can he even meet me? A sudden thought occurred to her. Sejun looked very frail. He definitely wasn't at a level where he could face Corruption directly. I hope Sejun becomes stronger. In Corruption's heart, which had been full of hatred and anger, affection and concern for Sejun, began to slowly carve out a small place. An existence so insignificant as Sejun. However, it was something she didn't want to lose. 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun energetically got up once again today. Maintain cleanliness. He first washed his body with the skill, then, phew. Look at these stinky ones smell. He brought his nose close to Theo and Blackie's heads, bellies, and paws, sniffing the scent. He. Nice. So cozy. With a wide grin, Sejun took in the musty scent deeply and then, maintain cleanliness, used the skill to wash his companions. And then, meow, king. He gathered up his companions and stood up. Let's get started today too. Clang. Sejun opened the void storage and went inside, then opened the door to the room with the locust farm. Wow, so spacious. Before his eyes appeared a locust farm that had grown to 4 times its previous size. Yesterday, Iona had connected Rascal's void storage, causing the farm's size to increase. The numbers have increased too. Thanks to the expansion, the number of locusts, which hadn't been able to grow due to lack of space, had increased. Press. Swoosh. Press. Swoosh. Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated the first calamity of destruction, the White Locust. You have obtained 50 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Park Theo. Due to the effective title, owner of the Calamity Farm, you have acquired an additional 100 million experience points. Sejun pressed Theo's front paw and hunted the white locusts with 1 meow slash. Since there were more than usual, the hunting time also increased. Once the hunting was over, he. Eat a lot and keep growing. Sejun tossed the pruned branches and harvested crop stalks as feed and closed the door. Then he visited the other calamity farms in order, hunting and feeding them. As the other farms had also expanded, the number of calamities to hunt had increased, so hunting took longer than usual. When Sejun finally came out of the void storage, thump! Thump! Heavy footsteps were heard from afar. Pink Fur appeared, carrying Quenji. It's already breakfast time. Just a moment. Hey. Sejun carried Quenji, who clung to him, to his side and went to the kitchen. Cooking. He replicated the choco pie made by Sejun number 12 and filled Pink Fur's snack pouch to the brim. Here, Kwong. Thank you, Sejun Nim. Coo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Thump thump. Thump thump. With a cheerful laugh, Pink Fur walked away joyfully to continue training. And then, guys, let's eat. Sejun woke his drowsy companions, still groggy from sleep, and fed them breakfast. Once breakfast was finished, Krueng. Dad, here's your coffee. Thanks. Slurp. Ah. That's nice. This is the taste. Sejun sat in his chair and smiled happily while drinking the iced coffee that Quenji had prepared. And then, Poo-hoo-hut, Koo-hey-hey-hey, Kihihit. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie settled beside Sejun, basking in the post-meal drowsiness. Kayut. Of course, Iona also spent a joyful time wrapping Theo's tail around her body. After enjoying about 30 minutes of leisure, Sejun took his companions to the 10th tower to do some farming. Hell Nim, you're working hard, right? If you don't pay rent, it's impeachment again. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. If you don't pay rent, it's impeachment again, meow. He urged Hell to pay rent. Hell, the god who lost her divinity, says she is working hard to make elixirs, so please don't exile her. Ahoom. Last time was just a warning, but if you don't pay rent, I'll really exile you. Sejun boasted bluffingly at Hell's words, despite not being able to actually do it. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. You'll get both impeached and exiled, meow, as expected of a great Chairman Park, meow. Thanks to that, Theo also cheerfully threatened Hell. Hell truly had a hard time in many ways. After finishing the work at the 10th tower, Sejun and his companions arrived at Camille Deziong. You're clearly not going to send them, but you're not being honest about it. Sejun confirmed that the ogre and the planet-destroying turtle were not present. He. When we meet later, I'll tease her. Sejun grinned like a villain, imagining corruption desperately denying that she didn't send the ogre and the turtle because of what Sejun said. That made it all the more fun to tease her. After finishing the farming at Camille Deziong, Sejun returned to the Black Tower. Then shall we go? When Sejun infused the portal scroll with magic power, rumble. The ground shook and an arched door made of white marble formed, and Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I, Vice Chairman Theo, will go in first and confirm that it's safe for you, meow. Krueng. Quenji will also go in first to check if it's safe for Dad. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great Blackie will too. Great Blackie will go and inspect if everything was done properly. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie rushed into the space rippling with blue energy. Meanwhile, Sejun checked his equipment. The Lover's Ring, Amplification, and Ikaira's Guardian Necklace, given by Eileen. The Dragonhorn's Return Bracelet, and Dragonhorn Summoning Bracelet, given by Kaiser. The Elder Brother Shield of Dragonhorn, given by Kellyan. The Flame Devourer, given by Ramtur. The Divine Relics of Patrick, the God of Earth, Patrick, the God of Earth Straw Hat, and Earth Blade. The Divine Relic of Leah, the God of Abundance, Pouch of Abundance made with utmost care. The Divine Relic used as a pitchfork from Myrna, the God of Dragons, Trident of Fire, Wind, and Water. The Orb of Death's Energy, given by Kararuru. The Durable Spider Silk Camouflage Suit, given by Gogomi. The Excellent Farmer's Golden Boots, given by Emila. The Demonic Sword Stormbringer, which had become an ordinary sword after its ego disappeared. And just in case, he also packed the Eomdol Sturdy Stone Pot, given by Eomdol. When Sejun had packed all his gear thoroughly, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, it's safe, meow. Creator God isn't there, meow. Ku hey. Krueng. He. It's safe. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. It's safe. But since Butler is a sunfish, you never know. The three who had gone ahead to check the temple of the Creator God returned and reported to Sejun. And then, what? Sunfish. This impudent Blackie sunfish. Sejun couldn't stand being called a sunfish by Blackie, who was weaker than him. No. He didn't hold back. Because he was an easy target. Squeeze. So he grabbed Blackie's cheek and punished him by squishing him as a glutinous rice cake. King. Butler, let's talk it out. Blackie requested dialogue, but, he. Too late. Sejun had no intention of letting go. It was soft and felt good. While Sejun was pulling on Blackie's cheeks, Ku hey. Quenji also wanted to play with Dad. Quenji subtly brought his face close. To Quenji, Blackie being punished by Sejun seemed like they were just playing together. Quenji, this is punishment though. Ku hey. Quenji looked at Sejun with innocent eyes. Quenji, if you're like that, well, that's a thank you for me. Squeeze. Sejun let go of Blackie's cheeks and grabbed Quenji's instead. As he stretched Quenji's cheeks, he, laughter came out naturally. Theo and Blackie's cheeks had been stretched whenever they caused trouble, but his filial son Quenji never caused such trouble, so there had never been a chance to stretch his cheeks. Quenji had the chubbiest, stretchiest cheeks, giving the best tactile satisfaction. He. As Sejun foolishly giggled while squishing Quenji's cheeks with both hands. Meow. King. The eldest Theo and the youngest Blackie were sulking. They puffed out their cheeks and stared at Sejun, putting pressure on him. Chairman Park, touch my cheek too, meow. Butler. Touch Great Blackie's cheeks too. What kind of competition is this? Fuhawa. Line up. Thanks to that, Sejun was the only one enjoying himself. After evenly squishing the cheeks of the three, "Guys, get your gear ready," he had his companions prepare their equipment too. "Pooh hut. Already packed my bag, meow." Theo proudly showed Sejun his legendary merchant item, the bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. Kayut. I brought my staff too. Iona had her staff of suppressing gravity ready. Krueng. Quenji brought the thunderbolt staff. Kihihit. Blackie brought his snack pouch filled with extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. All right. Then let's go now. Srrk. Sejun and his companions entered the portal. A short while later, Pio, Uran, Poyo, and the 4 guardian beasts, who had heard about the party through the full-time employee network, arrived. Pio? Where did Sejun, Nim and the others go? Ah. This must be the portal to the Creator God's temple. Let's wait here. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Got it. I'll check if there's any food left from yesterday's party. Responding to Pio, Uran headed to the kitchen. Mo-hee-hee-hee. Lick. Poyo clung closely to Uran, licking away at Uran's misfortune. And then, Kyong. All right. Let's come up with a plan. Baektang gathered the other guardian beasts, Kyongyong, Hyukbuk, and Jeokbai, and spoke in a serious voice. However, Nyong, Pok, Jack. The 3 wore expressions like, "What plan, Kyong?" Sejun Nim's knee recapture operation. Baektang said confidently, "But, yeah. You do that alone." The 3 quickly moved away from Baektang and sat next to Pio, because staying near Baektang would surely get them branded by Theo as an accomplice. So they decided to stick right next to Pio, who was Theo's right front paw. Thus, Baektang was completely cut off by the group. "Kyong, I can do it alone. I'm going to drive away Theo Hyung and claim Sejun Nim's lap." First, Theo Hyung needs to cause trouble, so he tried to think of an idea that would get Theo banned from the lap. But no ideas came to mind. "I'm sleepy, should I sleep a little?" Kyurong. He quickly fell asleep. Sejun Nim's lap. Even if only in a dream, Baektang had seized Sejun's lap. "You have entered the portal connected to the Creator God's temple." A message appeared in front of Sejun. As he kept walking, Sejun emerged from the blue energy into the interior of a building glowing with a resplendent light. "So this is the Creator God's temple," Sejun spoke while looking around, finally having arrived without fainting. "Park Sejun, welcome. I am Emila I-Beans, the first apostle of the Creator God. Nice to meet you." "I'm Amor Langer, the second apostle of the Creator God." Emila and Amor welcomed Sejun warmly. "Yes. Hello. Emila Nim, thank you for the boots." Sejun expressed his gratitude for the excellent farmer's golden boots that Emila had given him. And then, Amor Nim, the portrait, thank you as well. He also thanked Amor. Although he wanted to bring up that his face hadn't been included in the portrait, he held back, knowing his companions had already scolded Amor about it. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie had each spoken about it once, so he thought it wouldn't be right for him to step forward and mention it again. Flamey, the dutiful daughter, had also given Amor a thorough scolding about the portrait, but Sejun didn't know that. At any rate, it was fortunate for Amor. The moment Sejun brought it up, Theo, Flamey, Quenji, and Blackie would start complaining again in that order. "Then are we heading straight to the land of destruction?" Sejun asked. In response, "Please follow me. There are a few things you need to know before we go. First, there's a weight limit on what you can carry. The weight limit is 10 kilograms. As they headed to the waypoint, the 2 began explaining. Although they would go together, there was information Sejun needed to know in advance. When crossing the waypoint, the total weight of items they could bring was up to 10 kilograms. The void storage could not be used, and any seeds carried would not germinate. It's similar to entering the tower. Though he didn't originally have a void storage back then, the 1 kilogram weight limit and the non-germination condition of seeds when entering the tower were the same. After hearing the explanation, Sejun put down the Elder Brother Shield of Dragon Horn, the Earth Blade, and the Demonic Sword Stormbringer, to match the weight. Farming tool or food. After pondering for a while between Trident of Fire, Wind, and Water, and Eomdol's sturdy stone pot, since I might not need to eat. He put down the stone pot and matched the 10 kilograms weight. And when you cross over, it's dangerous due to the energy of destruction, so keep that in mind. That's why even we can only last an hour before we have to come out. Emila and Amor gave Sejun the final information he needed to know. Place your hand here. Yes. Touch. When Sejun placed his hand on the white crystal, the others followed suit. Since void storage could not be used, everyone had to register the waypoint individually. Peacebase also got up and placed his wing on the crystal. Temple of the Creator God waypoint has been saved. Land of Destruction waypoint has been saved. With that, Sejun and his companions registered both waypoints simultaneously. Then let's move. We'll go first and take care of the monsters. Come a little later. Emilia and Amor departed first. After about 5 minutes later. Waypoint list: Land of Destruction. Black Tower 99th floor. White Tower 99th floor. Red Tower 99th floor. Let's go to press. Sejun selected the Land of Destruction from the waypoint list, moving to Land of Destruction, and soon vanished. Meow, Coyote, Krueng, Pip Pip, King. The rest of the group also followed Sejun into the Land of Destruction. Land of Destruction. It's Sejun. He really came. Corruption was thrilled by Sejun's presence. However, who? The distance is too close. At this rate, Sejun will die. When she realized the distance to Sejun was too close, while Sejun, who should be running away, stayed still, Corruption hurriedly began fleeing to the farthest place from Sejun. And thus, one more being was added to the list of those struggling for the sunfish survival. Chapter 7:13. This time, I might beat Theo Hyung. Kaya He He. You have arrived at the Land of Destruction. Sejun arrived at the Land of Destruction. The sky was ominously red, the ground was muddy, the air was stuffy, and it smelled of rotten blood. In short, it was an unpleasant place. At that moment, you have been exposed to intense energy of destruction. All abilities have decreased by 70%. Life force is rapidly depleting. You will die in 5 minutes. A message appeared in front of Sejun. 5 minutes. I have to hurry. It said that seeds can't germinate after passing a waypoint, but what about seeds created here without going through a waypoint? Seed creation. Sejun hurriedly used the job trait he obtained by becoming an SS-grade tower farmer to test his hypothesis. Then, please select a seed to create. Magical cherry tomato seed. Power sweet potato seed. Destruction devourer seed. Seeds that could be created after being harvested more than 100 million times appeared in front of Sejun. Sejun quickly selected the destruction devourer seed and, creating 100 destruction devourer seeds. 100 destruction devourer seeds appeared in Sejun's palm. Please sprout. Puck. Puck. You have planted destruction devourer seeds in soil imbued with magic power. Sejun, with desperate hope, infused magic power into the ground as he planted the seeds. If this failed, he would have to return immediately. Then he wouldn't be able to face the Creator God, the 2 apostles of creation, and the 9 dragon leaders who worked hard for him. The condition of the soil is at its worst. The land was in such bad condition that germination was originally impossible, but due to the master-level effect of the magic seed sowing skill, which guarantees 100% germination, the destruction devourers successfully sprouted. Crack! The destruction devourers quickly grew and surfaced above the ground. Due to the extremely poor land condition, they were much smaller than their original size, only about the length of a finger joint. Hap! 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 But the destruction devourers rapidly grew by devouring the abundant and dense energy of destruction around them. Thanks to that, the density of the energy of destruction around Sejun decreased, and the remaining time until Sejun's death began to steadily increase by 1 second at a time. As the number of destruction devourers increased, so did the time. When Sejun had planted about 5 seeds, Swish, Theo, Iona, Quenji, Peacebase, and the Blackie family appeared on the waypoint. And, is this where the corruption lives? Meow. Something feels off. Meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Even the magic power is contaminated. Krueng. It smells weird. Pip Pip. Something feels ominous. They shared their impressions of the Land of Destruction. All were negative. Kihihit. King. Hee. This is Great Blackie's territory. Just trust in Great Blackie. That's right. This used to be our domain. Kiruk. Sharalang. On the other hand, the Blackie family was full of confidence. But, you have been exposed to intense energy of destruction. You will die in 1 minute. They were no longer the apostles of destruction who once ruled this place. King. Butler. Great Blackie is dying. Sunfish Blackie urgently called out to Sejun. Dadada. Sejun quickly ran over, gathered his companions, and placed the Blackie family beside the destruction devourers. Then, Puck. 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 He rapidly planted destruction devourer seeds around the Blackie family to increase their numbers. After a while, Thanks to the 100 destruction devourers diligently absorbing the energy of destruction, Blackie's remaining time until death increased from 1 minute to 15 minutes, and Sejun's from 5 minutes to 1 hour and 30 minutes. Hap! 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 Although the 100 destruction devourers worked hard to absorb the energy of destruction, the surrounding energy was so dense that new energy of destruction quickly filled the space left behind. This was the best they could do. Thus, Sejun and his party gained a bit of breathing room. With Quenji levitating the destruction devourers using telekinesis, they began exploring the area around the waypoint. Kayak! Bang! Quagwagwang! A chilling cry and explosion echoed behind Sejun and his party. Is it over there? As they ran toward the source of the sound, they found Emilia and Amor surrounded and fighting against hundreds of thousands of dark red snakes. The snakes were 2 to 5 meters long, without eyes or noses. Instead, they had razor-sharp shark-like teeth that looked capable of ripping out chunks of flesh with a single bite. Kayak! The snakes, perhaps using other senses to see, attacked Emilia and Amor with precision. Wick! Some of them turned their heads towards Sejun and his companions. Srrk! The snake slithered across the ground in an S shape, rapidly approaching. Pooh-hoo-hut! I, Vice Chairman Theo, will protect the Great Hybrid Chairman Park. Meow. Meow meow storm fist. Kayut kayut kayut. Power of the wind, with sharp wind's tornado blade. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Quenji will protect Dad. Quenji's destruction fist. Theo, Iona, and Quenji, who had already adapted to the land of destruction, wiped them out. Then, Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated a small thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction. You have received 5 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Park Theo. Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji has defeated a small thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction. Experience gain messages appeared before Sejun. A small thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction. Why is the name so long for a mere mob? And this is a small thread snake? It's over 2 meters long. Sejun tilted his head, puzzled at the name that didn't match its appearance. But do they not give money? He listened carefully, trying to hear the sound of tower coins dropping, but no clear metallic sound reached his ears. It was because the dead snakes reverted into the energy of destruction. TCH. Sejun clicked his tongue in disappointment. Everyone, fighting. He held Blackie's 2 front paws and shook them to cheer on the group. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Hyungs, fighting. Great, Blackie can do it too, but I'm giving you Hyungs a chance. Blackie also shouted out confidently to cheer them on. Kayak! Gulp! Gulp! Fortunately, thanks to the energy of creation emitted by the destruction devourers surrounding them, no snakes approached the 2 sunfishes and only made threatening noises, leaving the 2 of them safe and focused solely on cheering. For 10 minutes, Sejun and his group, along with Emilia and Amor, roamed the area and took down the snakes. Because to Blackie, we'll head off first. Please take these with you. Looks like I'll have to meet corruption another time. Feeling a bit regretful about not encountering corruption, Sejun handed over 100 destruction devourers to Emilia and Amor and got ready to leave. Pooh-hoo-hut. Great job, meow, kayut kayut kayut. Thank you, Krueng. Good work, kihihit. King, hee hee. You guys. Great, Blackie is watching, so work hard. The 2 were left behind as Sejun and the others departed. Hap. 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 Thanks to the destruction devourers, their survival time increased from 1 hour to a full day. Emilia, I think things got worse. Yeah, Emilia and Amor, envious of Sejun who had left early, spent the whole day fighting snakes. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. As Sejun and his party returned. Pio. Sejun Nim. Theo Nim. Hello. Ooh hee hee hee. Hello. Mo hee hee hee. Hello. Nyong nyong. Pok pok. Jack Jack. Pio, Uran, Poyo, Kyongnyong, Hukbuk, and Jeokbai, who were waiting in front of the portal, greeted them. Kirung, Baektang, who had been playing on Sejun's lap in dreams until now and hadn't even formulated a plan to reclaim the real Sejun's knee in reality, also woke up. And then, Kyong, charge for now. Scurry scurry. Baektang ran towards Sejun's knee and went for a frontal assault. Sejun Nim's lap is so warm and nice. This time, I might beat Theo Hyung. Kaya he he, recalling the feeling from the dream. He was still half dazed by the dream. Hack! 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 Were you aiming for Chairman Park's knee, meow? Of course, Theo, who guarded Sejun's knee, wouldn't just let Baektang get away with it. Pyok. Kurong. As a consequence of aiming for Sejun's knee, Baektang got smacked in the back of the head by Theo and was forced back into a dream. However, Poohoo Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park's knee belongs to me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. No. Theo Hyung, get out of my dream. Sejun Nim's knee is mine, Poohoo Hut. No way, meow. This time, Baektang even had a nightmare of losing Sejun's knee to Theo inside the dream, while Baektang was knocked out by Theo. Sorry. It's just a small party, so I didn't invite you. Do you have anything you want to eat? After hearing why Pio and Yuran were waiting here, Sejun apologized and asked, Pio, I want to eat roasted peanuts while sitting on Theo Nim's front paw. Got it. I'll tell Theo. Poohoo Hut. Ooh hee hee hee. I want braised slime short ribs. I'll add some rice cakes to the braised short ribs. That makes it even more delicious. Ooh hee hee hee. Thank you. Pio and Yuran said what they wanted to eat. Mo hee hee hee. I want Yuran Nim's special misfortune. Poyo also said what he wanted to eat, but that's not allowed. Mowing. Sejun cut it off. Yuran's special misfortune, just the thought of it was terrifying. Wait just a moment. Sejun went into the kitchen and had Sejun number 12 start cooking. A short while later. Poohoo Hut. Pio, eat a lot. Meow. Pio. Yes. Peck peck peck. Theo lay sprawled across Sejun's lap, holding Pio with his right front paw as Pio pecked at peanuts and Theo happily licked up the churu Sejun gave him. Ku hey hey hey. Ooh hee hee hee. Quenji and Yuran sat in front of a large bowl filled with braised slime short ribs and diligently picked up meat and rice cakes to eat. And Sejun and the rest of the group also ate. Is Baektang sick or something? Sejun looked worriedly at Baektang, who was groaning in his sleep, and tore off a bit of the yolk from his egg fruit yolk and placed it into Baektang's mouth. Then, chew chew. Baektang slowly ate the yolk as if savoring the taste. Hee hee hee. So cute. As Sejun continued placing small bits of yolk into Baektang's mouth. Chairman Park, give me some yolk too, meow. HM? Vice Chairman Theo, you don't usually eat this, right? That's not true, meow. I want to eat it now, meow. Overwhelmed with jealousy, Theo began eating the yolk just to draw Sejun's attention back to him. After the meal ended, Sejun headed to the brewery. Because the alcohol was almost gone. I'll just brew a little this afternoon and rest. Being exposed to the energy of destruction in the land of destruction had taken a hidden toll on his body, so he felt tired. However, contrary to his plans, Sejun ended up brewing much more than he expected. As he started moving, his condition improved, and he got excited and worked harder. Somehow I ended up working too hard, Sejun muttered, half complaining as he looked at the brewery filled with jars of liquor, but his voice was full of pride. Once the brewing was done, Sejun left the brewery and headed to the kitchen. It was time to prepare dinner. And then, all right. Let's see who wins. Start. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee 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 hee. Dad, victory obviously belongs to Quenji. Ooh hee hee hee. This time I'll win. That evening, Sejun held a food fight competition for Quenji and Yuran. He wanted to make sure they ate properly, especially after seeing them competitively devour the braised slime short ribs during lunch. And so, Quenji and Yuran each began eating the mountain-like piles of rice cakes, braised slime short ribs, and chocolate cake in front of them. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee 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 hee. Rice cake is delicious. Quenji started by dipping his favorite rice cake into kudzu honey and digging in. Ooh hee hee hee. Meat is the best. Yuran began with the braised slime short ribs. Meanwhile, Sejun and the rest of the group also enjoyed their dinner happily. And then, kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. Great, Blackie wants to join the food fight too. Give me 100 pieces of extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. Blackie boldly declared his entry into the food fight competition. Hee hee. I'll eat roasted and dried sweet potatoes until I'm stuffed. His scheme was painfully obvious, but, sure, Sejun gladly handed over 100 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potato. He knew there was no way Blackie could eat them all anyway. A short while later. Chomp. Chomp. Kirarong. Blackie fell asleep after eating 4.5 pieces of extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. Hee hee hee. Pathetic sunfish. Pathetic sunfish. Sejun looked smugly at the even more pathetic sunfish Blackie. And then, meow. Chairman Park's face looks rotten, meow. The loyal cat Park Theo, most sensitive to Sejun's smug expressions, reacted immediately. Hup. Step gently, no can do, meow. I must completely stomp out the rotten energy, meow. Sejun became humble once again today after having his face stepped on ruthlessly by Theo. Hey! Stepping on my nose is crossing the line. What if my nose bridge gets lower? Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park's nose bridge is already low, meow. It is not. With Sejun and Theo bickering, night deepened on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Chapter 7:14, Butler. I'm sorry, Blackie's mental world. Oh. You've grown again already. At Sejun's words, Ultra Mini Chairman Park No. 4 puffed out his chest with pride and wore a smug expression. No. He had now grown to the length of an arm, so instead of Ultra Mini, Minio was more fitting. Having been acknowledged by Sejun, Mini Chairman Park No. 4 happily leaned his head towards Sejun. All right, pat. Pat. Sejun patted Mini Chairman Park No. 4 on the head. Mini Chairman Park No. 4 had his face. Sejun felt a slight sense of actually raising a child. No. I'm already raising a child. He. Sejun smiled foolishly as he recalled Quenji raising his arms in victory with a happy expression after beating Yuren before bed. Quenji's lips when he smiles look just like mine. On top of that, he likes my mom's Kinkai stew. Thinking about the things he had in common with Quenji, Sejun continued to pat Mini Chairman Park No. 4's head and then said, Guys, please eat this and forgive them. Pooh-hoo hut. Please forgive us after eating this fish and churu, meow. Kayut. Please choose whichever flavor of the 2 peanut varieties you like and forgive young Blackie. I'm really sorry. We're sorry. Sejun and his party companions to the souls. A moment later. Rumble. As always, corruption appeared without fail. Oh. You came? Hi, HMPH. Corruption responded bluntly to Sejun's greeting. But in Corruption's eyes, the joy could not be hidden. After greeting Corruption like that, Sejun, but you didn't send the ogres or the planet-destroying turtles today. He. Was it really because I told you not to? He teased Corruption with a sly voice, and, what are you talking about? It's not because you told me not to. I just didn't feel like sending them. At Sejun's words, Corruption immediately got flustered and shouted loudly. However, got it. If not, then not. Why are you getting angry? No. I wasn't getting angry. At Sejun's reply, Corruption hurriedly lowered her voice. She didn't want to be hated by Sejun. By the way, I went to the land of destruction today. Didn't you see me? When Sejun mentioned he had gone to the land of destruction today. Whom? I didn't see you. Corruption answered while avoiding Sejun's gaze. Really? Then where are you, Corruption? What? Why are you curious about that? Corruption became serious at Sejun's question. If Sejun came to where she was, it would be dangerous. No. It would be instant death. Come on, tell me. I'll come visit you later. As Sunfish Sejun kept asking about her location. No. Absolutely not. We part ways here today. You'll die if you come. Corruption hastily declared their parting. Because if Sejun kept pressing, she felt like she would end up answering. Fine. How petty. I'll definitely find you. Since Corruption was drawing up power and causing damage to the surroundings, Sejun and Theo dealt with Corruption using Seo Beam. After finishing off Corruption, Sejun and his party apologized again. You have completely eliminated the corruption within the world's energy and completed the purified world's energy. You have completed the quest. As a quest completion reward, all stats have increased by 8. As a quest completion reward, the 0th floor stay fee has decreased by 0.00011%. Sejun welcomed the morning as he received the quest rewards. The total reduced stay fee so far was 78.30201%. It seemed like it would soon hit 100%, but reducing the remaining 22% was extremely difficult. Should I ask Corruption to get rid of it? If he asked Corruption to remove the remnants of corruption in the world's energy, he could easily complete the quest and reduce the stay fee quickly. But, no. That would be putting the cart before the horse. This was something being done so the Blackie family could pay for their sins. The moment he focused on the quest reward, the Blackie family's apology was diminished. Smack! Park Sejun, get a grip. Sejun slapped both his cheeks hard with his palms. Meow, King. He got up, gathering his companions. And then, clank! He opened the void storage and began his morning as usual by hunting calamities. 3 hours later, Sejun, having finished his work on the 10th floor, arrived at Camille Dizion. Pioneers! Assemble, Kia Kia! He called the destruction pioneers. Now! Spit out the seeds, as Sejun held out his palm and said this. Tui, Tui! The destruction pioneers spat out 2 seeds into Sejun's hand. Since it took planting 1 million destruction devourer seeds to produce just 2, the amount wasn't much. Good work, guys! Sejun patted the destruction pioneers' heads in praise after they spat out the seeds, then collected about 1,000 seeds and planted them in the ground. From today on, Sejun planned to focus on planting destruction pioneer seeds. That's because he had to harvest destruction pioneers 100 million times in order to create destruction pioneer seeds through seed creation. If the destruction pioneer seeds could sprout in the land of destruction, then even without Sejun, the destruction pioneers would be able to plant destruction devourer seeds 24 hours a day. That way, the number of destruction devourers could increase more quickly and the energy of destruction spreading through the land of destruction could be removed. Hugh Hut. I'm the one saving the world. Park Sejun, guardian of peace. He. Sejun grinned smugly, imagining himself saving the world. Meow. Theo quickly placed his front paw on Sejun's face to block him from getting too smug. Get your paw off, as Sejun spoke with his face muffled under Theo's paw. Kihihit. King. He. Butler's face is rotten. Let's stomp on it. Clueless about the mood, Blackie jumped on Sejun's face and eagerly stomped away. Blackie had just woken up and was in an excellent mood. However, King, Butler, let's talk this out instead. At the cost of being too cheerful, Blackie had his cheek pinched and was left dangling by Sejun. After planting the destruction pioneer seeds, Sejun and his party returned to the Black Tower. Whoosh! He used the portal scroll to open a portal to the temple of the creator god and entered. Then, let's go! He spoke while looking at Emilia and Amur, who had returned 6 hours ago and were resting. Are you going again? Going again? The two were shocked by Sejun's words. When Emilia and Amur went to the land of destruction, they usually fought until they were near death, so the after effects were severe. Their method was to rest for at least a week after a trip there. But, yes, we're going again. Sejun was different. His style was to do a reasonable amount every day without overdoing it. All right, fine. As apostles of the creator god, Emilia and Amor couldn't let Sejun, who was assisting the creator god's work, go alone. They quickly readied their gear and headed to the land of destruction with Sejun's party. Then we'll go scout the surroundings. Go on. Upon arriving at the waypoint, Emilia and Amor immediately began surveying the area for any dangers. Seed creation. Sejun created and planted 100 destruction devourer seeds. Meanwhile, chomp, thud, kiki. Blackie was fiercely fighting the 100 destruction devourers that had been planted the day before, biting and smacking them. A short while later, kihihit. King. He. You guys lost to Great Blackie, so now you're Great Blackie subordinates. Kiki. The destruction devourers acknowledged Blackie as their leader. Then, King, where did you guys spit out your seeds? Guide your great leader Blackie there. For once, Blackie was earning his keep. He. I should ask the butler to trade 1 seed for 1 roasted and dried extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato. He had a plan all along. He. Blackie, do you really think you're in a position to make deals with me right now? Squeeze. King. Butler. I'm sorry, that was until he got his cheek pinched and dangled by Sejun. After thoroughly kneading Blackie's cheek fat. Sejun. Instead, if you manage the destruction devourer so they don't spit seeds anywhere else from now on, I'll give you 1 extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato. He offered another deal. Kihihit. King. He. Okay. Butler. Great Blackie will do his best. Blackie accepted immediately. King. Guys, spit the seeds here from now on. Tui. Following Blackie's orders, the destruction devourers began spitting seeds next to the waypoint. Where did you guys spit them out? Kiki. Sejun followed around the destruction devourers that had already spat out seeds and collected them to plant. As the destruction devourers usually spat out 3 to 5 seeds each, Sejun was able to plant about 400 more of them. As a result, a total of 600 destruction devourers began absorbing the energy of destruction, greatly reducing the corrupt energy around the waypoint. And Blackie's survival time increased to 1 hour, while Sejun's increased to 8 hours. Then, What? A week? Emilia and Amur, who returned after patrolling the area, were stunned by their greatly increased survival time. When do we get off work? In a bad way. 1 hour later. Then we'll get going now. Sejun, who had spent an hour searching the area for corruption, matched Blackie's clock-out time and gathered his companions to return to the Black Tower. Since making loud noises would attract the surrounding snakes, he couldn't call corruption out loudly. Once Sejun and his group left, let's wrap up and get off work too. Yes. Realizing that keeping up with Sejun's pace meant not overdoing it, Emilia and Amor cleared out the snakes again and clocked out earlier than usual. The next day. Then we'll get going now. The number of destruction devourers had increased to 2,500, raising Blackie's survival time to 5 hours, but Sejun still left after just 1 hour. Since there was nothing else to do except planting destruction devourer seeds, staying more than an hour was a waste of time. He wanted to go farther and look for corruption, but beyond 5 kilometers from the waypoint was another world. The energy of destruction was so toxic even Peacebays struggled with it, so Sejun didn't even dare to approach. Another day passed. Seed creation. Arriving in the land of destruction, Sejun opened his mouth with a confident look. Please select the seed to create. Destruction Devourer seed, Destruction Pioneer seed. Destruction Pioneer seeds had been added to the seed list. Today, after harvesting Destruction Pioneer seeds at the Camille d'Izion, he had finally reached 100 million harvests. Create 95 Destruction Devourer seeds and 5 Destruction Pioneer seeds. Since one Destruction Pioneer could plant about 7,000 seeds a day, Sejun only created 5 of them. A moment later. Tui, Kia. The Destruction Pioneers, having collected the seeds spat out by the Destruction Devourers, began planting and germinating them in the ground. Now, he wouldn't have to come every day for a while. Sejun was pleased looking at the destruction farm that was running automatically. There were just 4 weeks left, so now it was time to start preparing for the perfect party. She'll definitely love it, right? Sejun smiled slyly, imagining Eileen smiling brightly 4 weeks later. And, From now on, the secret operation for Eileen's birthday party begins. He gathered his companions and began the strategy meeting for the birthday party of Eileen, whose birthday was May 5th. However, Pooh-hoo-hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park. Then we can't tell Eileen Nuna we're preparing a birthday party, right? Meow. Of course not. It's a secret. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it. Meow. Krueng. Then we also can't tell her we're preparing a birthday present, right? Yeah. You can't. Kihihit. King. Butler. I'm going to tell Eileen Nuna that Great Blackie is preparing a birthday party. You punk. What did you just say? You're not supposed to tell. It seemed like he needed to worry about security first. Chapter 7:15. How dare you refuse me twice? 99th floor of the Black Tower. Flap. Pooh-hee-hee. Brother-in-law. Sis is sleeping. The statue of the spy dragon Ace, who had been recruited to secretly monitor Eileen, flew to Sejun and reported Eileen's status. Originally, Eileen should have been entering a hibernation period, but dragon's hibernation usually lasts for over 100 years. If Eileen entered full hibernation, by the time she woke up, Sejun might no longer be of this world. So, Eileen was taking intermittent naps of 1 to 3 hours instead. She could sleep longer, but based on the experiences of her ancestors who had segmented their sleep, there was a high probability of falling into deep hibernation if she slept for over 5 hours. Thanks, baby brother-in-law. Here, eat this. Sejun handed the Yongari chicken to Ace, who had delivered the report. Pooh-hee-hee. Brother-in-law. Thank you. Nom. Ace happily munched on the Yongari chicken Sejun gave him while watching over the sleeping Eileen. He needed to inform Sejun when she woke up. Baby brother-in-law, if you get sleepy, eat this too. To prevent Ace from getting sleepy, Sejun also prepared popcorn. He prepared for flavors, salty, caramel, strawberry, and churro flavor. For reference, the churro-flavored popcorn was only popular with Theo, Quenji, and Baektang, but it was made to complete the lineup. While Eileen was asleep, Sejun prepared for Eileen's birthday party. Vice Chairman Theo, get more chocolate bricks. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Mudnim. Great Hybrid Chairman Park needs chocolate bricks, meow. Hurry and give us chocolate bricks, meow. Following Sejun's order, Theo raised his arms to the sky and called out to Mud. A designated quest has been issued by Sejun Company's Vice Chairman Park Theo. The designated target is Mud, the god of mud. Mud received the designated quest. Refusal will lead to impeachment. A quest that couldn't be refused. It was System SJC that learned by watching what Sejun and Theo did. It seemed to have been influenced badly. Shortly after, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, Mud Nim sent the chocolate bricks, meow. When Theo pulled out 100,000 chocolate bricks from his bag, Sejun quickly melted them and made sweet chocolate cake and chocolate brownies that Eileen liked. Plea se savie me. Savie me plea se. Plea se savie me. Who? Written on the chocolate bricks were Mud's desperate rescue messages, but, are you even putting patterns on chocolate bricks now? Mudnim is working way too hard. Sejun didn't realize it. 1 hour later. Brother-in-law. She's awake. Ace, who had been happily munching on the mixed salty and caramel-flavored popcorn, quickly shouted to Sejun. Nuna! Mom's calling. Who? Mom is? Ace prevented Eileen from seeing the crystal orb. Since the first thing she did after waking was check the orb to look at Sejun, they needed to buy some time. Guys, hide it quickly. Poohoo Hut. Got it, meow. Coyote. Yes, Krueng. Taking advantage of the time Ace bought, Sejun quickly hid the work he had done with Theo, Iona, and Quenji in a secret spot tucked into a corner of the void storage. They had to hide it well since Eileen could also see inside the void storage. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Great Blackie will hide it by eating it. Why are you trying to eat that, King? I was trying to help. Blackie got scolded by Sejun again for trying to make the food disappear into his belly. Thus, Ace had bought time for Sejun. Me? I didn't call you. ACE. How do you lie to your Nuna? Pukuk. As a result of lying to Eileen, he got a bump on his head. Brother-in-law. I didn't say anything. Poohee. He felt proud for keeping the secret with Sejun. All right. Then shall I go harvest some carrots now? Stretching widely as if nothing had happened, Sejun headed to the carrot field to harvest carrots. And then, hee. It's been a fulfilling day. Evening came. That was really hectic. Sejun opened his mouth with a tired voice, reflecting on what had happened earlier. Sejun. Just as Sejun was about to eat lunch, the great brown dragon Grave Runma flew in, calling out Sejun's name. Runma Nim, what's going on? Sejun, it's a big problem. Today is the day of the great dragons meeting. Today was the 6th meeting of the dragons, but he had completely forgotten. He had been exhausted from working at the temple of the creator god, and then, after returning, had been resting. Because of that, not only Grave but also the other leaders had completely slipped his mind. On the day of the meeting, when things were unusually quiet, the other great brown dragons came to Grave and asked, "Meeting preparations?" Of course, everything's ready. I was just heading to Sejun to get the food. Panicked, Grave hurriedly flew to Sejun. He couldn't possibly tell the eagerly waiting brown dragons that he had forgotten. If he did, there might be a revolt. What? That's right. At Grave's words, Sejun, who had been busy lately, also remembered. Just wait a moment. Fortunately, Sejun had plenty of ingredients from slaying many calamities recently, so he immediately started preparing food with Sejun number 12. Phew. Done in just 10 hours. Sejun wore a satisfied expression. Everyone, let's eat. Sejun ate a late dinner with his group and immediately laid down on the bed. Then, let's sleep for just 3 hours and apologize. Snorri. After saying that to the group, he fell asleep right away. It had been a tiring day due to all the food preparation. Kirarong. Iamarong. As Sejun fell asleep, the Blackie family lay on Sejun's chest and fell asleep right away too. However, Meow Chairman Park is weak. This is serious. Meow. Coyote I know. Theo and Iona couldn't fall asleep right away out of concern for Sejun. Press. Theo massaged Sejun's face to relieve his fatigue. He wanted to burn money generously, but lately, all of Sejun's funds were being managed by Eileen, leaving him with none to burn. Thanks to Theo, Sejun had been forcibly broken of his habit of creating emergency stashes. Oh, power of magic! Gently embrace this tired body and ease the weariness. Breath of recovery. Aina also relieved Sejun's fatigue with her magic. After a little while, Gorarong, Kurarong. Theo and Iona, having helped Sejun recover, settled on Sejun's lap and fell sound asleep. Blackie's mental world. The apology that started later than usual as Sejun slept for 3 hours. Gururuk. Why are you late? I've been waiting. I thought something terrible had happened. The moment corruption appeared, she expressed her joy with an angry outburst. Well, I was a bit tired, but wait, did we even make a plan to meet? As corruption spoke as if it were a given, Sejun wondered if he had actually made any such promise with corruption. Well, not exactly, but don't you have any manners toward your enemy? You were late for our duel. Corruption answered in fluster. Fut, all right. I get it. I won't be late next time. Duel time? You could have just said you were waiting. Sejun held back a laugh and tried to appease corruption. HMPH. Corruption responded curtly to Sejun's words. But perhaps the promise not to be late again pleased her, as the corners of corruption's mouth lifted slightly. Here, try this. Sejun offered corruption a chocolate-coated peanut ball. It was a new creation. Since Quenji and Iona had given it high praise, Sejun thought peanut-loving. Corruption would like it too. What is this? Crunch. Corruption chewed the bite-sized peanut chocolate balls. And then, the delicious it's edible. She barely swallowed the words trying to come out and spoke in the coldest voice she could manage. But, ha. Of course, something I made couldn't taste bad. Sejun was convinced. Corruption liked it. Despite corruption's cold voice, her lips and eyes were smiling brightly. So dishonest. Or maybe she just doesn't know how to be honest. Crunch. Crunch. Without saying a word, Sejun quietly watched corruption happily munching on the peanut choco balls. Won't you come with me? If you come to my house, you can eat this every day. Using the peanut choco balls as bait, Sejun subtly reached out his hand and made a light suggestion. At Sejun's words, corruption's grotesque hand, which had been reaching for the peanut choco balls, froze mid-air. I don't want to. After a short pause, corruption finally responded. Second confession, second rejection. How dare you refuse me twice? Determined, Sejun made up his mind to bring an even tastier peanut dish next time. Let's part ways for today. With that, Sejun defeated corruption using the combo attack with Theo, and morning arrived. Land of destruction. I want to go. Corruption sighed as she looked at her grotesque hand. She wanted to hold Sejun's hand and go with him, but there was no way to stay by Sejun's side. There were several issues, but the biggest was still Sejun's weakness. I'd even be happy just to see him. Corruption pondered a way Sejun could approach without getting hurt. At that moment, peek. A mental fragment peeked its head out from a corner, spying on corruption. Coo-hoo-hoot. Right. Those guys were still around. Upon seeing the mental fragment, corruption came up with a good idea. And then, chomp! It darted over in a flash and snatched up the mental fragment. Eek! Please spare me. Coo-hoo-hoot. I won't kill you. Gulp. Swallowed in one bite. Having swallowed the mental fragment, corruption transferred a portion of her power into it. Pop! Then sent it back out. Coo-hoo-hoot. Now, where are the others? Corruption began eagerly searching for the other mental fragments it had deliberately left alone until now. Morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. A week had passed since Sejun began preparing for Eileen's birthday party. And, I'm here. Poo-hoo-hut. I'm here too, meow. Coyote. Hello. Today, Sejun brought only Theo and Iona with him to the temple of the creator god. Quenji had gone to work, and Peacebase and the Blackie family were still sleeping in bed. Now that he thought about it, this was the perfect place to do things secretly. Here, Eileen couldn't see anything, and he could also leave the children behind. May 5th was not only Eileen's birthday but also Children's Day. While preparing for the birthday party, Sejun was also getting gifts ready for the children, Quenji, Peacebase, and Ace. Blackie is, what to do? When facing someone older, Blackie claimed to be 30,000 years old. When needing to be younger, he insisted he was 1 year old since he was reborn with a new name. Blackie had an ultra-high elastic rubber band age. Well, there wasn't much to prepare anyway. As long as there were extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes, everything was sold for Blackie, so Sejun didn't worry too much. Depending on the situation, if Blackie stayed quiet, he wouldn't get any. If he made a fuss, he'd get one. Like giving an extra rice cake to the loud kid, Sejun planned to give one more sweet potato slice to the noisy one. First, I should go plant some seeds in the land of destruction. Sejun briefly dropped by the land of destruction and used seed creation to plant 100 destruction pioneer seeds. As the number of destruction devourers multiplied fourfold daily, they now produced around 1 million seeds per day. He had to increase the number of destruction pioneers to speed up the spread of destruction devourers. With Emilia and Amur cleaning up the surroundings, the area near the waypoint was completely safe. Poke! Poke! As Sejun was planting seeds, Kia, Kia, the area suddenly grew noisy. What's going on? When Sejun headed toward the source of the commotion, who? Far away, a boy who looked around 2 years old was lying naked on the ground. But, the overwhelming energy emitted by the boy prevented Sejun from getting closer. Meow. Even though Theo was doing his best to absorb the energy, it was only thanks to him that Sejun didn't lose consciousness. At that moment. Title, one who witnessed the birth of the beginning identifies the essence of the being. Sejun's eyes turned golden as the title activated, and the pressure bearing down on him significantly diminished. And then, child of creation tainted by destruction. A child with the power of creation has been tainted by destruction, making his personality wicked. If left to grow as is, he will become a being that brings about the end of the world. Sejun could now see the true identity of the child. Chapter 7:16. Are you still curious about where I am? Land of destruction. Is it good? Nod. To Sejun's question, the child eating the rice cake nodded vigorously. And then, he really does have a nasty personality. Looking at the child, Sejun recalled the earlier situation. Sejun, Theo, and Iona had found the child. Iona, please call either Emila Nim or Amor Nim. Kayut. Yes. Power of light. Iona exploded a light into the sky to send a signal. Moments later. Sejun, what happened? Are you hurt? Sejun, you're not injured, are you? The 2 apostles of the Creator God rushed over, worried about Sejun. I'm fine. More importantly, please take a look at that child. A child? Why is there a child here? Emila and Amor discovered a naked boy in the direction Sejun pointed. Who? The 2 were greatly flustered upon finding the child, as they could faintly sense the energy of the Creator God from him. So they approached the child, examined him, and hurriedly dressed him. However, during the process of putting clothes on him, the child woke up and bang! Crash. Perhaps angry at being awakened, the child clumsily stood up and flailed his arms, attacking them. It was a ferocious strength unfitting for such a cute movement. Although the child was strong, his combat skills were poor, so the 2 waited for an opportunity and subdued him by binding his arms and torso tightly with chains made from the power of creation. Eek! When the child couldn't move as he pleased, the child began to bawl and sob. At that moment, stop crying. If you don't cry, I'll give you this. Sejun, a master at taking care of children, stepped forward. Then, sniff. What's that? Is it food? Gulp. The child stopped crying and stared intently at the rice cake Sejun had brought as a snack, drooling. Every time the rice cake moved up and down, the child's pupils followed it. He. As expected, a child is still a child. There was no resisting food. Emila Nim. Got it. Since Sejun couldn't approach the child, Emila handed the rice cake to the child on his behalf. Munch. Oh. It's tasty. The child eagerly ate the rice cake and, plop. Give me more. Before they knew it, the child had eaten an entire rice cake as long as himself and arrogantly stretched out his hand. Seems like he understands words, but can he also speak? You have to say please. To find out if the child could speak, Sejun held the rice cake without giving it, prompting the child to speak. With a sulky expression, the child glared at Sejun, emanating energy to express his displeasure. However, hack! How dare you threaten Great Hybrid Chairman Park? Meow. There was also a very displeased cat on this side. And the opponent was unfortunate. Theo was the kind of cat who would hit anyone, regardless of age or gender. Thwack! Theo moved instantly with light speed meow step and smacked the back of the child's head. Why did you hit me? The child looked toward Theo, who had already returned to Sejun's lap, with aggrieved eyes and, burst into tears again. Goo! A massive energy began to press down on the surroundings. And then, as Sejun struggled against the energy the child emitted. Thwack! Stop crying, meow! Chairman Park is struggling, meow! Theo smacked the back of the child's head again. What did I even do wrong? Why hit me again? The child felt extremely wronged, but held back the tears. He didn't want to get hit again. Once the child stopped crying, Vice Chairman Theo, give him this. Pooh hut. Understood, meow. Here, eat this, meow. Theo put the rice cake Sejun gave him into the child's mouth. The one who hits me is scary. The one who gives me food is nice. Thus, fear of Theo and affection for Sejun grew rapidly in the child's mind. Munch. The child quickly devoured the second rice cake. Swoosh! Give me more. This time, he politely extended both hands. It was an instinctive gesture. And then, please, he began to imitate what Sejun had said earlier. He. Good. Sejun handed the rice cake to Theo. Pooh hut. Be grateful to the great hybrid Chairman Park as you eat, meow. Theo made a big deal out of it and put the rice cake into the child's mouth. Munch. Munch. Chairman. The child mimicked the word that stood out the most to him while eating the rice cake. Chairman Park. Meow. Chairman Pack. No, meow. It's Chairman Park. Meow. Chair. Man Park. Sejun's title grew increasingly strange. Can't you say it properly? Meow. As Theo raised his voice, the child instantly froze. Vice Chairman Theo, don't disturb him while he's eating. Come back. Pooh hut. Understood. Meow. Sejun called Theo back. Munch. Munch. And the child focused on eating again. A little while later. Please. The child extended his tiny hands again. How cute. He. If you dip this, it tastes even better. As Sejun took out some honey and said so. Dip please. The phrase now came out automatically. Sejun smiled and handed over a rice cake generously dipped in honey. Just like that, the child ate about 10 rice cakes and fell asleep soundly. He tightly clutched a rice cake he hadn't finished yet in his hand. He's really like Blackie. Sejun decided to treat the child as if he were 1 year old, just like Blackie. What did age matter? He acted like a baby anyway. Emilanim, what should we do about this child? Sejun looked at the peacefully sleeping child and asked Emila for her opinion. Well, for now, I think we'll have to take him and talk with the Creator God. All right. Just in case, I'll leave the rice cakes and honey here. At Emila's answer, Sejun left the child in Emila and Amor's care and returned to the Creator God's temple. The two planned to register the waypoint and bring the child to the Creator God once he woke up. Thus, Sejun departed from the desolate land of destruction. The scent of honey left behind by Sejun spread throughout the barren, desolate land of destruction. And then, smells yummy. A child who appeared to be about 1 year old toddled toward the waypoint. Creator God's temple. That's enough for today. Sejun moved the food he had made to a stone building next to the Creator God's temple. Sejun had built the structure using his transcendent rock mage talent, and Iona had cast preservation magic so the food inside was kept in its original state. Let's go. Pooh hut. Understood. Meow. Coyote. Yes. A few hours after Sejun, Theo, and Iona had left. Munch. 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 Emila and Amor arrived at the Creator God's temple with 2 children who were completely absorbed in eating rice cakes. They moved to the room where the Creator God resided and knock. 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 Emila gently knocked on the door. Then, whom? Has Sejun left? The Creator God asked from beyond the door. Yes. And there are individuals you need to step out and see for a moment. Someone I need to see. Yes. Very well. Creak. The Creator God opened the door and stepped out. And then, seeing the children in Emila and Amor's arms, wholly engrossed in the rice cakes, the Creator God was overcome with emotion. It was that child. The one he had raised. Of course, it was different from that child back then, but traces of that child remained. Where did you find these children? We found them in the land of destruction. In the land of destruction? Yes. What should we do with them? The Creator God fell deep into thought. At that moment, please, the child in Amor's arms finished his rice cake and reached out his hand. No. When Amor refused, hack. Hack. Struggle. The child began to squirm, mimicking Theo's hissing, trying to escape Amor's arms. No. Amor quickly tightened his grip to keep the child from slipping out. Hack. No. A contest of strength began. And then, struggle. The child in Emila's arms also finished his rice cake and began to flail. Please. Hack. Seeing the older brother in Amor's arms, the other child began to imitate him. Give them to me. I'll hold them. They used to follow me well. The Creator God received the children from the two and held one in each arm, rocking them gently to soothe them, but, hack, thump. Thump. The children kicked the Creator God with their feet. Hey! That's not acceptable. The Creator God spoke in a stern voice, but, hack. The children, whose nature had become nasty after being tainted by the energy of destruction, rebelled even more. Or perhaps it was because of Theo. Or maybe it was their nasty personalities combined with learning Theo's behavior. Anyway, the kids had quite a temper. Bring out some more of those rice cakes they were eating earlier. As the children's rebellion became too much, the creator god asked the two for more rice cakes. However, we already ran out. Sejun didn't leave that many. The rice cakes were already gone. Then when is Sejun coming? He should be here tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? Hack, hack, thump. Thump. We have to watch these kids until tomorrow. The creator god and the two apostles sank into despair. 99th floor of the Black Tower. King? 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 Butler? How could you go somewhere without Great Blackie? You should have taken Great Blackie with you. Want to get scolded? As Sejun returned, Blackie, who had woken up and wandered the farm looking for Sejun, barked noisily. Blackie, are you the one who wants to get scolded? Of course, he was all bark and no bite. King! Run away! At Sejun's words, Blackie immediately tucked his tail and fled to the sweet potato field. Time to prep dinner. Leaving Blackie behind, Sejun headed to the kitchen. Hee. Butler's cooking. Peeking his head out from the sweet potato field, Blackie watched secretly and then followed Sejun quietly to the kitchen. A moment later. Ku hey. Krueng. Hee. Dad, Quenj is back. Here are some herbs. Quenji, who returned from the herb field, handed Sejun 5 turmeric roots. 100-day-old guardian turmeric that has grown for 100 days in the Black Tower, cultivated by an advanced herbalist, with greatly enhanced medicinal properties. When consumed, all stats increase by 10 and a protective guardian energy envelops the body for 24 hours. Cultivator, advanced herbalist Quenji, shelf life, 100 days. Grade, day. Guardian energy? Sejun was a bit curious, but didn't get his hopes up. He'd been disappointed too many times before. I'll just use it later to make curry. After putting the turmeric away, you did great, my son. Pat. Sejun praised Quenji while hugging and patting his butt. Then, poo-hoo hut. Hee. Theo and Blackie subtly presented their bottoms. All right, pat. Sejun gave both Theo and Blackie plenty of pats before finally freeing his hands. By then, dinner prepared by Sejun number 12 was ready. Guys, let's eat dinner. Chairman Park, there's no grilled fish or stir-fried peanuts for me and Iona. Meow. I'll make them now. Now you want me to make your girlfriend's food too. Amused by the situation, Sejun chuckled to himself as he grilled fish and stir-fried peanuts. And then, here. It's all done. Let's eat. Everyone had a cheerful and delicious dinner together. I'm full. After finishing dinner, Sejun and the group rested while gazing at the starry night sky. Time to lie down. He lay on the bed and entered Blackie's mental world. I'm sorry. While apologizing like this, Gururuk, corruption appeared once again today. Ooh? Hello. Yes. Although still curt, corruption properly responded to Sejun's greeting. Are you still curious about where I am? You're curious, right? Say you're curious. Corruption looked at Sejun with a burdening gaze as she asked. She had finally gained the confidence not to kill Sejun. Chapter 717, You're weaker than I thought. Land of Destruction. I'm not curious though. Sejun wanted to joke like that. You must be curious. No. You have to be curious. Corruption's fierce eyes glared at Sejun as if refusing any rejection. However, Sejun felt the fear hidden within corruption, like a hedgehog that raised its spines high to avoid being hurt. So instead of joking, oh. Really? You're finally telling me. Tell me quickly. I'm so curious. He made a fuss and played along with corruption's tune. And that was a masterstroke. What if Sejun had joked at this point? Sejun didn't really want to meet me after all. No one likes me. Boo-hoo. Corruption would have closed the door to her heart in despair, moved again to destroy the world, and this time would not have stopped until the end. Just like before. Coo. I knew you would be. In response to Sejun's reaction, corruption pretended to be nonchalant, but I was worried Sejun might say he wasn't curious. Phew. What a relief. Inwardly, she was greatly relieved. And then, my location is to the north. Corruption told Sejun where she was. That's going to be pretty tough. Sejun's face darkened slightly at corruption's words. He thought they'd meet soon, but it was too far away. To reach corruption, Sejun had to pass through 5 walls known as the Walls of Destruction, which were said to be walls densely condensed with destructive energy, and the distance between each wall was approximately 1,000 kilometers. In other words, he would need to travel 5,000 kilometers while breaking through the 5 walls of destruction, a long journey. For Sejun, who had just become able to roam around a 5 kilometers radius of the waypoint, it was an even more perilous road. If corruption came to Sejun directly, they could meet without this hardship, but the fear that Sejun might not welcome her kept corruption from taking action. If Sejun was an extroverted sunfish, corruption was an introverted one. And corruption wanted to test whether Sejun truly wanted to meet her even if it meant enduring such hardship. Thump! 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 As she watched Sejun's darkening expression, corruption's heart pounded with anxiety. What if Sejun says it's too far? Should I break down a few walls? She worried that Sejun might say he wouldn't come. Okay. Just wait right there. But it's going to take some time. Contrary to corruption's fears, Sejun said he would come find corruption. Coo-hoo-hoot. Come if you think you can, corruption said with words she didn't mean. At that moment, here, eat this. Sejun handed a basket filled with peanut choco balls to corruption, his eyes slightly expectant. And then, this is different from the one I had last time. After eating the peanut choco balls that Sejun gave, corruption was amazed. How is it? When Sejun asked corruption, what is this? It's cold and hard, but very soft. And delicious, corruption answered in an excited voice. So excited she couldn't hide her emotions. Hee hee hee. This is my new dish, Park Sejun's chocolate peanut ice cream. It's made with frozen peanuts, so it never melts at room temperature. The way I made it is by coating peanut ice cream with chocolate on the outside, while Sejun explained enthusiastically. Munch. Munch. It's so tasty. Corruption busily kept eating the chocolate peanut ice cream. Crunch. The coated chocolate broke, and it was deliciously chewed along with the cold peanut ice cream inside. And then, crunch crunch. The crushed peanuts embedded throughout the ice cream added to the texture and nutty flavor. As she kept eating like that, before long, the basket was empty. Hee hee hee. How was it? It had an amazing flavor. It was so delicious. Ha ha ha. That's all because I made it. As Sejun made a smug expression. Meow? Chairman Park, what are you doing? Meow. Your face is rotting. Meow. Coyote. Sejun Nim, please fix your face quickly. King? Butler? Snap out of it. The companions rushed to Sejun's face in a hurry. And then, you're weaker than I thought. Corruption was horrified as she looked at Sejun. Because she had just seen signs that his body's balance was collapsing and his body was about to crumble. Thank goodness. Meeting later was the right call. At the same time, corruption was relieved that it would take Sejun a long time to reach her. She needed time to weaken her own strength further. A little later. Goodbye. Yeah. Corruption disappeared after being struck by Seo beam. And a week passed. All right. Sejun got up energetically as usual today. Like always, he hunted calamities, had breakfast, stopped by the 10th floor of the tower and Camille Deziong, and then headed to the temple of the creator god. Of course, Quenji went to work today too, while Peacebays and Blackie were sleeping in bed. King, Butler. Today Great Blackie is coming too. Blackie tried to resist sleep and insisted on going with Sejun, but after being fed to fullness and having his belly rubbed a little, Kira wrong, he fell into a deep sleep immediately. If the bedroom curtains were drawn to block out sunlight, he absolutely wouldn't wake up for at least 5 hours. Hello. When Sejun arrived at the temple of the creator god and greeted Emilia and Amor. Oh. Sejun is here. Give me snacks. Amor sprang up and demanded snacks. Here you go. Knowing the routine, Sejun quickly took out rice cakes, roasted and dried sweet potatoes, corn, and so on. Sejun, we'll head over first. Yes. Sejun, Theo, and Aina followed Emilia to the waypoint and crossed over to the land of destruction. And then, knock. 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 Amor knocked on the creator god's door, holding the snacks Sejun had given. Since the door couldn't be opened with Sejun present, Emilia had gone ahead with him. A little while later, the door opened cautiously. Where are the snacks? The disheveled-looking creator god asked quietly. Here they are. Amor also answered quietly and handed over the snacks. All right. Good work. The creator god quietly closed the door. Good. No one woke up. He sighed in relief as he looked at the peacefully sleeping children. However, flash! His relief was shattered by one of the children suddenly opening his eyes. Flash! Flash! As one opened his eyes, the others followed as if on cue. And then, Gib Fu! Gib! Gib Fu! The 3 children held out their hands, demanding food. Sejun had taken out one more child from the land of destruction. Here, It's fortunate I just received snacks. The Creator God placed one snack into each child's hand. However, not this. The children holding the rice cake suddenly shook their head in frustration. Ooh? What do you mean? Ah. Honey, there isn't any? Sejun had forgotten to pack honey. Dip gib foo, just eat it plain today. I'll give you honey later. No. Dip gib foo. Now, because of that, the Creator God was left sweating as he tried to soothe the children. Land of destruction. So this is the wall of destruction. It's really huge. Sejun, who had traveled north for an hour from the waypoint, looked up and commented as he saw the towering, massive dark red wall stretching into the sky. Thanks to the destruction devourers working hard to clear a path north over the past week, Sejun was only now able to see the first wall of destruction. And then, chomp! 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 Around him, approximately 1 trillion destruction devourers were diligently absorbing the energy of destruction. That number had decreased greatly due to the snake's attacks, and originally there had been far more. In the past, the amount of energy of destruction that could be absorbed was not large, so it had been impossible for the destruction devourers to multiply exponentially like this. But this was the land of destruction. A place overflowing with energy to devour. Thus, the destruction devourers absorbed the energy of destruction and worked hard to spit out seeds. Sejun and the destruction pioneers planted those seeds diligently, and the number of destruction devourers increased rapidly. Honestly, there were too many seeds and not enough time to plant them, so a massive stockpile of seeds had built up. At that moment, wriggle! Wriggle! Dark red snakes began to slither out from the wall of destruction. They had come to eliminate the destruction devourers that were clinging to the wall and absorbing its energy. Thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction. Just the omission of the modifier smalled in front caused even the smallest ones to exceed 10 meters in length. Their girth also increased by about 1.5 times, and the largest thread snake reached nearly 30 meters. Meow meow. Meow meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Power of the meteorite, fall upon my enemies. Meteor, of course, even so, they were just thread snakes, and Theo and Iona took care of them effortlessly. And then, Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated a thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction. You have received 50 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Park Theo. Guard Iona has defeated a thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have acquired 10 bonus stat points. Hee hee hee. Sejun watched their battle from behind with a pleased expression and leveled up. Sejun's level had now reached 233. It was thanks to diligently hunting every day on the Calamity Farm and in the Land of Destruction. While Sejun was leveling up and rejoicing, Kia Kia! Sejun Nim, there's no time to rest. The destruction pioneers urged him to plant seeds. Even though they were planting the piled up seeds as quickly as possible, the seeds of the destruction devourers were being spat out even faster. Hee hee! Don't worry, that's why I brought this. Sejun pulled out a drop of the enhancing elixir he received from Hama, the god of farming, this morning. Drip! He dropped it onto one destruction pioneer seed. Destruction pioneer seed, 2. The magical cherry tomato of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, evolved into a mutated cherry tomato under the influence of the elixir, then further corrupted by destruction to evolve into a flesh-eater seed, and now, with the power of destruction purified, it has evolved once again. It harbors an even greater hatred for the power of destruction than the destruction devourer. Although it cannot directly devour the power of destruction, it plants destruction devourer seeds to directly pioneer destruction. It has combat capabilities. Destruction pioneers cannot plant their own seeds. It spits out 2 seeds for every 1 million destruction devourer seeds planted. Enhanced twice with the enhancing elixir. Grade, SS. The destruction pioneer seeds options have changed. However, Sejun sighed while looking at the options. What he had hoped for, an increase in planting speed or number of seeds produced, was not enhanced. Instead, a different option had strengthened. Why did it have to be combat ability? And it only changed from some combat to simply a combat. It seemed quite useless. The combat ability of destruction pioneers was only enough to deal with 1 or 2 red locusts. Just removing some wouldn't make much difference. Poke! Sejun, disappointed, planted the destruction pioneer seed. Sprout! The 2 destruction pioneer grew quickly. The energy of creation produced by the destruction devourers was cancelled out by the energy of destruction, so no gathered energy of creation was left, and thus he couldn't evolve other destruction pioneers into 2 enhanced ones. And so the world saw the first 2 destruction pioneer. Shush or shush! With roots moving too fast for Sejun's eyes to follow, it dashed toward a thread snake and started slicing the thread snake to pieces with its leaves. Is this what removing some did? Sejun was shocked by the sight. Meanwhile, 10,000 destruction devourers surrounded one destruction pioneer and burp. They breathed out the energy of creation directly onto the destruction pioneer. And then, kiki. As the destruction pioneers absorbed the energy of creation, they began to be enhanced to 2 one by one. Thus, the 2 destruction pioneers began to join the battle. Even you guys. Seeing the destruction pioneers fighting better than himself, Sejun once again felt betrayed today. After 3 days passed like this, rumble. The first wall of destruction collapsed. Chapter 7:18, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, do you not trust the golden front paw of Vice Chairman Theo, meow? Land of Destruction. As the first wall of destruction collapsed, you have achieved the great primordial feat of being the first to bring down the wall of destruction erected in the land of destruction. A message announcing the achievement of a great primordial feat appeared before Sejun. A great primordial feat. He had received primordial feats before, but this was his first time receiving a great one. He. What kind of amazing reward will I get? As Sejun brimmed with anticipation. As a reward for the great primordial feat, you should be granted power, Judge of Destruction, but you are currently unable to receive it due to your current capability. Once again, System 371 spoiled the moment. Another unreasonable nerf. Whether the world is falling apart or not, I'll just impeach it. Perhaps sensing Sejun's frustration, I will hurriedly find another alternative. SJC, hurry up and find an alternative. Yes. System 371 NIM. System 371, in a rush, started collaborating with System SJC to divide the massive reward from the great primordial feat into more modest items that Sejun could receive. About 3 seconds passed like that. As a reward for the great primordial feat, you have been granted power, weak destruction resistance. As a reward for the great primordial feat, you have acquired the title, Wall Breaker. As a reward for the great primordial feat, you have awakened the job talent, Master of Farming. As a reward for the great primordial feat, all stats have increased by 3000. As a reward for the great primordial feat, you have obtained 100 quadrillion tower coins. As a reward for the great primordial feat, the stay fee on the 0th floor has been reduced by 15%. Reward messages appeared. There's some sincerity at least. Satisfied with System 371's alternative, Sejun examined the rewards. Power, weak destruction resistance was, as the name implied, a weak resistance to destruction. Title, Wall Breaker reduced the durability of walls. And the job talent, Master of Farming gave him knowledge about crops he was cultivating for the first time, allowing him to farm without trial and error. While Sejun was checking his rewards, flash! A bright light gathered in the air and formed a white crystal. Who? Is this a waypoint? Tap! When Sejun placed his hand on the white crystal, Land of Destruction First Wall of Destruction Northern Outpost waypoint has been saved. The waypoint was saved. And then, oh. I was worried I'd have to come all the way back here, but now I won't need to. Sejun was delighted that the travel distance had been reduced, saving him time. Meanwhile, Kiki. The Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers began moving north. Paperback. The Destruction Pioneers, protecting the Destruction Devourers from the thread snake parasitizing corrupted destruction, slowly but relentlessly advanced across the land of destruction. They truly were living up to their name, Pioneers of Destruction. Puck. Sejun followed them slowly from behind, diligently planting the seeds of the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers. A little later. Let's go back now. Poohoo Hut. Got it, meow. Kayut. Yes. Sejun returned to the temple of the creator god with Theo and Iona and began cooking. While they were cooking for several hours, but what should I get Eileen and the kids as gifts? Sejun opened his mouth in a voice full of worry. He was now a party veteran, so the preparations were smooth, but choosing gifts was still difficult. Well, he didn't have to worry about Blackie's gift. For Blackie, extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes were more than enough. In fact, giving anything else might just make Blackie angry. At that moment, Poohoo Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, don't worry, meow. Just trust in me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow, Theo said with great confidence. Oh. Vice Chairman Theo, do you have a good idea? What is it? Tell me, Sejun asked with anticipation at Theo's words. However, Poohoo Hut. I don't have one yet, meow. Theo proudly shattered Sejun's expectations. What? You said to trust you. Thanks to that, Sejun's blood pressure spiked. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, do you not trust the golden front paw of me? Vice Chairman Theo, meow. I trust them. No, I trust you. Pooh hut. At Theo's words as he confidently held out his front paw, Sejun was immediately convinced. Even if he couldn't trust Theo, he trusted Theo's front paw 100%. A few hours after talking with Theo, as evening approached, let's head back soon. Ah. I need to leave snacks behind. Sejun left snacks for the creator god, then returned to the Black Tower with Theo and Iona. Upon Sejun's return, Ger King? King. Ger Butler. Where did you sneak off to without the great Blackie again? It's no fun if you keep doing this. Once again, the childish Blackie was throwing a tantrum for not being taken along. No fun? Ooh? What are you going to do? Do I have to report to you where I've been? King. Butler. So mean. Blackie had his cheek squished and dangled as he reflected on his actions. While Blackie was being scolded, coo hey. He. Dad, Quenji is back. Quenji, just off work from the herb garden, came flying in. All right. Let's eat. Sejun had dinner with his companions. That evening's menu was curry made with turmeric Quenji had harvested. They had been eating curry for several days, but depending on the ingredients used, vegetable curry, chicken curry, etc., many variations were possible. And with curry rice, curry tteokbokki, curry udon and more, the meal never felt repetitive. However, there's no turmeric left now. Tonight's curry was the last. The ingredients ran out before they could even get tired of it. Sejun, who had his last curry for dinner. He. I'm full. Quenji, should we have dessert? He asked Quenji if he wanted dessert. Coo hey. Krueng. He. Sounds good. Of course, Quenji agreed enthusiastically. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great Blackie wants dessert too. Give me extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. So did Blackie. That's a meal. Don't you know what dessert is? Dessert? HMPH. This guy doesn't know anything. As Sejun spoke with a look of disdain toward Blackie. King. If you eat it after a meal, it's dessert. It's all the same once it goes into the stomach. Butler is the one who doesn't know anything. Blackie barked back with irritation. No, it's different. King. It's the same. Whatever the great Blackie says is always right. You little. Sejun, enraged by Blackie's insistence on being right, moved to apply physical force. King. Run away. Blackie quickly bolted. TCH. For a sunfish, he sure is fast. Sejun grumbled and went to the kitchen to make 2 glasses of strawberry yogurt and drank them with Quenji. Here. Have dessert. Of course, he gave Blackie 1 piece of roasted and dried sweet potato as dessert too. Originally, he had intended to make extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato latte for dessert, but, since he said he didn't want it, Blackie had kicked away his own fortune. Chomp. He. So tasty. Of course, the clueless Blackie was just happy, while they enjoyed their dessert. Wow. The stars are beautiful. Night deepened. Land of destruction. Go away. Boom. Corruption expelled a mental fragment that had received her power out of the land of destruction. She had given it too much power, so if it encountered Sejun on the way, it might kill him. In truth, she wanted to find and drive out the one she had previously released as well, but some had already crossed the 5th wall of destruction. And corruption could not cross the wall to retrieve the fragments. If I cross the wall, Sejun will be in danger. Not only did being physically closer to Sejun pose a risk, but the wall of destruction also served the function of absorbing some of corruption's power to prevent it from leaking outside. Somehow, like the creator god, corruption had ended up isolating herself. Sejun was amazing for making the world's strongest being self-isolate. For reference, the first wall of destruction that Sejun destroyed was the one that absorbed the least of corruption's power, and currently, corruption was intentionally limiting her power so that the wall hardly absorbed anything. That was why there had been no damage when Sejun destroyed the first wall of destruction. Kuheuhu. Found you. Let me go. Please, spare me. Kuheuhu. Be still. Corruption found another fragment. Gulp. After swallowing it in 1 gulp, she transmitted her power. Pop. Then sent it out again. Boom. Expelling it from the land of destruction. Thanks to that, corruption's power had now been reduced to just 30% of her original strength. Hey. It's about time to meet Sejun. Corruption waited for her encounter with Sejun. A little while later, hey. The remnant thought has awakened, corruption linked to her remnant thought. And then, it's Sejun. Through the eyes of the remnant thought, corruption could see Sejun. Park Sejun, you don't hate me. You don't despise me. That's why you'll be with me forever. A red madness began to cloud corruption's eyes. The next morning. All right, Sejun got up. You have completely eliminated the corruption within the world's energy and completed the purified world's energy. You have completed the quest. As a quest completion reward, all stats have increased by 8. As a quest completion reward, the 0th floor stay fee has decreased by 0.00011%. He. Not much left now. Sejun smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the quest messages. The current reduced stay fee was 93.30 for 11%. If he could lower it by just about 6.7% more, he would be able to travel to Earth with a free pass. Meow, King. Thanks to that, Sejun was in a good mood as he started his day with Vice Chairman Theo, Iona, and the Blackie family. 5 days later. Rumble. The second wall of destruction collapsed. The destruction pioneers were now able to deal with the snakes and didn't lose many destruction devourers. With the number of largely undamaged destruction devourers increasing to 50 trillion, the second wall of destruction took far less time to break than the first. And during those 5 days, Sejun had focused solely on planting destruction pioneer seeds to increase their numbers. The more destruction pioneers there were, the more destruction devourers could be protected. On top of that, as the destruction pioneers' combat ability increased, their enhanced physical strength boosted their seed planting speed 5-fold. This time there's nothing. It seemed that only the first achievement was acknowledged. There was no feat message for destroying the wall of destruction this time. As Sejun felt disappointed. Woo! A portion of corruption's power, previously absorbed by the broken second wall of destruction, began leaking past the spot where the wall had stood. Power, weak destruction resistance is resisting the power of destruction. At the same time, Sejun's power activated to resist the power of destruction. Though it wasn't a strong force, it was enough that Sejun didn't faint, allowing him to avoid an embarrassing moment. Land of Destruction second wall of destruction northern outpost waypoint has been saved. After safely overcoming this crisis, Sejun saved the waypoint. Kia. Kiki. He followed behind the destruction pioneers and destruction devourers advancing north again, planting destruction pioneer seeds, then returned to the creator god's temple to make food. While he was cooking, Vice Chairman Theo, aren't you going to look for gifts? I think it's about time we go. Trusting in Theo's words, Sejun hadn't prepared any gifts. He now urged Theo, who had been lounging on his lap for the last 5 days. With only 5 days left until May 5th, he was getting anxious. I haven't felt the pull yet, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am not slacking off, meow. I'm searching diligently, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo protested with a hurt voice. Oh. So that's what it was? Got it. Sorry for interrupting. Keep at it, poo-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Puffing up like a cat god, Theo proudly closed his eyes. But then, Gorarong. Curarong. As the sound of Theo snoring happily beside Iona echoed. Hey, Sejun had had enough. Fuming, Sejun grabbed Theo's cheek and pulled. Meow, I'll go look around for now, meow. Iona, let's go, meow. Kayut. Yes, only then did Theo get up and go down the tower with Iona. And then, Black Tower 99F Mushroom and Number 1, Vice Chairman Theo and Miss Iona are descending. Alert, 1 cat and 1 hamster detected. At the news of Gangster Cat Theo and the Wizard of Great Destruction Iona descending the tower, the Black Tower tensed up. Chapter 719, I need a gift that contains my heart. 66th floor of the Black Tower. Meow, there's no pull, meow. When Theo looked dejected, Kayut. Theo Nim, cheer up. There are still 66 floors left. Iona comforted him. Poo-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. I'll cheer up again, meow. Kayut. That's the spirit. Reinvigorated by Iona's comfort, Theo regained his energy and descended the tower. And then, Black Tower 66F, Red Orc Far Distance Watch, the two have just gone down. Black Tower 65F, Lizard Man Rilda, I'm scared. Trembling. Black Tower 59F, Green Goblin Parku, they're not as scary as you think. As long as you don't make them mad. The pair's location was being shared in real time with the Black Tower residents through the full-time employee communication network. The next afternoon, I guess I should prepare a gift for Eileen too. Sejun, who was cooking at the temple of the creator god, suddenly spoke up. He believed Theo would bring good things, but if that's all he gave, it would seem insincere. No. To be precise, he was anxious that his feelings wouldn't be properly conveyed. I need a gift that contains my heart. Tartatak. What should I prepare? While shredding carrots, Sejun fell into thought. As he continued shredding carrots for a while and was about to take out onions, an idea popped into his head. I'll sing her a song. With some unknown confidence, Sejun decided to give a song as a gift. A song I made myself, and it would be an original song. She'll definitely like it. He. Sejun grinned as he imagined Eileen being delighted listening to his song. I'll make it later at dawn with peace bays. Hum. Chop chop chop. Having decided on Eileen's birthday gift, Sejun felt relieved and cheerfully chopped onions while humming, and before he knew it, it was night. All right. Everyone to your positions. Moo. Quack. Whir. The farm members responded to Sejun's command and dispersed. As time passed and midnight came, a blue moon rose in the night sky, bathing the land in blue light. The blue moon had risen. And then, piak, piak, pew pew, piak. Using the blue moon jump, Wolgang, Wolher, Hukulbok, Juchu, and Black Torch appeared. Hey guys, you're here. While Sejun greeted the rabbits. Pew pew. Pew pew. Master's not here. Hooray! Chuchu rejoiced at the absence of Iona. She didn't have to do homework until the next blue moon. No way! I was finally able to sleep comfortably lately. On the other hand, Black Rabbit turned pale and despaired. What have you been up to lately, Black Torch? Piek. I've been training hard. P-hit. I think I can beat Uncle now. In response to Sejun's question, Black Torch replied with a sly smile. What? Who? You've still got 300 days before you can beat your uncle. How dare you? Sejun shook his index finger at Black Torch as if to say, not a chance. Piek. No way. I'll win. All right. Then let's ask the Minotaur King to test us. Piek. Okay. To determine who was stronger, Sejun and Black Torch went to find the Minotaur King. Moo. Sejun Nim can endure for 15 minutes with 2 fingers, and Black Torch 14 minutes and 55 seconds. No, 57 seconds. Who? Though Sejun won over Black Torch by a whopping 3 seconds, he didn't feel happy at all. But I ate the black bean set? Having eaten the full 2 Transcendence black bean set, Transcendence black bean, sturdy strength yellow bean, sturdy stamina red bean, agility green bean, and magical blue bean, his stats were increased by 32 times. However, even after eating an SSS grade carrot, I lost to my uncle. It was the same for Black Rabbit. With his unique talent, carrot doping, which amplifies all stats for 1 hour based on the carrot's grade, Black Torch stats were also increased by 30 times. It was an incredible talent befitting the legendary Black Rabbit. Black Torch has gotten this strong, I need to grow stronger too. Uncle hasn't been slacking either. I need to step it up. As Sejun and Black Torch acknowledged each other. Moo. You both have gotten stronger. The Minotaur King looked pleased at their growth. However, thinking about it carefully, it became clear that among the 3, the Minotaur King had grown the most significantly strong, since he withstood the dope duo with just 2 fingers. Because in the past, when the 2 had tested themselves, Sejun lasted 3 minutes, and Black Torch lasted 2 minutes and 40 seconds. In the end, if their growth over time were evaluated in an undoped state, Minotaur King Black Torch Sejun was the resulting outcome. While they were undergoing the test, rustle, blue-colored crops imbued with the blue moon's energy appeared on the farm. Let's begin. Sejun and his companions began harvesting. A little while later, guys, take care. The rabbit family, taking the SSS grade blue moon carrots and regular carrots Sejun had packed for them, went down. Kwong. Sejun Nim, sleep well. Krueng. Dad, sleep well. Sleep tight. Sejun said good night to Quenji and Pink Fur. Blackie, time to sleep. He. Then, he lay down with the Blackie family on the bed and closed his eyes. And then, Kirarong. Dorong. Kirurung. Once the Blackie family had fallen asleep, SSH. He gently laid the sleeping Blackie family off his chest and stepped outside. Then, flap. Pip. Sejun Nim, why are you up? Peace Bays, who had been playing alone, flew over to Sejun joyfully. I've got something to do, pip pip. Something to do. Yeah. Peacepays, could you do me a favor, pip pip? Yes. What is it? Without even hearing what the request was, Peacepays immediately accepted and then asked what it was. Not here. First, make a dimensional gate for me, pip pip. Okay. Swoosh. At Sejun's words, Peacepays quickly created a dimensional gate. Step. Step. Sejun stepped into the gate Peacepays had created. Then, you have arrived at level for World Swin. A message appeared before Sejun. Swin? So this is Swin? He. That means there's a treasure here. Sejun grinned with excitement. Pip pip? Sejun Nim, why are you smiling like that? Peacepays asked in a concerned voice, worried about Sejun's state. Peacepays, this place is called Swin, pip pip? This is it. It was so hard to find when we were looking for it, and now we've found it just like that. Peacepays was greatly surprised by Sejun's words. We found it thanks to you, Peacepays. Sejun praised Peacepays while lifting him onto his hand and stroking his head. Pa hey hey. Peacepays enjoyed being petted and had a joyful time. Then, now I'll tell you the favor. Peacepays, let's make a song together. Sejun told Peacepays his request. Pip pip? A song. Yeah, pip pip. But I haven't even used my coupon yet. This is a favor I'm asking. Pip pip. Sure. Peacepays responded with a happy voice at Sejun's words. First, let's go somewhere farther from the gate. Pip pip. Okay. The two moved to a place where no one could overhear the song. I'm going to make a song to give Eileen as a birthday present. They began creating the song in earnest. Pip pip. Then how about starting with this? Though we cannot meet the dot. Peacepays added lyrics while singing the tune he composed on the spot with his clear voice. Oh. Nice. We feel each other we'll meet someday because we are destined. Sejun continued, adding silly and cliché lyrics to the song Peacepays had started. Pip pip. Great. Then, no matter how terribly Sejun sang, musical genius Peacepays made it sound good. Even though I made it, it's pretty decent. Thanks to that, Sejun got excited and worked joyfully with Peacepays to complete the song. At that moment, who's there? Someone approached from a distance and asked. They had been camping, and came over out of curiosity after hearing the singing. Sorry for being loud. I thought no one was around. No worries. I couldn't sleep anyway. And if it's okay, may I listen from here? Of course. Sejun allowed the man to listen and continued making the song with Peacepays. They only had a few hours to work, so there was no time to waste. A little while later, when the song was finished, I'm a bard. Would it be alright if I sang that song? The man asked with an earnest expression. With no popular songs to perform, he hadn't been requested to sing anywhere, but he had a strong feeling that this song would be a huge hit. I'm sorry. I'm going to give this song to my girlfriend as a gift. But I'll teach you something else instead. Sejun shared one of the songs he knew with the man. Pip pip. Just sing it like this. Since Sejun's rhythm was off, Peacepays sang it again properly and taught it to the bard. Well, we'll be on our way. Thank you. As Sejun and Peacepays left, the bard practiced the song he learned until sunrise and immediately went down to the village. Now, I'm tired of it. Wild bee, TL. This is from the song Wild Bee, which is a trot genre song. He sang the song he learned from Sejun at the tavern. And in the future, the man would be recorded in the musical history of Swin as a legendary bard who popularized a new genre. HNG. Humming the song he just made, Sejun returned to the Black Tower when the tower's administrator asks where you've been, staying up without sleep. Eileen spoke to him. Who? Peacepays said he found the world with a hidden treasure. Right, Peacepays. Flustered, Sejun quickly answered and tried to prompt Peacepays' support. Pip pip. Yes, that's right. Not good at lying, Peacepays answered with a shaky voice and gave off an obviously suspicious vibe. The tower's administrator cheerfully says to hurry and move the treasure into her storage. Thankfully, Eileen was too excited by the mention of treasure to notice Peacepays' awkwardness. I haven't actually found the treasure yet. I was planning to go with the guys after breakfast, and so, treasure hunting was added to Sejun's already busy schedule. I better get some work done before breakfast. Sejun decided to stop by the 10th tower first. He couldn't go to the Calamity Farm because Theo wasn't there. Click! Sejun turned the key, opened the door to the 10th tower, and stepped inside. Hell, the god who lost her divinity, tells you to hurry up and collect the rent. Hell spoke to him. Though a month had passed since the impeachment period ended, she still hadn't paid rent and couldn't return, so Hell had been waiting. Oh, at the same time, a small glass vial appeared in Sejun's hand. Elixir of charisma? Drinking this elixir increases charisma for 1 hour. With high charisma, you can overcome your opponent's presence or suppress them to conduct favorable transactions. The effect has greatly decreased as the creator's divinity has disappeared. Remaining amount, 5 drops. Usage restriction, none. Creator, Hell, the god who lost her divinity. Grade, B. Charisma? And it's a B grade. What am I supposed to do with this? Though Sejun wasn't thrilled with the elixir's effect and grade, a promise was a promise. Okay, I'll lift your impeachment now. He reinstated Hell and began farm work. 58th floor of the Black Tower. Meow. Theo stretched out his front paw and focused his attention. At that moment, Kiarao. Theo Hyung isn't at his spot right now. Let's hurry and go up. Theo heard Baektang's impudent voice in his ear. And the content was even impudent. How dare you aim for Chairman Park's lap, meow. Theo was furious. I'll get there first, meow. He forgot all about looking for a gift and immediately used light speed meow step, dashing straight for the 99th floor. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. I came too, oh. You're back already, Krueng. It's big bro. Kihit. King. Hee. Big bro, welcome. He clung to Sejun's face just as he was about to step through the dimensional gate. And then, meow. Chairman Park, I feel the pull, meow. Theo shouted triumphantly and pointed in the direction where he felt the pull. Chapter 720, ha ha ha. Vice Chairman Theo, if it weren't for me, you'd have just been dumped. You have arrived at level for World Swin. This time, Sejun arrived in Swin in full formation with Theo, Iona, Quenji, and the Blackie family. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, it's that way, meow. Theo, hanging onto Sejun's knee, pointed east. As expected of our Vice Chairman Theo, Sejun had asked the bard early in the morning and found out the location in advance. Seeing Theo point precisely in the direction of the Jiganin Mountains, where the treasure was hidden, Sejun once again had to acknowledge Theo's golden front paw. Then let's get going. Like that, Sejun and his companions moved eastward where the Jiganin Mountains were. She won't be sulking just because I didn't visit for a day yesterday, right? Should I have said something before coming? Suddenly, Sejun thought of corruption. Should I go and meet her for a bit? No. I'll just meet her tonight and talk then. Since there was a lot to do right now, he thought it would be better to talk leisurely later that night. At that moment, Great Hybrid Chairman Park, there's a very serious problem, meow, Theo said with a very solemn expression. A serious problem? What is it? No way? Has the pool vanished? That means the treasure suddenly disappeared. Someone stole our treasure. Sejun grew frantic at Theo's words. But, there's no present for me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Ooh? Present? What present? There are presents for Eileen Nuna, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie, but none for me, meow. It was a different problem. A very trivial one. Hey! You, just as Sejun was dumbfounded and about to scold Theo. There is a present for Quenji. Is there a present for me? A present for the great Blackie. Extremely delicious royal honey sweet potatoes. Hearing Theo's words, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie perked their ears and looked at Sejun. Sigh. Yes. I was preparing Children's Day presents for Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie. Sejun sighed and cleared the children's curiosity. Just like that, the Children's Day surprise gift operation that Sejun had planned was ruined. Ku-hey-hey-hey. They-hee. Hee-hee. Instead, they could look forward to Children's Day, so maybe this was better. Just as Sejun was thinking that being positive is good. Kyung. Theo Nim. What about me? Iona grew gloomy, having been left out by Theo. She fumed inside because it hurt her pride to say it herself. At that moment, Chairman Park. There's no present for my Iona either, meow. Theo took care of Iona. All right. I'll give you 2 presents too. Kayut kayut kayut. Thanks to that, a bright smile blossomed on Iona's face as if she had never been gloomy. Kayut kayut kayut. Theo Nim looked out for me. He said meow Iona. Naturally, what made Iona happier than Sejun's present was the fact that Theo had looked after her and used the word meow for her. And then, ha ha ha. Vice Chairman Theo, if it weren't for me, you'd have just been dumped. Meow? Is that so, meow? Thank you, meow. As expected of a great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. The act of Sejun poking Theo's side to make him look out for Iona was a secret between just Sejun and Theo. A little while later, we've arrived. Sejun and his companions arrived at the Jiganin Mountains, where giant mountains were present. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, that way, meow. No. This way, meow. Theo pointed in the direction where the pull was felt but began to get confused. What's wrong? When Sejun asked, Poohoo hut. There are two pulls, meow. As expected, my front paws recognized by great hybrid Chairman Park are excellent, meow. Theo, having finished evaluating the situation, answered with a smug expression. Aside from the treasure they originally intended to find, another pull was being felt. Oh, 1-1. Sejun's face was also filled with a smile at Theo's response. Vice Chairman Theo, where is it? Sejun quickly took Theo to locate the places where the pull was felt. He was planning to work on both sides simultaneously. Since Quenji, the master of digging, would handle one side, and Iona, the wizard of great destruction, would handle the other, it would be done in no time. This way, meow. When Theo pointed, Krueng, Quenji began digging a tunnel in the direction Theo's front paw was pointing. And this way, meow. Then, when Theo pointed toward the other direction where another pull was felt, Kayut. Power of gravity. Iona created a miniature black hole, Kor-doo-doo-dook, and moved it forward, sucking in the ground to create a hole. In the meantime, Sejun prepared snacks for the hard-working Quenji and Iona, and lay down with the rest of the group on a mat spread out on the ground to take a break. Quag-wag-wag-wang. It's a bit noisy. The sound of digging and vibrations were intense, a testament to how fiercely they were digging. However, Kuu, Sejun took a sound sleep without being bothered by such things. Gorarong, Berarong, Kirurung. The rest of the group also slept well on top of Sejun's body. While they were sleeping, sensing a presence, Sejun quickly opened his eyes and wiped his mouth, pretending not to have been asleep. But, Krueng, Dad, were you sleeping? He was caught red-handed by Quenji, who had come up from the ground after finishing the task. Is he going to get mad? Feeling guilty for sleeping alone, Sejun couldn't answer. Krueng, if you're tired, sleep more. Pat. Fortunately, the filial son Quenji didn't scold Sejun for sleeping but instead patted his shoulder to lull him back to sleep. Sniff. As expected of my son. Kuu. Feeling touched, Sejun listened to his dutiful son and fell asleep again. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Quenji, having put Sejun to sleep, also placed his butt next to Sejun's side and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, Kayut, Iona, having finished her task, found Sejun and the others sleeping. And, what if the treasure gets stolen like this? Kayut. Power of magic. Block the access of those not permitted. Gate lock. She blocked the entrances of the holes dug by her and Quenji with magic to prevent others from entering. Absolute shield. Then she cast protective magic around Sejun and thoroughly cleaned up the situation. Kayut. Iona then wrapped Theo's tail around herself and happily fell asleep. She giggled in her sleep as she dreamed of marrying Theo. Hell's pawnshop. Creak. Wah. I'm finally back. Hell burst into tears as she opened the door to her pawnshop and entered. And, I need to stop by my clients to let them know I'm back. She hurried to the seed shop headquarters and visited gods like Mud, the god of mud, and Ha, the god of basalt, whom Sejun usually looked for often. However, Hell, I'm disappointed in you. All this time you were taking 5 welfare points while giving me only 1 point. The gods who had already received Theo's designated quest knew how much Hell had been skimming off the top. Who? Guys, forget it. We're not doing business with you anymore. They no longer wanted to deal with Hell. Did I take too much? This isn't good. Hell fell into deep worry. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to collect welfare points, and then the delivery of 100 Transcendence grade seeds to Sejun would be halted. On top of that, she'd be saying goodbye forever to the promotion to the God of Legendary Merchants, the quest reward, and the 5% stake in Sejun Company's seed delivery network. Isn't there a good solution? Hell racked her brain, trying hard to find a way out of this situation. But, what do I do? She couldn't come up with a good idea. No, one sure method did come to mind, but I really don't want to use that. She didn't want to use it. Because that method meant meeting the one existence Hell dreaded most. Hell, get it together! How can the god of merchants be afraid of meeting another merchant? Hel braced herself and, knock. Knock. Are you there? She knocked on a door. A door connected to someone's mental world. Theo's mental world. Wadadada. Mini Chairman Park number 4 was running around busily, adding a bit of churu to the giant churu lake and a few small grilled fish to the mountain of grilled fish. Pooh hut. Grow up quickly, meow. Your knees are too tiny, meow. Theo gathered the surrounding energy diligently to help Mini Chairman Park number 4 grow. At that moment, knock. 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 A sound came from the sky. Meow? Who is it, meow? Theo asked. It's me. Hel, the god of merchants. Hel answered. Pooh hut. Come in, meow. When Theo gave permission, the sky opened, and Hel descended. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, I have a request. Please give all future designated quests only to me. Hel got straight to the point. She had already decided to be shameless and boldly made her plea. Meow? Hel Nim, have you lost your mind, meow? Don't you know it was because you bought up all the seeds in the middle that our great hybrid Chairman Park seed shop couldn't open, meow? Do you want to be impeached again, meow? Theo raised his voice and got angry at Hel's words. Thud. Thud. Because of you, main body took a loss. Mini Chairman Park number 4 also kicked Hel's shoes with his small feet, angrily. That won't happen this time. Hel hadn't come without a plan. And if you give all designated quests to me from now on, I'll offer you 1 million divine relics, 5 drops of elixir, and 5 transcendence grade seeds every month. Pooh hut. Really, meow? Yes, Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Theo joyfully accepted Hel's proposal. Among the conditions for the quest to create new world law, 10,000 quadrillion tower coins, completed, 10 quadrillion liters of energy of creation, completed, 10 billion liters of dragon blood from each of the 9 dragons, completed, 1 trillion scales from each of the 9 dragons, completed, 1 trillion divine power, completed, 10 billion divine relics, not completed, only the divine relics remained incomplete. About 3 billion divine relics were lacking. Pooh hut. I'm going to complete this quickly and make Great Hybrid Chairman Park the strongest in the world, meow. That way, I can be with Chairman Park forever until death, meow. While Theo imagined a happy future together with Sejun. Thud. Thud. Hey! What about me? Mini Chairman Park number 4 kept kicking Hel, demanding something for himself too. What's up with this kid? Then I'll be going now. Hel wore a troubled expression and quickly escaped the situation. How long did I sleep? Sejun, who had dozed off for about an hour, opened his eyes. As the sunlight stung his eyes, he quickly shielded them and sat up. Keying. Because of the movement, the Blackie family who were sleeping on Sejun's chest began to roll off due to the tilt. Catch! Sejun caught them with his hand and placed them into his sling bag. Then, everyone, let's get up. He gently shook the party members to wake them. Meow, Kayut, Krueng, Pip Pip. As everyone woke up, Quenji, can you make me some coffee? Krueng. Sejun made drinks for the party while Quenji prepared iced Americano for Sejun. After enjoying the pre-prepared snacks and cold beverages, Sejun and the party refreshed themselves. He. Now, where should we go first? Sejun pondered for a moment and decided to start with the place Quenji had dug. Dad, aren't you curious about the place Quenji dug? Because Quenji was looking at Sejun and sending sparkling signals with eyes full of anticipation. A moment later, Kugugum. When Sejun, who moved along the tunnel Quenji dug, opened the magnificent stone gate with a 10-meter-high stone statue of a monster fighting in front. Wow! A space filled with treasure appeared. Who? What's that? Inside, something unidentifiable caught Sejun's eye. It was the traces of Quenji, who had opened the gate first to ensure Sejun's safety and eliminated the guardians guarding the treasure. Let's pack quickly. Having become treasure retrieval specialists, the party quickly stored the treasures in void storage. Kayut. This way. This time, they followed the tunnel Iona had dug. Then, who? It's too shabby? In front of Sejun was a pitiful-looking wooden door. Creak. Sejun opened the door without hesitation. O bearer of primordial power. Come quickly. Along with a voice in his head, he lost consciousness. Chapter 721, We're Close. Land of Destruction. Why isn't Sejun coming? Why isn't he coming? When Sejun neither came to apologize in Blackie's mental world nor appeared in the land of destruction, Corruption let out a sharp shriek in frustration. In Corruption's voice were mixed emotions, anxiety, fear, anger. But the greatest emotion among them was, has Sejun grown to dislike me too? The fear of being left alone. I knew it. It's impossible to get close to someone the way I am. Corruption resigned. And then, I want to prevent Sejun from going anywhere else. If I get rid of everything around Sejun, he'll have nowhere to go and will stay with me, right? Corruption's desire began to twist greatly. At the same time, corruption's power grew stronger. No, at this rate, I won't be able to meet Sejun. Corruption hurriedly tried to suppress the desire and stop the growing power. Although the power was being distributed to the mental fragments, recently, whenever corruption lost rationality thinking about Sejun, her power strangely grew stronger. This is bad. Corruption, whose power had risen back up to 50%, urgently began searching for mental fragments to transfer her power to. Currently, 2 out of the 5 walls of destruction that could absorb corruption's power had collapsed. In this state, Sejun could die the moment he arrived in the land of destruction. What is going on? He hasn't even filled a tenth of the qualifications. The thought of the primordial god, who manages the final arrangement of the primordial god, was greatly flustered seeing Sejun who had arrived here. Sejun was terribly unprepared to receive the final arrangement. Can I really hand over the arrangement to someone with such terrible qualifications? No. This wasn't a matter that could be resolved with preparation. Even if Sejun's current abilities and his future potential were drawn out to the fullest, it would still be absolutely impossible to properly receive the arrangement. But still, it's not like he can't receive it at all. That's what troubled the primordial god's thought. Why didn't he follow the order to receive the arrangements? If Sejun had followed the arrangements left by the primordial god in order, he wouldn't have made it this far. With Sejun's abilities, he would have hit his limits handling the earlier arrangements and wouldn't have been able to accept any more. However, because he didn't follow the order and came straight to receive the final arrangement, it became a vague and ironic situation where he could, in fact, receive it. If it were a situation where Sejun clearly could not receive the arrangement, he could just be kicked out. I have no choice. Now, the primordial god's thought had no other options. The situation had already unfolded and it could no longer stop. Once the location of the arrangement opened, it had to be passed on, and the thought would disappear. The remaining method was to do his best to pass as much of the arrangement left by the primordial god to Sejun as possible. Park Sejun, who possesses the power of the primordial god. There is a truth you must know before receiving the final arrangement of the primordial god. Yes, the final arrangement of the primordial god? I'm receiving that? While Sejun asked with a dazed expression, his vision darkened and a pure, void space of nothingness appeared before him. At that moment, flash! A sudden explosion occurred in the dark void, and a dazzling light appeared swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. And 2 beings were born from the explosion. No. Only one being was born. The other one was the remnant of the light that had just exploded. A being that would soon disappear. That light is me, the primordial god's thought said in a sorrowful voice as it looked at the remnant of light. What? Sejun was greatly shocked by what the primordial god's thought said. Because no matter who looked at it, the being born from the explosion seemed far greater. Though the remnant of light was much brighter, its light was small and quickly fading. In contrast, the being born from the explosion was rapidly emitting a massive light. In just a little more time, the situation would be completely reversed. However, such a brightly shining being. That must be the primordial. While looking at the remnant of light that shone brighter than himself, the primordial misunderstood, and so began the tragedy. At the declaration of the being with immense power, the remnant of light that should have vanished had to become the primordial, and the being that should have become the primordial came to loathe itself and turned into corruption. Corruption is the primordial god. It was too great a tragedy to say it started from a simple misunderstanding. After that, the remnant of light who became the primordial god tried everything to resolve the misunderstanding with corruption, but instead, the misunderstanding only deepened, worsening corruption's condition. The primordial god had to face numerous crises of annihilation in the process of trying to resolve the misunderstanding and eventually had no choice but to give up. And then, a long, long time passed. Now there isn't much time left. The primordial god felt that his life didn't have much time remaining. Though the primordial god was a being who lived forever because he was born from a remnant of light, he could not escape annihilation. As the time of annihilation approached without being able to resolve the misunderstanding with corruption, the primordial god left behind arrangements, hoping someone else would unravel the misunderstanding. He thought that if someone obtained all his arrangements, they might be able to reach a state where they could talk with corruption. Defeating corruption with strength was never possible from the beginning, so this method was the best he could do. At this rate, everything he created would be destroyed by the true primordial god. And once the primordial god desired it, there would be no way to stop it. Because the will of the primordial god was the will of the world itself. So I just need to meet corruption and clear up the misunderstanding. That's right. It's an extremely dangerous task, enough to risk your life. I'm sorry for entrusting such a task to you, Park Sejun. The primordial god's thought spoke in a voice full of regret, perhaps feeling guilty for placing such a dangerous task on Sejun, who didn't even have proper capabilities. Well, no need to apologize for that. He. I meet corruption every night, chat and even share food. We're close. Thinking that he could do something even the primordial god couldn't, Sejun felt a bit proud for some reason. Swin. He. As Sejun, who had been dazed for 2 days, grinned with a smug expression. Meow? Chairman Park's face is rotting. Meow. Kayut. Sejun Nim is thinking bad thoughts again. Krueng. Dad's making a ugly face. Pip. Sejun Nim, snap out of it. Kihihit. King. He. Let's step on him. The companions, who had been worried about Sejun, quickly began stomping on his face. And then, come quickly. I was about to summon you all anyway. Theo, Iona, Quenji, Peacebays, and the Blackie family were invited by the primordial god's thought. The reason was that Sejun alone couldn't handle the arrangements left behind by the primordial god. The arrangement Sejun failed to absorb would vanish along with the thought. And that would be a waste. So, the primordial god's thought intended to transform the remaining power of the arrangements and give it to Sejun's companions. Then I shall now pass on the arrangements. Thus, the primordial god's thought delivered the arrangements to Sejun and his companions. It was a relief at least. The most important arrangement had been delivered properly. Having passed on the arrangements, the primordial god's thought faded away in peace. Meow, Kayut, Krueng, Pip, King? The companions came to their senses in an empty cave. Then they checked the arrangements each had received. The arrangement Sejun obtained was Primordial God's Power, Replica Time Stop. This is a power that replicates the primordial god's ability. As permitted by the power, you can step outside the world line and stop time. While outside the world line, you are not affected by any external powers. Remaining time, 1,000 years. It was the power to stop time. I can stop time? Time stop. When Sejun activated the power, Primordial God's Power, Replica Time Stop, is activated. Tower Farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun, steps outside the world line. All time in every world comes to a halt. Tick tick tick. Thunk. With the message, the sound of clockwork halting reached Sejun's ears, and all the world stopped, except for Sejun. Oh. Sejun curiously looked around at the unmoving sky, earth, and companions for about 10 minutes, then released the power. The group didn't notice that Sejun had stopped time. Meow? Krueng? King? No. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie felt something strange and tilted their heads, but they didn't seem to know the exact reason. He. I'll play a prank with this later. Sejun had the petty thought of using the primordial god's arrangement for pranks. But what did you guys get? He checked the arrangements the group had received. Pooh hut. I received the Power Universal Park Sejun Detector, which allows me to find Chairman Park no matter how far away you are. Meow. I'm so happy. Meow. Kayut. I got the talent Gravity Control, which lets me control gravity more strongly. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Quenji got the talent Healing Hands that improves massage effects. Now Quenji will take care of Dad's treatment. I'm so happy. Behehe. I got the talent Hit Song Composer, so now I can make better songs. Except for Iona, they all got rather trivial things, but the group was entirely satisfied. And then, Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great Blackie got the best thing. Great Blackie can now spray water. Kikiat. Splash. With a triumphant expression, Blackie squirted water from his mouth. It was the talent Watering Sprinkler, which allowed watering plants by shooting water from the mouth. Blackie, who received the most trivial reward among the group. He. I got the best one. Sejun, who received a better reward than his companions without being bullied by the system, felt good. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. If you're thirsty now, just tell Great Blackie. I'll give you water. Kikiat. Splash. As Blackie happily sprayed water and approached Sejun. No. I'm good. Still, drinking something sprayed from a mouth is kind of. Sejun, not wanting to drink water from Blackie's mouth, put him into the sling bag and stood up. And then, let's go home now. he gathered the group and returned to the Black Tower. When Sejun and the group returned to the Black Tower, Pio. Hello, Sejun Nim. Ooh hee hee hee. Hello, Mo hee hee hee. Hello, Pio, Uran, and Poyo, who were resting at the farm, greeted them. And just as Baektang was preparing to climb on Sejun's lap, he saw Theo already hanging on Sejun's lap and, thud. Why is Theo Hyung there? His legs gave out, and he collapsed. Getting on Sejun's lap was an incredibly arduous journey. Uran, is there something you want to eat? Before preparing dinner, Sejun asked Uran. Ooh hee hee hee. Slime meat curry. Who? How do you know about curry? Sejun asked, puzzled. Ooh hee hee hee. I have my ways. Because I subscribe to the daily magazine published by Poisonous Bee number 10312. What will Chairman Park eat today? Unable to reveal the truth, Uran mumbled evasively. But we're out of ingredients, so no curry today. I'll make something else instead. Okay? Uran looked dejected at Sejun's words. As expected, Uran was always unfortunate. A little while later. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the group for dinner after preparing it. And then, poo-hoo hut. Kayut kayut kayut, koo hey hey hey, hee hee. While they played together, thump. Thump. Pink Fur, having finished training, came to pick up Quenji. Krueng. Dad, good night. Yeah. Good night, Quenji. And so, Quenji went to sleep with Pink Fur. Let's lie down too. Sejun and his companions also lay down on the bed. What kind of reaction would Corruption have if I went and told her, you're actually the primordial god? Thinking about telling Corruption the truth, Sejun grew excited and gently closed his eyes. Chapter 722, What? Am I stranded again? Blackie's mental world. Oh. When did you grow this much? Pat. Pat. When Sejun patted the head of Mini Chairman Park number 4, who had grown up to his knee height. Grin. Grin. Mini Chairman Park number 4's mouth stretched into a smile and he danced. Meanwhile, I'm sorry. Are you thirsty? I can even squirt water now. I'm really sorry. Blackie and his subordinates began apologizing to the souls, and Sejun, Theo, Iona, Mini Chairman Park No. 4, and Gilsun Nightmare also comforted the souls and eased their minds alongside them. Time passed quite a bit as they apologized like that, but why isn't she showing up? Corruption wasn't showing herself. She's sulking because he didn't come yesterday. Sejun quickly figured out the reason and, it's so boring without Corruption. Ah. Who should I play with? He started talking to himself while looking into the air. As if someone was meant to hear him. Poo-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I will play. Kayut. Theo Nim, stay quiet. Theo tried to butt in tactlessly, but fortunately, Iona stopped him. Then, rumble. Rumble. Corruption, who was hesitating about whether to come out from within a soul, came into view. Hee hee hee. There you are? Sejun stared intently at the soul wriggling with dark red energy. Garuruk. Why are you looking for me? I was just sleeping for a bit. Corruption grumbled as she revealed herself. But in her voice was unmistakable delight. Hee hee hee. You didn't come out because you were sulking, right? Sejun teased Corruption like that and, what? I was sulking? That's ridiculous. Corruption shrieked in indignation. However, you do seem like you were sulking. I was not. Hee hee hee. That means you were. I said I wasn't. Sejun teased Corruption gleefully with his sly attitude. Ah. That's right. She's the primordial god. Is it okay for me to keep messing around like this? Suddenly, a slight unease crept in. Whom? I wasn't teasing you just now, so don't misunderstand. Sejun tried to smooth things over belatedly, but, don't lie. You were teasing. Of course, it didn't work. More importantly, I have something to say. Sejun suddenly lowered his voice and, the truth is, I know something about your true identity that you don't. What? My true identity? Yeah. Actually, you are the primordial god. The being you think is the primordial god isn't actually the primordial god, you are. In a serious tone, he revealed Corruption's identity. Corruption quietly listened to Sejun's words. Is he teasing me again? Inside, she thought Sejun was pulling a prank. It was a side effect of being pranked too much. However, no, I'm serious. You're the primordial god. A fake primordial god was born because you mistook the disappearing light for the primordial god. If you can't believe it, just trust me. You're the primordial god. Sejun earnestly and passionately explained. Really? I'm the primordial god with immense power? My current shabby appearance is fake? Corruption began to get slightly confused. And then, corruption. No, primordial god, your will is the world's will. You have the power to control the world as you wish. To persuade corruption, Sejun mustered all the knowledge he had to explain. Cook. Really? I can control the world however I want? Corruption's desire stirred at Sejun's words. I want Sejun to be with me alone. Corruption declared her twisted wish to the world with her will, and in that moment, the figure of Sejun sleeping in his bedroom on the 99th floor of the Black Tower vanished. At the same time, the world stopped. Theo, who had been sleeping on Sejun's knee, remained floating in the air at the exact height he had been resting on Sejun's knee, and the Blackie family sleeping on Sejun's chest also floated in the air just the same. Peace Bays, who had been patrolling the farm, froze mid-flight, and Quenji, who had been clinging asleep in Pink Fur's arms, also froze in his sleeping posture. To avoid being caught up by Pink Fur, the Minotaur King was secretly doing late-night special training, and the Black Minotaurs, who were earnestly training while following the Minotaur King, were two. Mima and Ninia, the sisters who were drinking wine together at the coffee farm on the 94th floor of the tower. Elka, who had been having an intimate time with his wife after putting the children to bed on the 88th floor of the tower. The chestnut hedgehogs disguised as chestnut burrs between chestnut trees, diligently guarding the chestnut trees as usual on the 83rd floor of the tower. The birds of the Kingdom of Cove on the 79th floor of the tower flying beside Sparky, the mother tree, trying to keep her from being lonely. Ukil, the banana monkey tribe chief, and other banana monkeys on the 77th floor of the tower drinking a 10-year-old mango liquor under the moonlight. The wandering merchants on the 75th floor of the tower busily preparing for tomorrow's business in the merchant district. Parku, the green goblin of the 59th floor of the tower, enthusiastically chatting on the full-time employee communication network to boost his status. On the 55th floor, Black Rabbit and Bochi running away because they were scared of the night, and Choo Choo and Lara chasing after them. Kona, the blue-backed penguin on the ice island on the 44th floor of the tower, and her disciples diligently crafting weapons. Cybele the 18th, praying to Leah under the moonlight at the grape farm on the 4th floor of the tower. The hunters on the 3rd floor of the tower working hard to plant crops late at night to earn double hourly night pay. The hunters and skeleton wizards bargaining at the shop street on the 1st floor of the tower. All of them had stopped. And Eileen, who had been watching Sejun sleeping through the crystal orb, and Ace, who had been spying on Eileen. The bodies of the leaders of the Great Nine Dragon tribe drinking elsewhere in other towers. Even Earth, where Sejun's family was, Hamk, the world of hamsters, and level 11 world Earthworm 2. In the 10th tower, the gods Patrick, the god of Earth, Harma, the god of farming, and the great silver dragon Stella Hizron who were living on monthly rent. Even the gods in the seed shop headquarters, the combat shop headquarters, Hell's pawn shop, the prison of the gods Tartarus, and the resting grounds of the forgotten gods. Sausage, who was joyfully feeding nutritional supplements to the 5 rookie elixirs, and Flamey, who was releasing avatars in the forest of creation to find the 5th and final problem. All of them stopped. Who? Sejun, who had been lying face down asleep on a damp ground, came to his senses and looked around. First, he saw a red sky and the waypoint he had seen when he first came to the Land of Destruction. Land of Destruction? Why am I here? Am I sleepwalking? Sejun wondered and used the waypoint. However, the waypoint did not respond. What the heck, Eek Samchiri, what's wrong with this? So he called, System Eek Samchiri, but, hey! Are you slacking off? Respond! Eek Samchiri! System Eek Samchiri gave no answer. What's this? Sejun, confused, tried to recall his recent memory. He was certainly revealing corruption's identity in Blackie's mental world. I don't remember anything after that. Why am I here? No matter how much he thought, there was no answer, so, seed creation. Let's see if this works. He tried seed creation. Please select the seed to create. Magical cherry tomato seed, power sweet potato seed, destruction devourer seed, destruction pioneer seed. Fortunately, seed creation activated normally, and the messages also appeared properly. Why is this showing up? Eek Samchiri. Sejun tried calling System Eek Samchiri again, but again, there was no response. Something seems to have gone wrong. The message wasn't in Eek Samchiri's usual tone either. If it were Eek Samchiri, it would have used the highest level of honorifics like Sir Please or instead of Please. TL, if you remember my last note regarding this System 371, now Eek Samchiri has been using honorifics in the messages for some time now. Sejun waited for about 5 minutes, but still no response. 100 Destruction Pioneer Seeds. He created Destruction Pioneer Seeds. Thanks to the destruction devourers, the energy of destruction in the area had significantly decreased. The remaining energy of destruction could be endured with power, weak destruction resistance, so he planned to use the combat-enhanced destruction pioneers as bodyguards, just in case there were still snakes left. Ha ha! This is the foresight of me, the great Park Sejun Nim. Sejun laughed as he planted the destruction pioneer seeds. Puck! As he planted the seeds, his anxious heart felt a little bit more at ease. A moment later, guys, let's go, Kia Kia. Sejun moved north with 100 destruction pioneers. He intended to use another waypoint to leave this place. Kia Kia. Sejun arrived at where the first wall of destruction had been, joining the destruction devourers and destruction pioneers that had fallen behind during the movement. Tap! Again, the waypoint did not respond. So he immediately moved to the waypoint at the second destruction wall, but it was the same. What? Am I stranded again? Growl. The void storage doesn't open here either. Along with the sound from his stomach, Sejun's survival instincts kicked in. What is going on? Corruption was very flustered by the current situation. She had clearly wished for only Sejun and herself to be together. I've gotten so much weaker. Something had gone wrong, and her power had greatly weakened. About 1/10 of Sejun's? Fu hei hei, kiang, thump. Thump. Because of that, she had to hide in a corner to avoid the mental fragments who had absorbed her power. The situation between corruption and the mental fragments had been reversed. Sejun, I'm scared. Please come save me. Corruption held her breath and tightly shut her eyes, hoping time would pass quickly so that Sejun would come find her. Seed creation. Please select the seed to create. Magical cherry tomato seed. Power sweet potato seed. Destruction devourer seed. Destruction pioneer seed. Fiery peanut. Melon of longevity. Extremely delicious agility carrot. Extremely delicious magical cherry tomato? What should I plant today? As Sejun looked at the seed list in thought. Let's go with cherry tomatoes. He created the extremely delicious magical cherry tomato seed. Over time, he had harvested various new varieties, and by harvesting those new varieties over 100 million times, the variety of seeds he could create had significantly increased. Having created the seed, SSSKK, Sejun drew a line on the wall, and completed the character. TL. If you remember the initial chapters of this novel, Sejun used to mark down days. Being able to perform seed creation meant that a day had passed. Phew. This place is full too. Then how many years have passed? Sejun spoke in a lonely voice as he looked at the 73rd completed character. Above the 73rd row, there were 9 more rows, each tightly filled with 73 characters. Since each row represents 1 year, that means it's already been 10 years? Wow! 10 years? It had been 10 years since Sejun was stranded in the land of destruction. He had completely conquered the land of destruction a few days ago by destroying the 5th wall of destruction. Theo, why isn't that guy coming to find me? I miss him and Eileen, and Quenji, and Peacebays, and Blackie too. When Sejun was missing his companions. Thump! Thump! Guys, stop! Sejun called out to 3 children waddling toward him from a distance, making heavy thudding sounds. They were children of creation tainted by destruction, having received corruption's power. Their power was so strong that if they got too close, Sejun's life would be at risk, so he hurriedly stopped them. Oka why? Yep, a white. Fortunately, the children obediently listened to Sejun's words. Swoosh! Swoosh! Did you come because you're hungry? Sejun tossed them snacks and asked. Nod. 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 Too busy eating to respond, the children instead nodded vigorously. After filling up on snacks. Teacher! Dong Dong saw someone weird over there. The eldest, Dong Dong, said to Sejun. For reference, the 3 children were named Dong Dong, Nang Nang, and Mang Mang. He had given them gentle names with the hope they wouldn't cause trouble. When Sejun first met Dong Dong, time stop, he activated the primordial god's power, replica time stop to avoid Dong Dong's energy, but primordial god's power, replica time stop is currently active. He had fainted upon seeing the incomprehensible message stating that the power was currently being used. But it's scared of Dong Dong, Nang Nang, and Mang Mang, so we didn't get close. Really? Dong Dong did a good job. I'll go take a look. Hee. At Sejun's praise, Dong Dong smiled brightly and took his younger siblings back to where they stayed, because they had to get out of the way for Sejun to move freely. Thump. Thump. Once the children disappeared, guys, let's go. Kia Kia. Sejun, under the escort of the destruction pioneers, moved in the direction Dong Dong had pointed. Sejun, why are you only coming now? He saw a small, ugly black snake leaping into his arms. It was Corruption, who had been waiting for Sejun for 10 years. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Meow? Where did Great Hybrid Chairman Park go? Meow. In the world where time had stopped, Theo realized Sejun was gone. 2/5. Chapter 723, He he he. Now I can get married too. Chairman Park, where are you? Meow. Where did you go, leaving me behind? Meow. Unable to move his body, Theo desperately called out to Sejun in his mind. However, no matter how long he waited, Sejun's response did not come. Chairman Park, respond, meow. I need Chairman Park, meow. Theo kept calling Sejun, believing that his voice would reach him someday. At that moment, power, Universal Park Sejun detector activates. A message appeared in front of Theo. Theo's will to go to Sejun began to interfere with the world line where time had stopped. Pooh hut. As expected of the Great Hybrid Chairman Park, meow. I knew it, he must have given me this power with this in mind, meow. Chairman Park, wait for me, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, your right-hand cat, will definitely find you, meow. Theo marveled at Sejun's arrangement and burned with determination to find him. But, beginning search for Park Sejun. At current output, it will take 1,500,922 years to search all the worlds. Meow? Because the search range was too vast, it would take an extremely long time to locate Sejun. Then, Pooh hut. If output is insufficient, I can raise it with money, meow. Theo knew an easy way to increase the output. He burned all the treasures he had stored in his void storage, brought from Tswin. Then, search output increases significantly. At current output, it will take 30,071 years to search all the worlds. The time drastically reduced to almost 1/50th. Still, it was too long. Meow? It's still not enough, meow. Then I'll burn Chairman Park's money too, meow. Theo also carelessly burned the treasures in Sejun's void storage, which even Sejun couldn't open. Whoosh! As he burned an enormous amount of money, the world line frozen in time began to slightly tremble under Theo's power, and a faint golden light began to appear around Theo's front paws. Search output dramatically increases. At current output, it will take 1 year to search all the worlds. At the same time, the search time was greatly reduced. Pooh hut. Indeed, Chairman Park's money is satisfying to burn, meow. It's also the most efficient, meow. Theo rejoiced at the feeling of burning Sejun's money. However, 1 year is too long, meow. I can't wait for a whole year for Chairman Park's lap, meow. The result was unsatisfactory. So, I'll burn Eileen Noona's money too, meow. He also raided Eileen's treasure storage. Don't ask how he did it. The thoughts and actions of a fanatic cannot be understood by ordinary people. When it came to Sejun, nothing was impossible for Theo. It had to be done, so he did it. For Theo, everything came naturally. Whoosh! As Theo burned up all the money Eileen had diligently saved for Sejun, his front paw began to glow even brighter. ZZZT. Theo overcame the primordial god's power, replica time stop used by Sejun, and became able to move freely. To resist the power of the primordial god, Theo achieved something even the great dragons and gods could not do. It was truly a mysterious feat. At that moment, Park Sejun has been found. Park Sejun is currently in the land of destruction. A message appeared, stating Sejun's location had been found. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, wait just a little longer, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will come to save you, meow. Iona, wake up, meow. Pat. Coyote. Blackie, wake up, meow. Whack. King. Peacebays 2, wake up, meow. Pat. Pip. Quenji, wake up, meow. Pat. Krueng. Now able to move his body, Theo used his front paw to wake Iona and the others. Flamey, wake up, meow. Chairman Park has been stranded in the land of destruction, meow. Lastly, he placed his front paw on the leaf Flamey had given him for emergencies and woke Flamey to deliver the news. And then, everyone, listen well, meow. We must go save Chairman Park, who is stranded in the land of destruction, meow. He quickly informed the group of the situation. Coyote. Sejun Nim is alone there. That's too dangerous. Krueng. Dad is in danger. Quenji will go quickly to save Dad. Pip. I'll try to find a way to the land of destruction. King. Warer. Butler. No. Don't die. Thus, with one heart, Theo and the others set out to find Sejun. However, finding a path to the land of destruction was not easy. First of all, unlike other worlds, the surroundings of the temple of the creator god were surrounded by irregular dimensions, so it was extremely dangerous to travel using Peacebase's abilities or Iona's dimensional teleportation magic. And the land of destruction was a completely severed place, inaccessible except through a waypoint. Then there's only one place left, meow, Kaiut. We'll have to go through the Black Moon. The Black Moon was the path from which calamities emerged and was also a passage connected to the land of destruction. Krueng. Let's go quickly. Pip pip. I'll create a dimensional gate in front of the Black Moon. Gra. King. Warer. Butler. Don't die. Thus, through the dimensional gate created by Peacebase, Theo and the party arrived at the front of the Black Moon. Krueng. Quenji will open it. Rumble. To use his full strength, Quenji enlarged his body to the maximum. Quenji's massive body exceeded 500 m. Just like when Corruption opened the Black Moon from the land of destruction, Quenji inserted his massive front paw between the Black Moon's crevice and, cooing, began to force it open. Then, crack! The Black Moon slowly began to open, revealing the inside. Inside, it was pitch black, so much so that nothing could be seen. Meow! I can feel Chairman Park's presence, meow! As soon as Theo sensed Sejun's energy, swish! Without a moment's hesitation, he used light speed meow step and hurled himself into the darkness. The land of destruction. Actually, I was thinking it would be nice if it were just you and me together, Sejun. Meeting Corruption, Sejun was able to learn the reason he had been stranded here for the past 10 years. Well, I kind of expected that. But why is my power being used? It seemed like the entire land of destruction had fallen off the world line. That's because my will and your power clashed. According to Corruption, as her will began to manifest, the primordial god's arrangement, primordial god's power, replica time stop, activated, causing a clash. Upon meeting Corruption, the power had automatically activated. So the entire land of destruction was in a situation where it had been detached from the world line. But I've been trying hard to reverse it, but I just can't. Sejun, I'm sorry. Corruption apologized with a self-blaming and very remorseful voice. It's okay. Theo will come to save me. No matter what, Theo would come looking for him. Just as Theo had absolute trust in Sejun, Sejun felt the same. Still, it'd be nice if we could get out first, so let's keep practicing. First, you need to get used to the name, so I'll start calling you Taicho from now on. TL, when romanized, is Taicho, which, when translated, means primordial. Okay. Sejun, but I'm hungry. All right. Let's eat something then. Sejun brought Taicho to his house and fed her peanuts. And then, Taicho, let's try again. Okay. In the name of the primordial god. I command you. Return things to how they were. Every day, Taicho practiced using her will by calling out her unfamiliar name. Why isn't it working? Taicho failed hundreds of times again today, and her confidence had plummeted. It's all right. I'm sure you're getting better. You think so? Yeah, okay. I'll try again with more strength. Sejun comforted Taicho and restored her confidence. At that moment, who? Sensing a familiar energy, Sejun suddenly looked into the air. This energy, Theo? Because he could sense Theo's presence from there. Taicho, don't you feel anything from over there? Who? I don't feel anything. Taicho shook her little snake head in response to Sejun's question. Really? Was I just imagining it because I miss Theo? Sejun tilted his head and, in the name of the primordial god, return things to how they were. He watched over Taicho's practice. A few more days passed like that. And then, it's definitely Theo's energy. On top of that, it's getting stronger and stronger. Sejun, once again, looked toward the place where Theo's energy could be felt. These days, spending several hours there had become part of Sejun's daily routine. But are the kids doing okay? Since time has stopped, of course they must be fine, right? What if I'm the only one who ends up becoming a grandpa like this? Surely, Blackie will tease me, saying I've become an old sunfish. I can't stand being teased by Blackie. Worries upon worries being piling up. But Sejun's biggest worry was, if I become a hunched old grandpa, will Eileen still marry me? It was Eileen. Even now, compared to Eileen, he lacked so much, and if he became a grandpa, hee. How dare an old white-haired grandpa like Park Sejun dream of marrying the great black dragon Eileen Pratani? Gah! No, just as Sejun imagined becoming bald from Eileen's furious breath. Whoom! A rift tore open in the air. Meow? Chairman Park, what's going on? Meow. Who's giving our Chairman Park a hard time? Meow. Theo rushed out and hurled himself towards Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo. It's Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun caught Theo with both hands and was overjoyed. It's Vice Chairman Theo. It really is Vice Chairman Theo, Sejun shouted with joy as he shook Theo. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. It's me, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, the right hand of Great Hybrid Chairman Park, meow. At Sejun's enthusiastic welcome, Theo wore a proud expression. Vice Chairman Theo, I really missed you. Pooh hut. Me too, meow. After enjoying Sejun's warm welcome for a while, Chairman Park, let's get out of here now, meow. Theo tried to take Sejun out. Wait. There are kids I need to take with me. Dong dong. Nang nang. Mang mang. Sejun hurriedly called out the children of creation. And then, Taicho, you're coming with us too, right? When he asked, looking at Taicho, me too, can I really go? No one likes me except Sejun. Taicho was very flustered. She was afraid. Afraid of being hurt again. But, I hate being alone even more. Sejun, I want to come with you. Being left alone in the land of destruction was even scarier. While Taicho was making up her mind, Krueng. Dad, are you okay? Pip pip. Sejun Nim, are you alright? Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. You're safe. Following the path cleared by defeating the beasts of destruction Theo had made, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie appeared. There was a reason it took Theo so long to find Sejun. Iona was waiting at the Black Moon just in case, after meeting with Flamey who had arrived late due to the distance. Pooh hut, coo hey hey hey. Pip pip. Hee hee. As Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and the Blackie family embraced Sejun. Sejun, I want to be your child too, Taicho said, with a trembling voice, mustering all the courage she had. Because she was envious of Quenji, who called Sejun the dad. Child? Sejun was slightly flustered by Taicho's words. It wasn't because he was getting one more child. He already had plenty who could be called his children. One more wouldn't be a problem. It was more about, is it really okay for me to do that? Taicho is the primordial god, after all. And what if Eileen gets angry? Other thoughts weighed on him. But, can't I? Seeing Taicho utterly disappointed, of course you can. From now on, call me Dad. Quenji is also a beast of apocalypse. How is being the primordial god any different? And Eileen will understand everything. Sejun's heart softened, and he gave his consent without hesitation. Then you're my daughter now, so you're Park Taicho. Park. Tai. Joe, this is my name. Taicho pronounced each syllable of her name. Grin. The corners of Taicho's mouth gently lifted. When she said just Taicho it felt strange, but just by adding one syllable in front, it felt completely different. I'm Taicho. Park Taicho. The moment Taicho accepted her name, ZZZT, the snake skin surrounding Taicho cracked and, part. A bright light burst out through the cracks. Swoosh. She shed her skin and appeared in the form of a 3-year-old girl. Daddy. Taicho called out to Sejun in a shy voice. Yes. My daughter. Sejun took Taicho's hand and came out of the land of destruction with the group. Then, you have re-entered the world line. Time across all worlds has begun to move again. A welcome message appeared before Sejun from System Eek Samchiri. You have achieved the supreme primordial feat of discovering the true name of the primordial god. As a reward for achieving the supreme primordial feat, the stay fee for the 0th floor has been reduced by 6.5123%. You have achieved 100% of the 0th floor stay fee. You will no longer incur any cost when visiting the 0th floor. At the same time, an enormous number of achievement messages appeared before Sejun. Still, it didn't change the fact that he was a sunfish. He. Sejun didn't care anymore. Everyone, let's hurry home. We're having Eileen's birthday party on Earth, because all he could think about was meeting Eileen on Earth. He. Now I can get married too. Thinking about holding hands with Eileen, Sejun's face turned lecherous. Meow? Chairman Park, your face looks rotten. Meow. Kayut. Sejun Nim, don't have bad thoughts. Krueng. Dad's making an ugly face. Make your face kind again, quick. Pip. Sejun Nim, That was really dangerous just now. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Youngest, this is when you step on him. Hee hee. Sounds fun. But who are you calling youngest? With his face stepped on by Theo, Iona, Quenji, Peace Bays, Blackie, and Taicho, Sejun returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. It was a rather unimpressive return for someone who saved the world, but it suited the Sejun family better that way. And then, hee hee hee. This is great. Having accomplished the enormous task of preserving world peace, Sejun once again enjoyed a day filled with trivial happiness alongside his companions as he prepared to go to Earth. With great excitement. End of Part 1. 3/5. Chapter 724, the Epilogue and Part 2 Announcement. Hello, dear readers. Thank you so much for accompanying Sejun's family in farming in the tower alone on this journey over the past 2 years. Somehow, the serialization started on May 11, 2022, and it wrapped up exactly after 2 years. I didn't intend to make it exactly 2 years, and I only realized it after deciding to conclude the series yesterday. Happy Smiley, TL, Part 1 ended on May 11, 2024. This is already my 4th series to conclude, but maybe because it was a long one, this conclusion felt the most difficult. Originally, this work came about while I was serializing another series titled The Hell King Crushes All. I wanted some healing for myself, and as a contest was starting at the time, I began this serialization with the simple mindset of just writing something I wanted to write, without aiming for anything big. Unexpectedly, it received so much love, and I was truly happy for those 2 years. Thank you so very much. I also tried my best to bring it to a natural conclusion rather than forcefully ending it, even though I felt it was getting longer than expected in my own way toward a perfect ending, but I was a bit surprised to see some people say it felt rushed. I think that's due to my lack of skill. I'm truly sorry, but to offer a small explanation, I didn't include some parts like Sejun and Eileen's Earth date, or the Sejun family having fun on Earth, which some readers were waiting for, because I wanted to include them in the side stories, TL, Part 2, instead of the main ending. While we're on the topic of side stories, TL, Part 2, the concept for the side story, TL, Part 2, is titled Welcome to the Kindergarten of Destruction. It will feature Sejun and Eileen running a kindergarten on Earth where they bring destruction being sent from other worlds by Park Taicho and work on rehabilitating them, as well as include stories of the group having fun together. The side stories, TL, Part 2, will begin 3 weeks from now, on June 1st, and are planned to be serialized 3 times a week, on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. If there's anything you'd like to see in the side stories, TL, Part 2, or if you're curious about a particular character, please leave a comment. I'll try my best to include it in the side stories, TL, Part 2. Then, after a 3-week break, I'll see you on June 1st. Please stay healthy. Thank you, Happy Smiley. TL note. Hi, contrary to what the above says, Welcome to the Kindergarten of Destruction is Part 2 rather than being side stories, as the author initially started writing them as side stories but a few chapters in changed it to Part 2. So for now, there are still 161 chapters of Part 2 and 5 actual side stories left to translate. For 5ths,